morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to yet another episode of Matitude, where we talk about, you guessed it right, Eurovision, and it's day 3 of rehearsals of the Eurovision Song Contest 2023. We have, of course, a team always here to help us out with the coverage, and I am not alone this morning. I don't have to start out on my own. I got Roy here. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fine. I had a nice night of sleep. Bit hurt in my shoulder for some reason, but doesn't have anything to do with Eurovision, luckily. So
That is
I'm
quite all
good.
right. I did ask how you're doing. I don't want to have just a fabricated good. And we have James back here. How are you holding up? I know you're up just as early as I am.
Oh, I'm doing all right. My football club is doing the Hindenburg right now, so I'm glad I've got Eurovision to fall back on.
I have no idea what that meant, but I believe you. So that is what we're doing here. And yes, as you said, it is 3:30 here in the morning. And I was just telling my them before we went live is I am so out of it. I not usually I got a decent amount of sleep, but it's this thing where I tried to snooze my alarm, but I told Alexa to sneeze instead, I think, or at least I mumbled it. And so she sneezed, and I thought it was weird that she made that sound. And then she turned off the alarm, and I woke up like 20 minutes ago, and I'm like, no. So I had to rush. So that's why I was 3 minutes late. I think that's pretty good considering the circumstances. But anyways, enough of my dilemma. We are here to talk about today's rehearsals. And I know I've talked to you already, Roy, about some of it. But James, have you watched all of the TikTok clips, all of everything that was out there on the rehearsal so far?
Not 100%, but I have watched a large amount of them, yes.
A large amount. So, yeah, you, I will say you actually, in my opinion, at least missed something because we had a pretty good start. I mean, a couple of good days in terms of rehearsals from what we can see. So I'm cannot wait for you to see the whole thing at some point. But today we're going to focus on what's left of semi 2 today, and then all the semifinalists rehearsed at least once after today. And I'm so happy that everyone is here. I know we already have a little bit of updates that happened on the blog. We'll go for them, and with TikTok, it's all going to take a little longer, and we will see what we can bring to you today. All right. So everyone in the chat, of course, guten Morgen, guten, whatever you were saying in there. Some of the things I cannot read. My eyesight is a little blurry. So forgive me about that. Okay. The first question, of course, is James, how is your cat? She just took the center stage right before we went live.
Still around and rowdy. She'll probably make a few appearances because she can't stand having a moment without some attention.
Oh, that is so cute. So yeah, and I do know, and go to bed, Matt, if you're tired. Now, I'm not tired. It's just, I'm have my coffee. It's just, I need a little bit of time to get ready, like wake up, I should say. And I wasn't granted that this morning. So I'm just kind of like, ugh. So it is fine. I've done it before. I've been there. It's like being back in college. So, I'll just wing it. So, is it correct? Arno is in the chat as well. Is it correct that Roy is super excited about Slovenia's rehearsal?
I mean, I'm definitely excited to see what they'll do. Is it the one I'm most excited for? I don't know, but it's definitely what I'm very excited for. I'm curious to see what they'll do on the stage. Like, will they replicate the national final kind of performance, or what kind of LED elements? It's going to be interesting, definitely.
Who are you most excited about, or like, since we're on the topic?
Oh, let me check the list real quick. Wait.
Oh, I can answer one.
Go right ahead, James.
Australia. I believe they're the last rehearsal of the day, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's the one I'm most looking forward to.
We got a little bit of time to kill then.
Yeah. So I would love to see how they stage it, and then also interested in Austria too. I want to see how they can take that concept onto a live stage. Very curious about them.
That is my number one as well. And it has
Yeah.
nothing to do with like my personal taste or whatever. I'm just really curious because Austria, very popular song, and sometimes considered even by some potential dark horse. So can they deliver? Or is it
I
going?
was
Go
I was
ahead.
gonna go with Austria or Georgia as well, because Austria, I don't know how they're gonna translate the concept of a music video and how they're gonna like convey the message onto the big stage. And I'm curious to see how they'll do that. And Georgia, because the music video was already so cool and so many cool elements were in there. So I'm curious how they will translate that to the big stage as well. I think that could be cool.
Yeah. And everyone in the chat, how it's going to work, we'll guide you through the whole thing throughout the day. All laid back, chill, and fun. And hopefully you'll enjoy it. And we're going to get the most of it. And you can ask your questions in the chat. As always, try to use at ESC United so I know that you are talking to us and I can pull the questions up where possible. You can support us via Super Chat. Those will always be answered first, of course, and people keep asking of an alternative method. We did put the link of PayPal in the description box if you want to help us out because, as you know, we were a little neutered by the EBU to in terms of coverage and what we can and cannot do, and difficult to recover all the costs that come with doing Eurovision. But nothing of that is required. And Aussie Rose, our awesome moderator, will remind you when possible about how else you can support us by liking this video and all the other ones that we put out, and comment for algorithm. Even if you just say something like that, not that I want you more add content and valuable comments, but help us out with that. And of course, share our content as well. And I would love to hear from you in the chat, actually, who you are most looking forward to the most. I see some people say Austria. But while I'm waiting, here's one question by Andy. Do you think Poland could mobilize a meme troll vote just like Serhat 2019 and actually qualify? James, do you think Poland has a chance of qualifying?
Oh dear! How dare somebody compare Blanca to dear Uncle Serhat? Oh dear!
Oh, we're starting out with a controversy in the morning.
No, just kidding. I mean, anything's possible, but has there been a successful meme troll ever?
Mummy troll, maybe.
I cannot think of one, but then maybe the chat can correct us. What do you think? But in general, do you think Poland has a shot, with or without the meme trolling?
Well, it depends on what they do with the staging, but with it being a televote and with there being a shocking amount of popularity for the song, I know I got slated for some negative comments I made about them. It's possible. I mean, Poland has a large enough diaspora; they could pull it through just through nationalism alone.
I guess that's true. I don't know why I do know why. I did have them as one of my 10 qualifiers. I did put them as the borderline qualifier. I just feel as a song, I think some people underestimate there is a certain catchiness to the melody, and it's lighthearted, it's simple, and sometimes people gravitate towards that one. And it may have the lightheartedness of a Say Na Na Na. Put the thing aside about the trolling and all of that stuff. But it's very simple, sometimes almost too simple for like people to really can measure like its success. Now I understand Serhat had another benefit, additional support factor of him, his background. But as you pointed out, James, Poland has potentially some of that as well with the diaspora there as well. So we shall see. But I'm not convinced. It's if them qualify that just barely easy squeeze through. And we just have to wait and see. So before we go into more questions here, let's just jump right into what has happened, because we already had a rehearsal, and that was Estonia, Lika Bridges. And let's just read through real quick what she has done. I'm going to read that to you real quick. It's the same haunted one we first... Oh, wait. It's first onstage grand piano of the competition. The same haunted one we first encountered at Estilau, and we're delighted it can still play itself even after the long journey to Liverpool. Alika has such a powerful voice, and the vocal range of this song makes it hugely challenging to sing. We know this from many failed attempts we've made in the car show. It's also a great example of the lighting and graphics capability of the Liverpool stage. There isn't a square of inch of the floor and LED backdrop that isn't used here to dramatic effect. An uplifting start to the day. I don't know if the song is very uplifting, but okay, that is Alika's stage outfit is a beautiful blue dress with a long train. And so yeah, I'm going to share that picture as well while I'm doing that. Roy, your first thoughts from what you're hearing?
I mean, it sounds like they're pretty much just upscaling the national final performance in a way. Just prettier LEDs. I think it could work. Yeah, I just need to see it, I think. Because the piano can also be a bit distracting, maybe. But if it's the only piano, I think that could really work to their benefit. And it can also be a thing why people like the song a bit more as well. So, yeah, sounds decent.
Yeah. Do we have any, like, how is everyone on the team has currently Estonia as a qualifier on the team?
Yes.
You too, James, right?
I think if I check my notes, I think I did.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm not.
But that tells you what I think of the song. So
it's not necessarily like high up there with you.
In one ear, out the other.
Yeah, that's kind of, and it's sad because I love me some ballads. And can I say something? Somebody said in the chat, the pictures are up already. Oh wow, that was the quickest they've done that. So let's not delay this any further, and I'll jump right into that as well. Into the pictures.
But do they work? That's the question.
There you go. So this is her standing with her blue dress outfit. She's also I think she's 20 years old, so she's also quite young with such a still powerful voice. She looks short. I don't think she's very tall. Could be deceiving. Not that it really matters.
Have you not met her at the pre-parties?
You did?
Or was she not? No, have you not met her?
No, she was not in. She was not in Barcelona.
Okay, fair enough.
As she's sitting in front of her piano, I will say, me personally, I've always had a pet peeve of mine at Eurovision has always been, and probably always will be, the person playing the piano at the beginning of the song and then eventually leave to sing. Like, and we all know they don't play the instrument live, but it's just a constant reminder, like, really? Take the magic away? And then in Estonia, on top of it, they have the fake piano play throughout the song. I'm like, I personally do not like that little gimmick there, but that is just me. So she's definitely using, as you can see, all of the capabilities of the wall behind her. She's using the sides with the lights, and then at some point you can see the next picture she's switching to the LED, which panels can just flip around, which is really nice. So as we keep going through the pictures, it's a very dark with blue inspired blue lights. They're not inspired. So
it looks quite pretty.
It is very pretty, yes.
Except for that part where with the earlier slide, where it looks like, not to be gross, it looks like the album cover for Metallica's Load, which is Anton Corbiján's Microscope of Semen and Blood.
This one?
Yeah, so I don't like this particular back panel there. But
yeah, a very unfortunate association with it. I know that sometimes certain things are even out of the artist's control. We have just some association with something. Thank you, first of all, for the super chat that was given to us. I love your streams. I'm a huge fan, says Jade, especially of Roy. Okay. Ooh. You got a fan there. Can I ask about why Roy loves Australia so much and why he thinks we're going to do well? Well, Jade, I think even though you particularly mentioned Roy, I think I let both Roy and James respond because I believe they're both huge fans of the song. But Roy, why don't you go ahead first?
Yeah,
why do you
love
Australia?
It's a really good metal song. Like, it is progressive metal and it's done super, super well so that it's also very accessible for like people who are not necessarily into more of a heavier genre of music. It gets really heavy with that little breakdown in the middle of the song. I really, really love that. The guitar ending as well. I think they can make a very epic moment on stage with that as well. It's just very nicely polished, put together, and I think that's a really good recipe to do well at Eurovision. And I think even the juries might appreciate it. Yeah.
And why do you like this song, James?
Pretty much the same reason. It does have pop appeal, but it has pretty much checks off all the things that a metalhead would love. That great breakdown right in the middle, and then that really awesome guitar solo that Simone does, and then the guitar solo comes in, and they sort of play off each other. And then I love growling, and I love that we've got 2 songs with growling in this year. Australia does it slightly better. But yeah, just a phenomenal all-round song. Then metalheads have cracked the code. Finally, a band that can make something that's technically great for the guitar nerds, but also accessible.
Yeah, you have it. So we have. Let me actually bring Emma in. She's here as well. Hold on. Good morning, Emma.
Good morning. Hi, guys. Hi,
Good.
Joe.
Hello.
Good
Hello.
to have you back. So we are now have 4 people because we know that Roy and Gabe are not going to be here today. Roy, excuse me, Sean.
Like, wait, I'm here.
I know it's a rotating thing between you, Sean, and Gabe. So I'm always mixing up your names. And you all have 1-syllable names, so it's even But anyway, so Gabe has to do stuff, and Sean is leaving today for
Okay.
Liverpool.
How exciting.
Yeah. So Emma, who are you really looking forward to today? That's a question earlier.
Austria for sure.
Like we all have the same boring answer.
I'm
No, it's we all
sorry.
are. We all are. No, I don't blame you because we're all for a reason, right? For a reason.
No, but like I'm joking. There's more than just one country, obviously, for me. And I would say, what did I mention yesterday? Albania as well. I'm really curious about them.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's quite a few. I'm really excited.
Yeah, people. I mean, I know people. Everyone is focusing on Semi 1, but I'm really looking forward to because a lot of these. The fun thing about Semi 2 is it is a lot more or less predictable, I should say. I think this is where every country can come forward and really show. I mean, there are like a couple of them we're kind of like fairly confident that they are going to go through, regardless. But a lot of them of those spots are still up for grabs, I believe. Talking about Estonia, have you read the description yet and looked at the pictures, Emma?
I just, got in.
That's okay. Go out to the website and check them out while I'm reading this question. I'll give you a minute to check that out. So the piano stands at the mini stage, a bit different from the national final. Everyone, I mean, Roy, you haven't seen James, also just 1 syllable. James, I know you haven't seen everything yet. Roy, do you recall anyone else utilizing the mini stage at all?
Didn't Moldova use it a little bit as well in the song?
I mean, we cannot really say for sure because we haven't seen the whole thing,
Yeah.
So, but based on the snippets that we have,
That was also another one, but I don't remember which one. I really remember like a very much a picture where I even pointed out that you could see like a bit of the crowd behind them. I remember doing that, but I don't remember what song it was with. Maybe the chat knows. Is there other songs that use that front stage?
I'm not sure. By the way, I meant to mention another country that I'm really interested in as well, seeing, and that is Greece. Because Greece, I think, is slightly overlooked by some people. I think Greece has all the chances in the world to qualify if they get the staging right and makes it really interesting. Because I think the song has a lot more mass appeal or like public appeal than we anticipate. Give me 1 second. Roy, do you want to talk for a second? Sorry.
I'm just looking. Sorry,
Emma,
go
go
ahead.
No, you talk.
No,
Emma.
I'm just looking at Estonia's photos from the gallery. Gosh, I love this. I think that the pantsuit is complementing her like image and the staging so well, and I think the color scheme works. I mean, we already know she's got this huge voice. I think this is gonna slay. I think this is gonna look really good, and I love that she has the piano behind her. It looks very put together. Um, yeah, and even these wider shots that I'm seeing here are gorgeous. So if a wider shot is working out for you, then I feel like you're doing something right.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we don't get to see actually more of the work until the second rehearsals and then the full thing when we see the dress rehearsals.
Mhm.
But I guess good first impression. So,
Definitely.
today, by the way, we actually have one extra country rehearsing because usually we had 10 on Sunday, 10 on Monday, but we have to get 31 countries in. And if you do your math, that means 11 are left. So that's basically, we get one extra country today. Not that big of a deal. It's an extra 30 minutes technically on their schedule. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. And then starting tomorrow, it's going to be the second round of rehearsals. Now, you're going to ask about the live stream. We don't know because tomorrow they're also going to have these Tea with Timor TikToks. So I'm sure a lot of people want to watch those. So it may be kind of silly to have a live stream at that point. So I'll have to think and see what people are thinking and if we even bother. We will definitely have one in the evening for the actual clips that are coming in. But we'll see. We'll see. And then, of course, we still have the Big Five and the host nation, not the host nation, forgive me, the Ukraine, the winner from last year, actually rehearsing for the first time as well. So that's where we're at. So as I said, at ESC United, I'm still kind of getting situated, bring up all my screens. So I'm multitasking here.
No worries, we got you.
Yeah, so let's bring up the questions here. Denmark is now only 1% behind Estonia for qualifying odds. Emma, you were here yesterday with me watching Denmark rehearse. Are you surprised to see that Denmark is catching up a little bit in the betting odds, or that's kind of after what you saw, that seems about right?
Seems about right, honestly. I think that he's done a very good job with the staging, and I think that the comments that I've seen at least are mostly positive. And honestly, like for him personally, I'm glad that the tides are changing a little bit. People were not really sure what to think based on the performances that they saw. So I think that things are looking up for him probably a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I actually agree with you. The other ones, let me see here, at least in terms of winning, Finland has not caught, but certainly shortened their odds quite a bit. I think before the rehearsal, it was like at 14% winning chance. I think they're up to 22% now.
Oh, okay. That's quite a jump, actually.
Yeah, I mean, not all of it came from Sweden. Sweden only dropped, like, I think 2% of that. Most of it. So people still feel quite confident about Sweden's odds as well. They just took points away from other countries. For instance, Ukraine dropped a percentage, is now tied basically with France. So France could potentially overtake Ukraine even in the odds. We shall see. I don't think it's going to happen until rehearsals, if it's going to work out. Yeah, and then the rest. Let me go actually to the qualifying.
Yeah,
odds.
I was actually really surprised that Denmark is not considered a qualifier according to the odds. Like I was like, wait, okay, Denmark's catching Estonia. I was like, well, okay, both are going to qualify anyway. And then I checked the odds. And Denmark is not a qualifier. What?
Yeah,
It's a bit
I
weird
did
to
my
me.
summary video yesterday and said the same thing. I'm a little puzzled by it, but I think Emma pointed out, like, people weren't sure like what to make of it. Maybe it has to do with the fact that Riley didn't even win the national final with the televote, only the
Probably.
juries, and they weren't sure about the staging and all of that stuff. So there were a lot of question marks. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, but I feel like we mentioned so many times yesterday, I feel like all of these countries are just bringing it, like their A game. Like I don't really feel any specific like, oh, this doesn't really work for any of them.
Yeah,
I feel like they're doing an amazing job, and I feel like that's so good. Like everyone's taking it so seriously, and everyone's so excited, and that makes me excited.
I know, makes for a good show, and otherwise it's kind of boring. Now, let's see here. I'm hoping that Australia will use 50% of the entire Eurovision pyro budget in the last 15 seconds of their staging. James, you think we're going to get plenty of pyros in Australia?
It would be a little cliche. This I would hope they focus more on lights, to be honest, because they do like the use of neon color scheme. So I would hope they focus more on that than flames. Flames seems like more of a the German band Lords of the Lost. It seems like more of their shtick than Void.
That is a good. That's a good point you're making. I think it seems more of a Lord of the Lost. I think Australia would not. It wouldn't hurt, I think, to extent not go over the top like Lordy style, right? But it's just like to have like little moments here and there. Then when it's really effective. I always use that one example going back to Switzerland 2019. Luca Hani, remember he had only one quick pyro when it goes like boom, right? There's just one flame as they jump, and that was a very effective way to use a pyro because it's just this one time, but it really makes it pop. And that's, I think, well, how he can do it really, really well. But I agree with James. I think sometimes less is more. So yeah, we shall see. So we are now waiting. So how it's going to work now, we're waiting for some updates on Iceland, who's taking the stage on the live blog. Then we are waiting for also pictures from Iceland, and then I don't know how quickly the TikToks will pop up today. We did see the pictures of Estonia being ready like quickly, so maybe they're a little bit more going quicker. So, any other questions in the chat at ESC United? So I can ask them in the chat. Here's the next one. ESC Veggie is asking, could you imagine German bringing real blood and a ton of glitter, just making a mess to clean up? Well, I mean, we obviously cannot bring real. I know you use air quotations there with real. Could you imagine using a blood effect in any shape or form, Roy?
I mean, it would have to be fake blood. I don't think they would allow like any physical blood. It would be like some red substance. I don't think they would do it. It doesn't make that much sense. Glitter they'll definitely bring, but I think they'll just represent the blood maybe with more red lighting and red costumes rather than really using blood. I think that makes a bit more sense.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think so. They could maybe use, I mean, they could, like, the worst case scenario, they could do, like, blood effects on the backdrop, you know, like even dripping. But I don't think they want to do that because I think that would be almost like off-putting and disturbing to a lot of people. And you don't want to turn people off too much. There's plenty of to be remembered, Germany to be remembered by, right? You will not forget about the performance, you know, so you don't need to add crazy fake blood on top of it. But, you know, maybe a little bit too literal.
Glitter, on the other hand.
Glitter, yeah.
Can you imagine like a glitter bomb all over the stage and then they actually have to clean it up?
Oh, that would be a mess, though.
They've had that in the past. That's why they don't do it as much anymore. I do remember, and it's been 10 years now. Oh, my God. But I remember Krista Siegfried's Marry Me. She had like this bomb of red heart confetti come out.
Oh, no.
And they came in like with brooms and got it off. But for the next 3 or 4 performances, you still had them flying on. It's like, because you can't get them all off in time. You know, so any sort of that is just very, very difficult to clean. So that's why you don't see it much or at all anymore. I don't think any sort of confetti and whatnot, because, you know, it's still there on the next performance. Can we talk about the stage? The black slits between the LED panels in the backdrop of the stage are starting to annoy me. They seem very visible in some performances. James, I'm gonna do you find them disturbing as well? I think some performances do it on purpose, though. But what do you think?
Right, like I noticed, I know some, especially in the Estonia pictures you just popped up there, them sort of creaking, the light creaking through, and I wonder if she's doing that to dramatic effect. If it's an accidental thing, I'm sure they'll tighten it up as they go through the rehearsal process. Yeah, no, but I see what you're saying. I mean, there's only so much they can do, right? The other option would be to have a big as, 22 flashback. And we don't want that. So this is probably a really good compromise. The other option would be just having LEDs, right? But it's good to have options. And but I hear what you're saying. I think it may not be as bad when you see it on camera. I don't know. You will wait and see.
I don't think it's that distracting, really. Like, surely last year was more distracting than this. Like, I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think so too. Because keep in mind, for a lot of people, it's not as because Now people are saying, the big sun thing in Turin wasn't that big of a deal anyways to a lot of people. If that wasn't a big deal to them, disturbing them, then this would not bother them either.
Damn,
Yeah. Jeremy is asking, who can be a shocking non-qualifier? Emma, is there anyone that could be a shock non-qualifier here in Semi 2?
Maybe. Well, I'm thinking this is gonna sound so controversial. Maybe Poland.
That is controversial. So you
I
think
know.
it would be? So you expecting Poland to be a likely qualifier?
I'm expecting them to be a likely qualifier, but you're asking me about the shock non-qualifier.
Mm-hmm.
So
But to be a shock non-qualifier, though, you would have to be a likely qualifier in the first place,
yes,
right?
so I think that
Yeah?
she might be a likely qualifier, actually.
Oh, okay. Because most people believe she's a guaranteed non-qualifier, so that's why. Okay, now I just want to clarify.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Wow.
It's a little bit controversial, probably, but I think that she can probably appeal to the girl bop type of audience, and there's a lot of them. So yeah, I mean, we'll see.
Since most of these positions are like up for grabs, as I said, the shock non-qualifier in my book could only be Austria, or not only, but could be Austria, only because if it really falls apart live and the song just is too out there for some of the viewers that the bubble loves, but the rest of us don't. Roy, you are nodding your head. You agree?
Yeah, I definitely need to see it come together because they use a lot of visuals in their music video to really tell the story, and they need to find a way to also convey that on a stage, and they cannot bring all of the settings they used in the music video, of course. And I'm curious how they will do it. I can imagine a lot of pose on the screen with the chorus, but for the rest, I don't know what they'll do. So it could fall flat a little bit.
Yeah, I want to address something because I'm getting pinged on Twitter and social media. People want to hear my thoughts. I'm like, I don't want to always comment on everything. But I guess, that comes with the territory, I guess. Roy mentioned briefly earlier before we went live that the EBU press team were announcing that this was the most successful, most viewed blog and TikTok ever. And they're so proud of their team. And there was a lot of backlash to that comment about, well, it's not by choice kind of situation. And then I don't have an opinion. I mean, what can I say? Yeah, I thought it was a little bit insensitive, the comment towards, everybody else in the press, like rubbing it in our faces that we cannot do it and we're the EBU is so successful. But it's not going to change our situation. All I can do is do what we do, follow the rules, and hope things will change in the future. But yeah, when it stung a little, and I saw like all the people that responded and quote tweeted it, and they were all like, not cool. Not cool.
I think I missed something here. Like I missed that whole thing. I have no idea what you guys are referring to.
So go to Rob Hawley, who's one of the EBU press team. He made a statement about this was the most successful blog and coverage that we've ever had in the first week, and we're so proud of our team. And the responses on that tweet were less than positive because it seemed a little bit rabbit in your face.
Because everyone right now relies on that live blog to really get the news, so it makes sense because there's no other people in the press center at the moment.
Oh, okay, got it. Makes sense. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So people are like, what do you think, Matt? And I'm like, what am I supposed to think? Of course, it feels kind of like a slap in your face a little. Like, I'm like, yeah, no wonder. So I'm glad for the people that's sticking around here and watching our coverage and supporting us. And not just us. Big shout out to all the other Eurovision blogs and websites and media out there because we are one.
We're all in this together.
Oh my God. Way to ruin a moment, Roy. Greece update.
Oh.
Okay, let's jump to our blog because now we kind of like asked a few questions and I got distracted by that. So I didn't even read Iceland. Oh, no, Iceland isn't. I didn't even do Iceland. Let's read Iceland real quick. This is loads of fun. Delia has a huge presence and the infectious energy and the biggest PPP power.
What?
So she sings it like power.
Oh, power. Got it. I was like PPP power. She has an extraordinary voice. She also moves really well, covering the whole stage with high kicks and gymnastic moves.
Oh.
Really compelling combination of vocal and physical strength that feels like nothing else at Eurovision this year. We also haven't seen a lot of drum bass at Eurovision over the years, and now we like to see more, please. And we love the silver suit. Okay, so then Greece has an update with a picture. I'm going to show that as well in a second. Victor is nervous about performing in a huge arena at such a young age. It doesn't show. He's giving his both vocal power and some great onstage energy, backed up by multiple giant victors on the LED wall.
no.
His signature dance moves is an infectious bounce that will have the area jumping next Thursday. Ed Sheeran is one of his musical influence. Okay, you can definitely feel the vibes in what they say. Confident and uplifting performance, and Greek delegation should be happy. Costume-wise, it's the same shorts and jacket vibe as Romania's Theodore yesterday, but less yellow. We stand the safari chick. Okay, so let me bring that up. So that's his outfit. So it's a beigey version. You don't. So I assume the shorts. So I hear some rumbling there, James. You don't know about what you hear or see?
I'm sorry, is he leading a safari tour in Tanzania?
I
What
was
is this?
about to say.
Are we going up Kilimanjaro here? Come on now.
How do you feel, James, about what you hear about the staging? It seems a little less
Can I be shady for a second?
better than anyone I know. Go ahead.
So we're reliant on the live blog for our info, and we get this word salad. It's like we get Ed Sheeran and bouncing around. So is it like Slipknot or what we're getting here? What is this?
I don't know either. Now, I said it yesterday as well, actually, so you didn't say anything controversial. I'm like, I usually read past the fluff, as I call it, right? Just a very, like, sometimes I use words. I'm like, why? Like, I don't know why you use that word that a lot of people don't even know what it means. This is like just for the sake of using big words. So I usually read through past that. So what I'm hearing, and basically what I'm taking away from this, it's just him on stage, and all they do is using the LED wall. And we know that there are two giant victors at some point popping up on that. And Roy is not a fan of big reflection of the artist on screen, I'm guessing.
Especially not with a song like that. Like with, for example, Sunstroke Project, it kind of works because you kind of get more of a party atmosphere. But a song like that, it feels so like, oh, look at me. I am amazing. This is a big version of me. It's even more amazing. How cool.
What if he duets with himself?
Oh, that would be interesting. But no, I always find it a bit meh when people do that. So not.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, I have to wait and see what the purpose is of that. You know, if it's just look, it's me, or if there's really like a story being told. The blog itself doesn't give anything away on that, so that's very hard to say much about it. Emma, were you thinking there's going to be a little bit more like props and elaborate staging here, or is mine less better?
Yeah, I was kind of hoping, because honestly, like this year, Greece is not really taking, like, the song is not really taking me anywhere, song wise at least. But I was hoping for a little bit more. Maybe the description is just not it, and we'll have to see more. But I also noticed that they mentioned, oh, there's giant victors on the LED wall, and I'm just thinking, like, there's a couple of acts who are doing giant themselves on the LED wall, right?
Yeah, Romania did it. The others as well. I just can't think right now.
Yeah, I'm mind blanking right now as well. So why is it suddenly so popular?
It has been for years. I mean, I don't think they will ever top 2017. That was the year of self-indulgence.
Yeah.
But hey, it's their creative freedom and artistry. I support them in that, but I don't necessarily, unless it's done really well and clever. There's like a concept, like we can use Finland as an example. He has his shadow behind him, right? But that is different.
Like,
yes.
Yeah, that's not like me in your face on the LED wall. So
yeah. So, but yeah, of course we're waiting because again, this is one of the least descriptive blogs we've gotten so far, honestly, from this blog. So they either just didn't have more to write about, or it's really just they just were a little lazy here. any thoughts from the people in the chat? What was your first impression reading or hearing that at ESC United? Somebody is saying self-love is the theme for staging this year. Arno is saying, which can you guys think back if there's any performance ever in Eurovision history, LED-wise, the most self-indulgent performance that ever hit you? I have two, actually.
Well, I've got
First one that comes to mind is like Jacques Deck with the
That's number one.
like when he sings to himself all the time.
Yep.
I think that one just immediately jumps to mind. I think also Jedward. Like they
Oh,
also
Jedward.
had big
Oh.
people behind them.
Yeah.
Something like that.
It didn't
But it makes a
bother
bit more
much. It
sense
was
'cause
more
it's a bit more
party.
upbeat. Yeah.
You have another one, James, that you can think of top of your head?
Yeah, I was going to go with Hudek. The other one I can remember of is in a slightly different way, Vasil from a couple of years ago with that sort of messianic
yes.
heart.
That
came
was
out,
pretty
like,
big as well. Yeah.
Vasil is Jesus kind of thing. That was.
For me, it's oh god, what was his name? Isaiah Firepants? Not Pants. Sorry, what's it called?
Fire
again?
Race.
Fire
Fire
Race. Firepants. You know, he has like that shampoo commercial. Don't come easy, and then he's like spinning on camera in the hair. It was just not, you know, that was like I don't know what this was for. So that's why I said 2017 was the year of self-indulgence, and that was one of them.
Gosh, 2017 feels so close, but it's actually so far at this
6
point.
years ago. 6
Yep.
years ago. Welcome to my life. So we'll keep waiting for. Well, who's next? Is it Poland next?
Yes, Poland.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so curious. Oh.
Well, aren't we all to see if she could turn that around?
I mean, we can't really judge on the vocals just yet because it's stadium sound. So
What are your thoughts on the ESC United ranking? Well, I don't think anyone on my team even has seen the video yet. It was just released a few hours ago.
Yeah.
The video is out. You know, we had the ESC United ranking, the jury. You all know that one by now. And the the readers, viewers results are in as well. So I combined them and I put up the video, and there were lots and lots of disagreements. So go ahead and check out the video. I mean, everyone here in the chat, you know, I'll spoil it for you. Finland came only 5th in the public vote. And I think Sweden came 6th.
okay.
So the winner of the public vote, but it's not combined though. France won the public vote.
Interesting.
Austria came 2nd, and Slovenia came 3rd, and Germany came 4th.
Germany came 4th?
Yes, in the public vote. So combined, Germany was dragged up from our 14th place to like 6th place overall, and lots of stuff happened. And the biggest disagreement was between Croatia on public, because we put Croatia in 2nd to last, 36th, and the public put it in 10th place.
As they should. I agree with you, public. Let's
That's
go.
a really big discrepancy, though. Like a really
Yeah.
big one.
So since nobody, you guys, to me, I mean, I can speak to it. I was quite surprised. Of course, yes, we got lots of votes on all kind. Like, I was surprised how many people voted. Of course, there's some fan voting going. You know, you can't control. But hey, that's up to them. If they got the numbers in, kudos to them. But France is not known to be like a fan hoarding, you know, like people just really, it's an average score thing, you know, and that's what helped France, because France apparently does not have a lot of haters. People either love it or they're okay with it, right? So that's why I think it really helped. Well, Finland had probably the most 12-pointers, but they had a big chunk of low scores, which brought them down. So
it's also maybe a bit reactionary because they might have seen already our scores and our
a lot of them
reviews as
have,
well.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it might also be like, oh, they are Finland in first. Let's not put it in our list to tank it a little bit and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that can also be a bit of a factor.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised by Germany. I knew there's actually a lot more public support out there than a lot of people think. So that was a good thing to see that they got dragged up. And the nice thing to see, Slovenia popular with both our team and so that's why they ended up so high, which now puts Slovenia even high up in my predictions.
Do you think Slovenia can be a shock non-qualifier?
I guess so.
Yeah,
it would be enough. James, could you see a universe where Slovenia doesn't qualify?
Maybe if it turns out that the 4 kids The 4 guys in the band were seen dressed up in Nazi paraphernalia at a party a few years ago, or there's like a Me Too type situation going on with them. Like only something really bad would have to happen to derail the chances, or they have just an incomprehensibly bad staging. It would be a shock non-qualifier.
Yeah. It's like one of the I see the blocks being updated. I see some dots.
Whoa.
First pyro of the day. In the final run through for Greece, we've got added bonus of some low smoke because Victor is on fire. What does that mean? So it says first
Is
pyro.
he physically on fire? It says pyro, then you talk about smoke, and then Victor is on fire. So all I'm
they're
seeing
making like
is...
an like LED effect. That's be a little bit more clear on what you're saying here. I know you want to be sassy and witty with your comments, but I need more descriptive words that are on point and not just fluff. But the way I read it, there are pyros that makes it look like that he's on fire, and there's some smoke.
Katniss Everdeen, The Hunger Games.
Oh,
Nice.
I like that. Wouldn't that be cool?
Right?
I volunteer as tribute.
I know that would be cool. Let me bring this down here. So yeah, but we shall see what that's gonna look like. We're gonna get something. I see another update coming our way. I see the dots flying. And I think that changed their mind. And it's gone away. I love that how when someone wants to respond to you like your text, you see the dots and then it goes away, and I'm like waiting here for your response. Okay, so no pictures yet from Iceland. So we're waiting for pictures on Iceland. We're waiting for
TikTok
Poland to take the stage, and we're waiting for Estonia's first TikTok. So it's always like 3 stages throughout, for the whole process here.
Yep.
Why is pyro so expensive, and how does it work with budget, etc.? Anyone wants to answer that, or you want me to go ahead?
It's not even that expensive.
Insurance. So there's a lot of things that need to be done. So your fire marshal needs to come in. Then they need to consult with experts, and you need to meet with cinema. There's a lot of back and forth bureaucratic stuff going on behind the scenes that makes it more expensive. Like if you drop a glitter bomb, you don't need some guy from the city to say, "Hey, it needs to be this big." So yeah, and insurance, because glitter gets in your hair. That's not a huge claim. Fire gets in your hair. Well, thousands.
Slightly. Well, again, we can always claim Hunger Games effect as a
But it's also like the prices that were posted, I think, like a few weeks ago. They are like for all of the performances they do, so all the rehearsals and also in all of the shows. So you pay one price for all of the shows, and that's basically it. So it's not that expensive if you divide it by like 10 or 12 performances.
Yeah.
Just get Roy to get you all the pyro you need.
Exactly.
I'll see how much money I've left. 5 cents.
Okay. Are there any chances of Greece qualifying? So let's putting the current vague comment in the blog aside. Who had Greece as a qualifier when we did our
I don't remember, to be honest. Let me see.
Nobody on our team. I know we had a panel of 12, and 4 said yes. So I was not one of them, but only because I think we need to see the staging, because this is one of the make or break situations. So, but I believe there are chances. Roy, do you think there are chances for Greece to go through? I mean, there always are chances, but you know what I mean, like likely chances, or are you?
Yeah, my biggest worry was that it just had too many question marks. So like we didn't really, I couldn't really envision how they would stage it, because the music video was already so, I don't know, very small in a way, and I couldn't envision how they would stage such quite a simple song on such a big stage. And he's also 16, so he's very inexperienced. So maybe that would also hinder them a little bit. But I don't know. Maybe it can work out. I didn't have them initially, but maybe they'll surprise us.
Yeah, I had them at the borderline non-qualifier, but with every attention to consider him as a qualifier. It really comes down to what we see today, what we see in the first snippet, as seen on TV, and of course in the dress rehearsal. So it's not over. If Greece would have been the first semi, I would be more nervous. But this one is a more competitive in terms of like unpredictable semi. So we shall see. And I got Greece's 12 points, right?
Cyprus, you think?
Sorry, Cyprus's. Yes, sorry. Now they vote for themselves too, can't they? So, do you think new voting opens up anything can happen scenario? What? Do you think new voting opens up?
I suspect Lindsay's asking if we're going to get the televote chaos of the aughts here.
Oh, so James, do you think we may? Are you worried about that impact of the juries not being here?
This year, not so much. For future years, if this is a pattern, yes.
Do you think that? Okay, Roy, sit still. Don't yell at me. Do you think if songs like Croatia win like the televote or come like for like really high, like top 3 in the televote or whatever, that there could be a potential like concert? Like would that raise red flags with you as well, James? Or you think that would be not an issue?
Oh, if we keep getting
like Croatia comes third, top 3 in the televote.
Yeah, I was going to say if we get tasteful songs like Croatia getting voted through repeatedly, and we keep getting things like Dust in the Turkey level stuff, yes, I would say that would become a problem, and we'd start having people tearing their hair out like at the end of the aughts again. Like I remember the fan discontent from back then.
Yeah,
and
this
that's the thing. It's like Croatia is only one song this year. Like, it's
that's the thing.
The only one that's like that kind of more jokey, maybe less quality kind of song. If we have more of them, yes, I would be opposed to him as well. But we're always gonna have that one fun song among the lineup, I think. And as long as it just stays kind of confined to a few, I'm okay.
Yeah, some people were saying in the chat as well, Emma, that this could be. I think we talked. Yeah, I'm sure if the two of us talked about it yesterday, but that the televote only situation could be the death of ballots. How do you feel about that?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Sorry, I was just checking. Poland is now taking to the stage.
Oh, that's it. Thanks for the update. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So again, sorry, what was the question?
The question that was saying like could the televote only semi-vote be potentially the death of ballots?
No, I don't think so actually at all. I think that people, when there's too many like faster and boppy songs, people also get tired, like the same way they would get tired with ballads only. So I think that there's no way that like people love to hear a good ballad anyway. So I think a good balance would probably be something to look forward to, strive towards too. But I don't think that it could hurt. Like that it could hurt them so much that it would result in a death of like ballads in Eurovision. I don't think so. There will always be ballads anyway.
That is true. I agree with that. Yeah, nothing else to add. So when will you go to Liverpool? So out of the group of 4 here, only Roy and I will be in Liverpool. I mean, we have other people from ESC United, but the 4. Roy leaves the day after tomorrow? No, when do you leave?
Yeah, I leave on Thursday in the afternoon. So, I'll leave on Thursday.
Yeah, I will leave on Friday, but it takes me longer because I'm flying to Paris and then spend a night in Paris. And then the next morning, I'll make my way up by train to beautiful Liverpool. I got everything booked and ready. Just hope I won't get lost. But nah, I'll figure it out.
You should be fine.
Yeah, I traveled before and everybody speaks English, so we good. We good. Could you imagine if they get rid of judges in the finals? Alicia says, could you ever think this? Do you see this happening in the near future, James?
Oh, I hope not.
I hope not. I
like it as is personally, but that's just me.
No, I think that's a lot. I mean, a lot of people still, there is a group of people who believes it should be 100% televote, but a lot of them also did not necessarily personally experience the era of craziness of the naughty, as you said, so I think that is one thing to take into consideration. Or if they're from countries who benefit from the televote, if you know what I mean. So that could be as well. A lot of
Yeah,
Turkish
and
people say.
I think that it would kind of kill the suspense as well. I like being surprised.
And I do like the way they present the results, like you're going to get first the juries and then you see the
Yeah.
televoters. Could you see it? They'd flip it around for 1 year. They're going to do the televotes by breakout and then the juries bring in the tiebreakers. It would probably not be a good idea to have them come
No,
second, huh?
yeah, no.
Then people would be pissed like, oh, my favorite came last with the juries and they ruined it. That way it feels more like the televoters screwed over the juries kind of thing, So it's more like, gives us more like the feeling we have more power than we actually do. So somebody is saying that the Iceland pictures are out. Let's see if the link is updating quickly.
Let's see.
Let's bring it up.
Oh, yes.
Let's get ready and let's be gay. There you go. Ta-da!
Let's see.
She looks so different. Is that her?
Yeah, she blonded her hair like fully.
Oh, she dyed her hair blonde?
Yeah.
Oh, she looks like a different person. Okay, so there she's doing a kick. It's not the most flattering picture, I will say. The backdrop is interesting.
Looks like a close-up of like a leaf.
Oh
or something.
my, she's really doing flips there, huh?
They were not joking about the flips and jumping.
I know. Dang. So it's just her on stage, but we kind of knew that. So she like, wow, she's going all out.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so she starts. It's probably where she starts out singing in the beginning, kind of like what she did in the national final.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so she brings. We haven't seen that much green here, right, so far. So that's like nice to get a different color in.
How charismatic.
Okay, that's again the beginning. I would assume her on the ground.
Nice local appeal, letting us know she's wearing the Doc Martens.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, see, I didn't. You catch these little things, and she takes off her jacket at some point. You can see it there in the shot. You can see that this is actually a very demanding performance on her part. It doesn't look.
She's doing a lot.
I mean, she's been hitting the gym quite a lot, if I understood correctly. So it makes sense.
Is that a podium in the back, or is it just?
It looks like a small little stage, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, look at that!
Gosh, I love that stage.
Oh, so she's not just relying on the cold ice, blue-white look. She brings in some color at some point. I think that looks really nice, and I think it really helps the song stand out because otherwise the song becomes a little, actually, literally almost like cold. And this way, it brings some warmth into it. And I think that's very, very clever.
If that was actually in Iceland, that would be like the biggest tree in the whole country.
You're probably right. Okay, and this is where we started out. So, thoughts, James? You like what you see, or what we're expecting something different?
Yes, I like the promise of energy on this one. I do like what we see, and I think it was Emma who pointed it up. Not the usual blues and all that. I think we're seeing some different colorscapes from this. It's it's like, oh great, not another bloody iceberg or
I know,
or lava, moss covered rock or lava or whatever. Yeah. So I do like the spring, the green, the flowers.
I know. I'm glad that they didn't just pull a France and always have an Eiffel Tower in the back and what they do with the ice all the time because they're Iceland, right?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, Roy?
I'm kind of meh about it.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't really jump out to me, and the song really needed some extra energy, and she's alone on stage, and I don't know, it's just the same kind of energies they also used in the national final. Like, it's just going to be that same kind of PowerPoint slide thingy.
Mm-hmm.
It's unfortunate because I really, really like her voice, and it's drum and bass. I love drum and bass. It's just quite an empty song, and I think they needed to fill that space with staging, and I'm not sure.
So I was going to say, so not to put you on the spot or anything, but do you know what you would have liked to see? Do you think like props or just dancers, or what? Do you have anything in mind?
I mean, maybe they will add smoke as well, but I think a bit of smoke would have helped, and definitely some sort of dancers, like, distract a little bit from the fact that the song is so empty in the instrumental part, because I think that is its biggest hindrance. And right now you're just having her on the stage and a PowerPoint slide with like pictures, I guess. And like there's 3 things to focus on, so it will kind of stand out that it's a bit lacking maybe. So
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but lyrically, isn't it supposed to be about her going to the club alone because she ditched some guy?
That might be. I'm not that much of a lyric guy, so I didn't really look into that too much. So yeah, maybe. But then it would make sense that she's alone. But then again, like it doesn't make the holes that I feel with the song filled up in a way.
Yeah, and it's a good point that you're raising, James. At the same time, people probably wouldn't get that per se, So I don't think, but maybe you can make a case that this would make sense that she's alone. I personally, I mean, the song to me is fairly like on the forgettable side. I'm being fair. It's not like that I remember even sometimes. I do like that. I feel they kicked it up a notch. That she really gets crazy with her moves and all that stuff, and I do like that they're bringing colors rather than just the cold colors that I mentioned. The ice feel. I think that adds it a lot. Is it going to be enough to really make a difference? That's where the jury is still out on my end. Emma, go ahead. What are your thoughts?
I have to agree. I wasn't really getting much out of it. I think she can probably compensate with the energetic performance, as we said. Like it seems like she's doing a lot. It seems like the performance is kind of demanding, and I hope that she can like sing and do all of this at the same time. We'll see. But other than that, the staging feels a little bit on the meh side. So
Interesting. Somebody mentioned in the chat real quick. Actually, I want to mention that it's similar, not similar to the song, but the idea of North Macedonia 2017 singing Dance Alone. And she was dancing alone, but it felt so empty, just her being on stage, right? So you could make a similar case here. But we haven't seen the camera work yet in anything, so it may look different. So just based on first impressions, that is our observations. But I would love to hear from y'all in the chat as well what your thoughts are. Some contrarian views, by all means, let me know at ESC United in the chat. Those are usually the ones I catch, as well as, of course, super chats. But as long as you put ESC United, I think that helps. Daniel N is saying, I think Iceland needed to improve it more than national final, not powerful enough to get people to vote. Again, withholding final judgment because, camera work. It seems like kind of in line is what we are saying. Emilia. Oh, no, that's not the one I meant to click on.
That's my full name.
See, there you go. Emilia, I'm not sure the Gen Z girly look will appeal to the masses, only to a smaller, younger demographic. Iceland, Israel, Armenia, etc. Only Israel will work. What are your thoughts? Well, if you say all of that, you would have to kind of put Denmark in the same category, right? Because it's very Gen Z inspired as well. What do you think, James? Do you think that there's... Oh, well, he's not girly look, to be fair. Got it, yeah. Like, I didn't remember the girly look. James, what are your thoughts? Do you think this could be too Gen Z, or some of the performances for the mass appeal?
I'm going to have to disagree because I am of an era, from the era that these Gen Z people are copying. So Dilia, she's got the Doc Martens, right? And we saw Riley, the Danish fella. He had that sort of mock chainmail. We were wearing that to nightclubs in the 90s, EDM, going to clubs in that. So I think there is actually some cross-generational appeal here. I don't think with this fashion they're excluding as many people as you think, but maybe it's because I'm older than you lot, and maybe for the you millennials you might feel this, but
yeah, no, I don't think you're actually wrong. I'm not necessarily, because Iceland is not as much talked about, but I got a pretty decent response when I referenced in my video calling Denmark Gen Z and focus song kind of thing. I remember the exact wording, and then I got all these messages. I'm 55 and I love this song. I'm 62 and I'm in love with this. And I'm like, okay, so I get you cannot appeal to other people. It's just an era that doesn't mean you put everyone off, turn everyone off. So that's what needs to be considered. Just because you have a Gen Z look and feel to it doesn't mean that other generations can't get into it. I think people sometimes underestimate, the openness of people, that they're not just close-minded. It's only my style. I only can do, if it's not like Aerosmith, I don't care, so some people are like that. I get that. But I don't think they would be watching Eurovision in the first place.
Yeah.
So not the right crowd. So, no TikToks yet from what I'm seeing. Let me just double check here. Nope. So we have more time for questions. Let's bring this one up. I think a lot of jury potentials like Estonia, Iceland, Switzerland won't qualify, and in the final, most of the jury points will be collected by a little bunch of countries, and it'll help Sweden. Now, this is a very good point that Bonnie brings up. Bonnie, forgive me if I'm butchering your name. I mean, is there a point, Roy, to be made here? Like, we're going to getting all the jury, televote-friendly songs into the finals, which then gives, lowers the number of jury-friendly songs. Therefore, they will get all of it. Do you think this is potentially what's going to happen?
Yeah, that's always been like a bit of the worry for me ever since they announced this schedule. If you even disregard whoever it might benefit, it's just like you have only the televote songs going through, and then the juries only have a select few songs to put their votes to. So maybe like the big six and like a few that sneak through because they still have some mass appeal. I can definitely see that happening, yeah. And it's a bit unfortunate. I wish they never changed the system, but I mean, we talked about it already.
I mean, you can make the case that the differences weren't that dramatic. We're talking about one, maybe two songs that were affected by it. Well, per semi, at least one usually. So, we can talk between 2 and 4 songs. But if you have 2 jury-friendly songs, that's already a good amount of points, just being split those. So every country that misses out that's jury-friendly, just helps the other countries. That is a very valid point that, we'll learn a lot from that, I guess, this year. I don't think they're going to change it next year. We shall see. It's just always new territory. Do we have any info about Greece? Stargazer is asking. Yes. Well, limited. We saw he has safari-inspired outfit, and it's just him on stage from what we're hearing with a very an LED that is telling a lot of the stories. There's going to be some smoke at some point, and he's going to be on fire. And I mean it in a literal sense almost. That they're going to do some kind of effect, but how it's going to look like and all that stuff, we don't know yet. We'll find out hopefully today, if not in the near future.
We have a dog update.
A dog? Oh, I'm like
a dog update on the
pod. Oh, the security dog.
Yeah.
Very important. I'll look at it and see.
Is the dog the one doing the riding?
He's waiting for San Marino, apparently.
Oh, he is cute, though.
So he can smell them like an animal.
Oh.
Oh, goodness.
They probably had this thing ready. They talked it through. They had a meeting for like 3 hours to come up with a witty pun that they can post. Post it now. Post it now. Post it now. So
yeah.
Gosh,
the thing is, like, we're all so reliant on this live blog, and it's so not serious. Like, it feels like it would have been written by some fans or something, and it's just really unfortunate because Eurovision is such a serious thing. Even like it's such a big deal, and then
if you have
so
only
unserious.
one, I mean, we are. When we reported on it, we do try to be fun and lighthearted about it, but there needs to be a little bit more descriptive content. If you don't want us to see to point out all the things that they don't want to have pointed out, so be it, but at least give us more. So, but from what we're seeing, I don't think they will take any sort of feedback. At least that has not been the case. So, because as Snap used to say, "I've got the power," and they just it's just not really
the power.
Papa power. Oh, Papa pee power. As I read it.
Yeah.
So I said I look like I'm losing the will to live. What? Looking that bad? Thanks.
You just hate hanging around with us.
Yeah, it's I'll be fine. Somebody says San Marino definitely win worst lyrics of the year. I don't know about that. I think we all agree on the right different one. Am I right, James?
Oh yeah, it's our friends from the Caucasus, Armenia, that takes this one, and actually Poland.
Yeah,
Really,
that's not.
you think Armenia has bad lyrics?
They're horrible lyrics. Come on now, the Tumblr lyrics.
I thought Georgia is the worst.
Yeah, I would go for Georgia as well.
Well, when you can actually hear what they are.
True.
And here I am
that's
sitting,
a good
being
help
a
for them.
Tumblr girly, sitting here, being like, I love Armenia.
I mean, you can still love it.
Yeah. Well, I
But
like
like-
Georgia actually, despite the words. Like, it's a cool song. I
Yeah.
actually really enjoy
But like
it.
lyrics
It's-
like "thing is known."
I just pretend she
Okay.
sings in Georgian. You know, so that's
Yeah.
usually my thing.
Matt, I think they want you to show the dog.
What dog? Oh, the dog. So I forgot on the blog. Okay. Here's the dog on the very descriptive blog. Wolfie, he's cute though. He's really, really cute. I love dogs.
And we
Yeah,
have
me
a super
too.
chat.
I'm a dog person.
Both of my cats just died the last couple of months, so I'm very depressed.
Same, my
whoa.
dog died January, so
Oh, my first cat died in January, and my other cat died a couple of weeks ago, and
Just took a
so
turn.
mourning, and so I will definitely get a dog, but not right now because I'm going away. So I'll think about it. Plus, I need to give myself the time to mourn.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the dog. I hope
It's
you
very
appreciate that very important update.
That was a super chat, Matt.
yeah,
Oh,
that
there
was a
was?
super chat.
Oh,
Yes,
no.
yes.
I mean, oh, yes. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to find it. Sorry. Thank you, Danielos. Thank you so much. Would Lithuania not qualifying be a shock or not? Emma, what do you think? If Lithuania does not qualify, would you consider that a shock qualifier, or you kind of think that is a potential likely outcome in the first place?
I don't think it would be a shock unqualified.
Non-qualified.
What am I saying?
You're unqualified.
Unqualified for sure. I mean, I'm not really into that song. I know that there are people who think it's a really, really good song. Personally, it's probably a good song. It's just not for me. So from my point of view, I can't really be that objective. Unfortunately, I don't really feel like it would be that big of a shock for me. So
I feel like this is the kind of song that Lithuania sends that it just has enough televote appeal. So I have this one as a safe qualifier, actually. In our predictions on Team United, I think we have it in 4th.
Yeah, thank you for a little jab in that video.
The what?
I had it as a non-qualifier as the only one, and you took.
You were the only one, so you would not be surprised either, then, I guess.
No. The only reason why I could see this qualify as a diaspora, I think this song has really got nothing going on for it that really makes it stand out enough.
And it's like I'm a little bit like thrown off by like all the English, Lithuanian, Croatian, like I think she even has like Catalan, I think, in it.
Does she?
Yeah, apparently, I don't know. So I'm like, it feels like it's just got a lot going on for no reason, really. So I don't know.
I think it would be a surprise, but not a shock. That's how I would call it. I would be a little surprised if it doesn't qualify, but I would not be like. I
was surprised with the odds when I saw that it was a qualifier. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. Oh no, it's a good song.
Really
I think I consider it a good song, but it's I think it has a lot going for it that just people melodically just are into it. But at the same time, it could also just be too safe, like too in the middle of the road. And that's the thing that could happen. Another super chat. Thank you so much, Lee, for just a little something in gratitude for your fantastic live streams during these 2 weeks. Well, you haven't seen the rest of it yet, so maybe that's premature. But thank you. I'll be in Liverpool on Sunday to Monday, then Friday to Sunday. So maybe I'll see you. Maybe I'll see you. We don't know exactly all the ins and outs, but yeah, I'm excited. So we are once again just waiting for a Poland update. And then we are waiting for the first TikTok of the day, which is still Estonia. And we're waiting on the pictures for Greece, right? That's next in line, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Yeah, you're correct.
Yes. So and so whatever comes first, we'll grab. And if you see any other important news, that are happening on Twitter, because that's usually like the quickest one that you get updates, or on Instagram, let
And
us know.
then we have a break after Poland for like
Yes.
an hour. So
Correct. Stuff comes in still from the first half of it, of course, and then they're going to do again just a run through for the rest from like 3:10 and until like 7:40. Jeez. Okay, and what we always do, always for the past 2 days, we're doing Eurovision quiz during our lunch breaks as well. So I think we should continue that.
oh
This time we
goodness,
can ramp.
the Eurovision quiz that I'm so terrible at.
We got 10 out of, oh, no, we got all answers right last time.
Because
Yeah.
of you guys, not because of me.
And this time we have James, the walking encyclopedia.
I know a lot of stuff.
I mean,
I'm not good with host cities. That's always throws me, and all of a sudden host names. I don't remember who hosted
Super chat.
1968. Who hosted Eurovision in 1964, James? Would you know that? I don't think so, right?
64. Shit.
I just randomly picked a
No,
year.
not off the top of my
See,
head.
I
no.
wouldn't either.
it's,
It wouldn't-
it's Copenhagen, right?
yes.
Why do you know that?
Because 1963
It
is
was the
Danzig
Danish
Visa
song.
won.
I know who won that year, but I don't know who the host was. The name, that I just give you something very difficult right now, James. I wasn't like I don't think you could ever anyone.
I know
Some
who
of
came in second that year.
What?
I know who came in second that year and
In
won,
64, I know Italy won in 64. Who was second? Remind me real quick.
but, Matt Monroe.
Matt Monroe.
Okay.
I love the little things you do.
Yep.
Right.
That's the one.
Okay. So, there's another super chat. Thank you so much, Ellen. So excited to watch Australia's first rehearsal today, even though it'll be 4 a.m. Well, I had to start this at 3:30 a.m. my time, so sympathy is limited, but I'm glad you're sticking around. Are you expecting from Voyager staging? Keep up the great work with the streams. Love from Australia. I know, James, you said earlier, they should not overdo the fireworks and pyros. But what do you think they should do if you were in charge? Do you have any vision, or you just really just
So
going?
I would like them to continue the art direction that they've had for like their album covers and for the videos of the last few years. Stick with the neons. I think go with the neon light sort of approach. And you can kind of tell with the band aesthetic, they kind of like that sort of almost glittery gold, silver. I think if they stick with that, rather than going the fire out, I think that'll be a better option for them.
Okay, Roy.
I think neon lights would make the most sense. I'm expecting some sort of little bit with the guitar section, have that like a massive spotlight on it. So maybe even a small stage where they could stand on to do that little guitar section. Something like that. I really think they're going to zoom in on the little individual highlights of the song. So I'm hoping for something like that.
Yeah. Do you guys think they will more utilize the lights or the LED side, or both? What do you think would make more sense for them, James? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I would hope more the lights.
I think so too. Yeah, I think lights would. I think I can see where it sometimes makes sense for a short moment to have like some cool, like in the video, they have like that plane, whatever they had in the background there. So maybe that can start out on something like that and then bring in the lights, But I don't know yet. I don't think they're gonna.
I don't know if this is just me, really, but I think I feel like generally in Eurovision you can do a lot more with the lights than with the LEDs. Not always, but in most cases, I feel like you can play with the light and the lighting schemes, very well. And I think I noticed that as well in. This is so niche, but in the Serbian national final this year, there was one song that was so well done with the lights. I was really impressed, and I think that on a larger stage, I think they have even better options. So, yeah.
I see.
We have
Poland. Yeah, that's her dress. So orange, purple. Let's read for this real quick. After 3 performances with no backing singers and dancers. Blanca is not solo. She has 4 backing dancers, and the song is a huge summer mood from start to finish. Blanca sounds great and totally owning that stage. Okay, this is again fluff. There's even a dress reveal and a mid-song dance break, which is ticking all of our Eurovision boxes. So, You can see the dress that she's wearing, and from what we're hearing, there are no props and no backup vocalists. It is only her singing with 4 backup dancers. So it sounds like, I mean, we don't know for sure. It's more like the national final almost. Roy, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it seems like they'll just have like the 4. I think they also had 4, right, in the national final.
I think so.
Pretty sure. I just hope they don't bring those massive letters from Blanca in the background. I don't think that was that good of an idea. But they say she sounds great vocally, so I'm curious.
They would never say she sounds bad. They will always say a nice word.
It's interesting they put emphasis on it. Like, you could also just not include it.
I don't know. I think I wouldn't read too much into that, me personally. Yeah. James, you already had concerns before. We haven't seen anything, of course, but considering that it sounds like it's just going to be her with her dancers, probably more like the national final. You don't think this is just gonna pull it off?
Be nice, be nice, be nice, be nice. Okay. The dress, I do like it. The for once, the live blog got it right. She looks like a cocktail, and that does accentuate the summer mood.
That's it. I do like the outfit as well. What do you think, Emma? You like it?
So that was actually the first thing that I saw when you opened the page. I wasn't sure because they mentioned a dance break, and I was like, how is she gonna do a dance break in this outfit? Like, it's a gorgeous outfit, but then they mentioned there's a dress reveal, so that means that she's probably gonna
rip it off.
Part off. Yeah. And I think it's been a while since we've seen that in the Eurovision stage.
I'm always for a costume change at Eurovision, right?
Same. I love that.
Yeah,
local appeal there too, because of the infamous "making my mind up." So I wonder if she did that deliberately because it's UK.
Maybe one of the dancers is going to rip it off instead of herself. Yeah. That's going to be cool. We got another super chat, I think. Thank you so much to Nemesis Snowstorm. Thank you for posting these videos. I love Eurovision so much and brings so much joy. Well, that's why we're doing it. It brings so much joy to us as well. It's been doing it for years, and it's the best thing ever. Oh, well, Liam is pointing out Romania did it last year. What do you mean it's been a while?
Oh.
I don't even remember that one either.
I honestly... wait.
That one didn't really feel as... Like, I don't even...
Did they do it with him, though? Matt is muted again.
Matt, you're muted.
Here we go again. But didn't like was it also Urs that had the outfit change? I can remember the dancers being changed in some sort of way. It didn't at least like stand out as much as with this one.
Yeah, I'm talking like Saki Struva's ripping his sleeves off type of a change. I want to see that.
Yeah. Matt's back.
It's working? Okay. I was like making noises. See if it works. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Forgive me, I missed the last few points you've made, but you're right. Most countries haven't gone for LEDs so far, have they? Most countries are going for lights, which is very interesting. I mean, we see a good amount of LEDs. Some countries do both, and we haven't seen everything yet either, so it's hard to say. But I agree and hear your overall point there that there are a lot of countries that are actually utilizing the lights more than I thought, because you would think a lot of them would more rely on the easier option, lack of a better word, of LEDs. Are you surprised by that, James? Or you I think you mentioned earlier with lights you can do a whole lot more, or was it Emma? Somebody said that.
I think it was Emma, but
Emma, go ahead. Still, James, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. We've had a lot of bad LED abuse over the years. So I'm glad to see we're doing something different.
Oh, yeah. Do you have... Somebody mentioned the best dress reveal was No Goodbyes, the Dutch entry. That was back in 2000. One of my all-time favorites. Sings 2, Roy. Do you have a favorite costume reveal, Roy? Or anybody? Can you think of one?
Not really.
I mean, it'll always come back from... What?
I always think it's a bit like, okay, whoa, you have a new dress on. Cool. I mean, not my thing.
Yeah. 1981, it was cool. with making your mind up. That was a cool
Yeah.
moment, right? It was like, whoa, and it was cute. I still think it's cute, and but yeah, I'm not necessarily into that that much either. It's not like I remember like in Moldova 2006, she had like 15 of them, and it's just like, or like Croatia 2011, salad break, So and then she had like always these changes, and I'm like, not needed.
I
Go
mean,
ahead.
it can be done, like, it doesn't have to be like super extravagant. Like, if you remember Greece from Kalomira,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
she had like a really subtle dress change. Like, she revealed a little sparkly little costume underneath during the dance break thingy. I think that was done well, and it complemented the song well. So stuff like that. It doesn't have to be like crazy. And even Croatia with Severina, I think she also had like she removed like one part of her dress when she was performing. So I think it doesn't have to be like crazy wild stuff. I mean, I like to see crazy wild stuff as well.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit of a subtle costume change. It can work.
And
somebody
even
mentioned
Malta
the guy.
this year.
What?
And even Malta this year, like he takes off his jumper or his sweater, and like it becomes the sparkly suit.
True.
So-
I don't even necessarily consider that a wardrobe change. It's more like taking a jacket off kind of thing, But I hear
But
what you're saying.
isn't that the same then? Like
It is
taking my
kind of,
dress
but
off?
it's not as like like whoa, this big reveal kind of thing. But it is, and yeah, I hear what you're saying. We all know, and I forgot to mention that the most iconic one is Croatia 1998. I could not agree more. That one I forgot because it was my first Eurovision song ever. So yeah, that was the first time I saw Eurovision. It was the first song of the night, and it's still one of my all-time favorites. So yeah, I couldn't agree more. So as the performance wasn't hot enough, the final chorus, Poland, is accompanied by a shower of fireworks. So they have fireworks with Poland.
Oh,
Cool.
did he mute himself again? Yes,
Yeah,
seems like
I
it.
think
Yep.
I think when his connection glitches, that's when
Yeah.
we can expect him.
That's
to
when he
do it.
mutes or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically they're gonna have a shower of fireworks. So James, do you want to make the pun we always make, or do we just want to call it a pyro curtain?
I think it's someone else you make that pun with. Or
Okay.
I don't know. But I guess, we're going with a cocktail party. Oh, here's a sparkler. Maybe it'll come out of a giant pineapple or something if they're going to horny with that cocktail theme.
That would have been fun too, as well. What are you expecting? What kind of pyros can we expect, Emma?
I don't think it's gonna be something like impressive, amazing, never seen before. I think she's gonna have like probably a decent firework, and for the big finish probably. So I think that's what we can expect.
Yeah, how I read it, it's gonna be like the shower effect, which is gonna be an interesting thing for this song. I wouldn't expect like this song, which is very like boppy and very like a normal pop song, moreover, to have such an ending. Like I feel like it's more appropriate for ballads, but hey, maybe it could be cool.
Or something super explosive like slow-mo. So yeah.
Oh yeah, with last year, you mean?
Yeah.
That makes sense. So
Maybe
yeah,
that's
chat, what do you
exactly-
guys think?
Sorry, maybe that's exactly what she was going for, actually. So
Maybe they offer dance break as well, to the extent of slow-mo. I don't know. Israel kind of has a similar thing.
mhm.
I don't really remember how big of a dance breakdown they had in the national final. It was more like, I'm just gonna lay on their back and then just like it's more of a simple dance, maybe.
Yeah, I
Oh.
think so. I don't really remember much of that performance. Not on purpose.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm plugged in a different USB and see if that'll do the trick. I don't know why this keeps happening, but it's annoying. Just started
Good
yesterday. Yeah, but it's not ideal. Oh well.
True.
Hey, so I don't know what was the last thing we talked about. So
We
I'm sure
basically
you-
talked about the pyros that we can expect from Poland, and it seems like
I didn't
it's gonna
expect
be some sort of pyro
pyros.
curtain.
I thought it was more like the little pyros coming on the side. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, it
I don't
says
know if this.
the text says the final chorus is accompanied by a shower of fireworks.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
sure.
it was.
So
Oh, okay. So we get the golden shower. Okay.
there we have it.
Wait, what now?
Excuse me?
That's what I was waiting for.
That's what we
Oh,
always
that's
call
the
it.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. From the rehearsal so far, who has surprised you positively the most? I know, James, you haven't seen them all yet. Emma, do you have one that stands out?
Ugh, I'm gonna be so like, everyone says that, but Finland, come on, like that was absolutely amazing. Finland was just, I don't know. I also really loved Armenia, amazing visuals. I loved Israel as well visually. Yeah,
How
I
about you,
love
Roy?
I think my winners of both days. The first day, I think it was Malta. I think that one looked really, really nice, really crisp, and really vibrant colors. I liked it. And the second day would definitely be Finland. That was an amazing upscale of what they already had. Like they just polished it, they made it bigger, they made it cooler, and I can't wait to see it be all performed live.
I actually have the same winners because I have a video out there. I did my winners of the day kind of thing. It was Malta day 1, Finland day 2. But I think the way that you phrased the question that surprised me the most, Finland didn't surprise me the most because I was, already expectations.
True.
Why I will point some out. I'm like, Switzerland surprised me because they really did something I didn't see, but I haven't seen the whole package yet. So it's very, very difficult to judge that one. I was very positively surprised by Denmark. That one stands out to me a lot, what they have done and put forward. So that's what I would point out. But I agree, Finland still had the most impressive one, I think, from what we saw yesterday and overall. But I wasn't quite as surprised, more than pleasantly surprised.
If we're talking in terms of surprises, then I would say definitely for me, Israel. I thought that there was a potential for the staging to fall apart. So I don't know, but also Belgium. I didn't expect that for Belgium. I think they were very slick.
Yeah. So it's somebody says that affects
The Greece
us,
pictures
Roy.
are out, by the way.
Has anyone seen?
Oh.
It's going to rain every day in Liverpool next week. It's the UK.
Yeah, I saw it. Like
Yeah.
I met up with someone yesterday, and she showed me that it was gonna rain literally from the day I arrive until I would leave. So yeah, not looking forward to that because not many of my clothes are that good with water. Even though
I'm from Southern California, so I am even less.
Good luck with that.
Oh, okay.
More Doc Martens.
Yeah. And Matt is muted again.
Oh boy, we got Bill Irwin and Doc Martens again. And
yeah, unfortunately, we cannot really scroll through the pictures while Matt is being. I mean, he can scroll through it while he fixes the issue, maybe. But there we go. We hear some sort of sound.
Fourth between and it comes back.
Yeah,
but this keeps quickly and often all the time. It seems like when I switch around is when it happens now. But anyway, so there's in the smoke. So on the backdrop, I see like letters.
Yeah, very random.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they're gonna turn. They come together and then. Okay, so there's his big face on LED. Okay, with like stars and okay.
Kind of looks like Cillian Murphy from Peaky Blinders.
I don't know who that is, so I cannot comment on that.
It feels very both Boy Scouty.
Oh yeah, it does. Oops. Okay, so he also does the whole singing on the floor thing. I assume that's how he starts out, unless it. But I don't know for sure. So it says okay. So it is actually a fairly simple staging from what we're seeing, which is not necessarily what we're known from Greece, right? Especially, I mean, they brought trampolines, they brought green screens, they bring, these chairs with them, and here, nothing.
But I think this particular visual, what they're doing on the LED, is going to look really cool on TV.
So this one is very hard to judge in my book. we'll wait for
Yeah,
the.
these letters feel very random. Maybe it has a purpose, but we need to see that in movement, I guess.
That's a cool shot. Like imagine with an audience in there.
Where's Sean when you need him? That's a nice shot.
Oh yeah, that's right. And that's where we
And that's
started out.
this one.
So, what are your thoughts, James?
It seems consistent with the lyrics that he's putting forward. So he's wanting to put forward that he's a young man at a sort of his first real big emotional hurdle in his life, and I think this sort of sells it. Somebody mentioned the Boy Scout, and does it make him look junior? And I think yes, it does, and I think that's deliberate. I think they're wanting to sell. He's a young man in emotional despair, dealing with his first big emotional break. And I think this look, at least the aesthetic, sells that.
I have an emotional breakdown with the black Doc Martens and white socks. You know what I mean? It's just like so European. That's what people like.
Well, thank you.
It is like that's what people talk about because when every time like someone comes into a restaurant here and they're having like black shoes and white socks, it must be from Europe. It's just like a thing, so that made me just laugh. But yeah, I think it's deliberate, as James pointed out, the idea behind it, like why they want to make him look young, comes down to whether or not that's going to work at adult junior Eurovision.
Adult junior Eurovision.
At adult Eurovision, it's just, it's. I know. It's early and I only had one cup of coffee.
Make another.
Oh my goodness, I forgot my coffee. Hold on.
You're welcome. You're very welcome. Let me double check here. No, still no TikToks. Okay. I don't know why this is taking so long. It shouldn't be that difficult.
Yeah.
But I'm sure maybe they're talking to the what you call them, the delegations, and they need to give their sign off. So,
or maybe U.S. State Department decided today's the day we're going to shut them down.
Don't talk about the state. Like that's why it took forever to get our accreditation approved. They're like they had to go for all that, and then we found out like a week ago, like 10 days ago. We finally, because the UK government had to approve, and we need to give our real life jobs. What else did we give that was weird? There was some other thing that they wanted to know from us that I'm like, why do you need to know?
Since when we live at the place that
that became like, why do you care where I live?
I was like, I don't even know when I moved into this place exactly. Like,
yeah, I'm like, are they really running it backwards? I thought it's just odd, That hasn't happened anywhere else in the EU. So,
and also I've heard like a few people who had to get a visa were not able to get a visa in time because they announced so late that they would be getting pressed. So
that's the problem.
They're not going afterwards. Yeah.
That's why a lot of people can't go. I remember like some people in the past that had to get like an early letter from the EBU that they can at least show them. But that's just crazy because I know EU countries probably is not that difficult. But even like as Emma pointed out, coming from like Serbia or certain countries, that would be virtually impossible.
Exactly.
Hey, could you go just for the show? Whether you have to prove that you have tickets for the show, but then, I don't know. The UK now.
You need a visa to enter the country if you're not from the EU. I think, and it takes like about 30 days to like get all of that approved to get a visa usually. So if you like give those accreditations less than 30 days in advance, that's a big issue.
Yeah. Bless your heart, UK. Bless your heart. Okay, so we are now. I mean, there are not going to be any rehearsals for the next little bit because there's a break now between Poland and Slovenia, who will take the stage next, which is going to be an interesting, fun one. We're really curious about that one. And then we're just waiting for the TikToks to roll in, and then we're just waiting for pictures from Poland. So, in the meantime, I think we should use this opportunity to continue our tradition. Are you guys ready for another Eurovision quiz?
Yes.
We all work together and no cheating. I know, Chad, you will give us all.
Oh no,
and he muted himself again.
Okay, sorry guys, I'm back. I made coffee and I forgot to take it.
And we lost Matt.
Nice
Oh, no.
quiz. Oh, let's make the quiz easy. Who?
I
who
didn't even
represent-
touch anything. Is it just a cable here that I touch it barely? And then let me touch the cable and see if that does something.
Okay. Yeah, you're muted now. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, first difficult
Okay,
question.
can you hear me now? The second I touch the cable, just like bump it, it turns off. But it's not like I
That's
don't lose
annoying.
connection. So I have to relocate my cable and see if I not touch it anymore. I'm gonna lose connection probably again because I'm gonna touch it. But hang on.
Yeah, don't worry. We can fill in with a few questions. So if you guys have any questions at ESC United, so we can answer that. Maybe you have a faulty. I mean, yeah. Can we play one on Kahoot? But don't we need to like? Aren't
Hello.
we the people that need to make the quiz on Kahoot then? Scrambled eggs.
Kahoot. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
Like,
this time
I
it
would-
didn't.
It would be really fun to do a Kahoot with all of the people.
Yeah,
that
but
attend
I
as
would have
well.
to create a Kahoot.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So we don't have the time. I would love to do that. But
I could maybe arrange something for tomorrow. But
Yeah.
today,
it's even more work because we have nothing else to do.
Yeah, but you could ask us bloody hard questions like, "Oh, who was the stage director of 1975?"
yeah.
I don't know if they. Yeah,
You know what? I'll assemble a little Kahoot for tomorrow. Okay.
Okay, so let me go for. So we've done. I'm going to read you some of the. We've done the Eurovision lyrics quiz.
Someone says there are Eurovision Kahoots, but how do you access those? Don't you?
Yeah,
just
I'm
make
not a
those?
Kahoot expert, so I would not know. But we can look into that. Little quiz for true Eurovision fans.
Okay.
Emma, they're all just for you. Let me try them. Actually, these are 15 questions. Eurovision general knowledge sounds a little easy. That's a little quiz for true Eurovision fans, number 2. All right, hang on a second.
But where can you find them to play? Like, that's the question. Like, I looked yesterday on Kahoot, and it's just like, oh, fill in a code, or oh, log in, or oh, buy the thing.
Yeah. If somebody has some information, feel free to share them with us. But for now, we don't have much. Okay, let's try this quiz. I don't know how good it is, so don't judge me. Oops. Start quiz. How many times did the United Kingdom came second until 22? Who knows the answer? I do.
I do.
I'm not even gonna pretend.
Okay, James, since you know the answer, go right ahead.
16.
That is correct. 16. All right. What was the name of the winning song in 2008? Emma, do you remember 2008 winning song?
Yes, believe.
Yay! That was easy enough. And which position did Russia take in Eurovision 2016? Roy.
Position in 2016. So it's second or third? Oh wait, it's the question is even different. Third in jury, third. Did it win the televote?
I don't
think
know.
so, right?
You don't know though? I mean, I
think
know.
it's the third option.
Do you agree, Emma?
I think it's the third. Yeah.
And James, you know the answer, right?
No, I don't. But if I was to hazard a guess, it was a weird split here, so I'm going to hazard a guess it's actually the third one as well.
You are all correct. He won the televote and came 5th in the jury vote. And how many times has Kiev hosted Eurovision? Who knows the answer?
2.
Yes. Correct. How many times has Russia failed to qualify from a semifinal? Who knows the answer? James.
Just the one, isn't it?
I don't know. Is it right? Emma, Roy, what do you guys think?
What did you guys say?
How many times has Russia failed to qualify from a semifinal?
Yeah, I think it's also only one, right? It's only the mountain woman.
Yeah, the poor woman that they stuck on top of the paper mache volcano.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's the only time. I will break. I won't, I mean. Who came last in the jury voting in Eurovision 2016? Look at these pictures. Do you know? I do. Anybody wants to take a guess?
It's the guys, right?
United Kingdom? Is that your final answer? Who agrees? Anyone has an opinion?
I know Germany also got low, but
I thought it was the German girl. I thought she got. Didn't she 0 point it?
The jury vote?
that was a
Yeah.
televote, right?
The
Oh,
question
maybe.
is, it's a jury vote only right now we're talking about.
Oh, jury vote. Oh.
I think it's the guys.
I could have.
No idea.
I know the answer. But I don't know. You guys guess. You guys come up with this answer because I don't want to answer them all for you.
I thought it was. I thought it was your country. I didn't think the two lads. I forget their name, Biff and Dave, whatever. I didn't think they came low enough overall to get 0 points in anything. So I think it's the German bird.
I also know Poland got very low and then like 4th in the televote, but I don't think it was last because I can't imagine that. Like, why would you that song?
It's Germany. I'll let you off your. Poland came second to last in the televote, and then third in the jury vote, and then third in the televote. Yeah. Actually, UK did quite well in the jury. They came like 13th or 14th.
This
even
question
got
is difficult.
What is the name of the Norwegian national selection?
Festivale i Kingus, obviously.
Festivale i Genghis. Who? Emma, you know the answer. I would assume.
Yeah, Melody Grand Prix.
Melody Grand Prix.
It's
Indeed.
Adal.
Yes. And did Delta Goodrem represent Australia at Eurovision?
Oh, I love Delta, but I don't remember this.
Roy shakes his head, and
No.
he is right. No. Who represented Ireland at Eurovision 2017? Who knows the answer? James.
That was our lad Brendan Murray, was it?
That was with a big
On the balloon.
yeah, the hot air balloon. How many countries have participated in Eurovision?
Oh, I know this.
You do?
It's 52,
I want to say
right?
40.
What? What did you say?
I'm pretty sure it's 52, right?
52?
52, yeah.
Yeah. Because I have a ranking of all of my rankings combined, and I know that the last place is
Yep.
52nd.
Indeed. And we got 100 out of 100.
How
See?
surprising.
Okay, that was a short one, so let's see if we can find one more. Let me help. You guys can pick the quiz with me here. See if you like. I went for extreme.
Ugh, that's why I don't know anything.
They're not that extreme. And then
No,
so we did the 23 lyrics one on Sunday actually. We did the hard one. See if there's one that complete the lyrics. This is probably similar to what we did last time. I did this one right now. The hardest Eurovision math quiz. I don't want to do math. Extremely hard Eurovision quiz. Should we try that one?
Sure.
Sure. I see. I can hear confidence. The B side. Oh my God. The B side of the UK's 1982 entry was also recorded by the 1981 entrants.
The B-side.
The B side of UK's 1982 entry was also recorded by the 1981 entrants. What was it?
Well, it'd be a bit pointless making your mind up.
Mind up. Yeah, that's the only answer not.
And
I
one
don't
step
know.
further is obviously the A side.
I have no idea.
Exactly. But then what's the B-side?
That I don't know. Anyone has an idea? Everyone pick a random one, and then we'll go with the majority.
If you go by one step further and you analyze what kind of title would you put on the other side, I think Talking Out of Line would make the most sense.
I don't think that did they. I'm going to ask a dumb question. Would they use the word "outa" back then?
Fair.
So I feel like that's not it.
True.
So I'm leaning towards One Step Further and Lady of the Night.
Well, one step further is the A side.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. I was still stuck on 1981 in my brain. So it's either then I'm saying Lady of the Night. That would be my guess.
But Lady of the Night is a prostitute, and would that be a little risque for an official?
Well, it wasn't a Eurovision. It was the B-side of a song of it, right?
Sorry to interrupt. We have a little bit of an update for Slovenia, like one photo and like them going to the stage.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can jump to that. No, I can't. Hang on. I gotta go to Eurovision.tv. Don't touch the cable. Don't touch the cable. Don't touch the cable. That's why I'm sitting like this. So I'm not gonna touch it. All right. So I'm in the wrong one. I went to day one.
I'm in the wrong place.
We're in the wrong place. Slovenia. Oh, they look like basically what I would expect
Exactly.
this to look like. But I'll show it to you. Hold on. I gotta share another screen now. I know I'm doing this. This is like me trying to fill the dead air. Okay. Okay, that didn't work.
No TikToks yet.
Uh-oh. Hot dog. This is not loading right now. You can see an empty screen. Ta-da!
Oh yeah, there we go.
This is what they look like, but that's going to be a little later, of course. They're not ready yet.
Yeah, they look like a band.
You look like a band, yes.
I mean,
So-
I like it. It's happy. It's crazy. It's party.
Okay, so who do you want to pick now? Everyone make a decision. No more discussions, because we don't know. I say Lady of the Night.
Lady of the Night.
Go for it.
Anybody else have a different opinion?
Yeah, I'll just say one step further, just to be different and edgy.
Well, we know that's not right.
Okay.
Okay.
Talking out of line.
Okay, Roy.
Go with Don't Stop.
So it's 2-1-1. Okay, so we go with Lady of the Night.
Whoa!
Very
James
random.
and I are very intelligent. Sergej Lama performed in the Eurovision in which year? Well, who was Sergej Lama?
That's
see
the
that.
guy from the Netherlands.
Oh, I don't know.
I
The name
think.
doesn't ring a bell. James, do you know this? Who was Sergej Lama?
I think the last two are too soon. I want to say it's 66 or 71.
That would be my guess as well. It does, but it could be 84. It would be 66, 71. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know. 71 seems kind of.
And he's Dutch, you said? It doesn't sound very Dutch.
I know some Sergej participated for the Netherlands. We had that like yesterday. I don't know if his surname is Lama, but
I have no idea. That name doesn't ring a bell. Okay, let's do a guess. Emma, guess one.
Let's say 84.
I'll do. It's 66 or 71 would be my guess. So I don't know. 71.
I think 71.
James.
I agree. Yeah, 66.
Then I'll say 66. I don't know. You could. I don't know. 71? Should we go with 71 or 66?
I go with the Dutch guy's answer. 71.
Oh,
Hey.
that we got lucky twice. No, it's
Yeah.
skill. It's skill. It's absolutely skill. How long did it take for Portugal to win the Eurovision?
We had this question yesterday, right?
Yes. Do you remember the answer?
46.
I do.
53 or 46.
Did Roy leave us, or is it just gone on my screen?
Oh, Roy's left us.
Also, we have a super chat, by the way.
Yeah, I'll get to it in just a second. Do you know the answer, James?
53, isn't it?
Yes. Correct. I keep forgetting it, actually the exact years, but I know it was over 50 years, so that helped me to figure this one out. Chips represented Sweden in 1982. Which song did they lose out with the year before? No clue. Zero, nada. I don't know which song they had at Melody Festival in 1981. Anyone, do you want to bother guessing?
Connor would know this. What sounds like a Chips type song? God Morgan just doesn't sound like something that would come out.
They do sillies music, or what do they do?
Pardon?
Do they do like silly music, or what do they do?
Are they like dancey or like?
They're a little bit up tempo, aren't they? Or am I thinking of someone else? I'm collecting straws here, basically, because I don't.
Yeah, me too. Let's just pick one. Any of them? You would.
I would guess Mika Mika Mea.
Yeah,
Mika
same.
Mika
I would
Mea?
say that.
That's Mika Mika Mea. Mika Mika wrong.
God Morgan was the one.
Yeah,
All right.
It was. How many points did Sweden and France both receive in 1991? Really? I knew it was in the I knew it was like in the 140s.
Yeah.
If you ask me the exact number, I don't know. This is ridiculous. This is hard. Anyone
This is ridiculously hard, yeah. $146 or 7, I would be leaning towards.
I'll say 148. I don't know.
And they're all like just by 1 point. Like you can't even make.
Yeah, I do know what's in the 140s because I watched it not that long ago again because I was like, that was a cool moment. I remember her just jumping on the table and celebrating, but I don't remember the exact score. So everyone gets. So Roy.
Yeah, for some reason, 146 seems like a number that jumps into my collective memory or something. I don't know.
You mean it's because chat's mentioning that number a lot? That's how
I'm not even watching chat. I've it disabled.
Hey, who is looking at chats? Okay, well then, if the chat's saying 146, now I know the answer. So I'm just gonna go with it. Thank you, chat, for telling us. Don't do it. Which Greek song was disqualified in 2005? I don't know. Well, in the national, so Helena Paparizou, she had a national final, and my number was chosen, but I don't remember which one was chosen. But I know that "Light in Our Soul" is a song by hers, so it's the only one I know. I don't remember the other ones. I know it's a real song, but I don't know if it's a song that was disqualified.
It's the Light in Our Soul, isn't it?
I don't know. It's the only song I know of hers. So that's why the only reason I would go for it, because I know it's a song by her. The other ones, I don't know. So if nobody else has an opinion,
I need to go off your ideas. So
okay.
Yeah.
Emma, you want to say something?
It's because I mean I started watching Eurovision a year prior in 2005. I didn't even know what was happening.
I watched it then, but I don't remember. So I don't know. It's the only.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nice.
That's the only reason. Who were the members of the Brotherhood of Man? I know it's 2 male and 2 female, but if you ask me their names, could be Hansel and Gretel. I don't know. I would believe it. Anybody has any ideas? Do you know that kind of stuff, James? I know if Emma even knows who Brotherhood of Man is.
We could maybe meta-analyze this question, because there's all of them have a Lee in it besides one option. Steve is only with Colin, so Colin's only there once. I don't think it's that one.
Remember, Brotherhood of Man have 2 incarnations. The one that came second at Eurovision, and then also the earlier one, which had the number 1 with "I Want to Teach the World to Sing." So I get confused.
But I think with this one, it's probably the Eurovision version.
Oh yeah. But I can't. I always forget which one's which.
I have no idea.
I would go with the bottom one.
Martin, Lee, Sandra, Nikki.
Yeah.
All right. Because.
It sounds nice.
Because the second one is the only option with Colin, so I don't think that would be the right option. Because why would they come up with Lee 4 times then?
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Oh,
sick.
Right. Nice
That's
one.
just
Sick.
based on
That was
question assembling.
Roy, that was escape room tactic elimination.
Yes.
So good job.
Because then you had like 2 options for one name, so then the other one gets eliminated, and like it's a process of elimination. That's how I kind of figured it out.
Linda Martin attempted to represent Ireland in 1990 with which song? It's not Sin Sin. It doesn't sound like she would sing anything that's like Sin Sin. It doesn't sound like her. Feed Him with Love.
Margaret Berger.
Somewhere. It's not somewhere in Europe, because that was a song in 1990 that represented Ireland. So it's not somewhere in Europe. Unless she's was going to perform the same song. I doubt it. So it must be. My guess is All the People in the World or Say That You Love Me.
Maybe they had penned the song at first for Linda Martin and then
Could be.
didn't want to.
James, do you have an opinion?
I was gonna try make a dirty Johnny Logan joke with Feed Him with Love, but I can't quite put the joke together.
I just got stuck on Feed You My Love, and that's why I'm like, I don't think that's it.
Yeah.
As for an answer, I don't know.
I love that song, Feed You My Love.
So I'll just randomly, since nobody has an opinion, I'll break them up between. It's either All the People in the World or Say That You Love Me. Let's pick between one of those two. So which one should we go with, Emma? All the People in the World or Say That You Love Me?
Say That You Love Me.
I'll say All the People in the World, just to kind of offset it. Roy?
I'll go with Say That You Love Me then.
How about you, James?
Yeah, Say That You Love Me or All the People in the World are the only two that have a Linda Martin-esque vibe to me. I tell you what, just so we're not tie-breaking it, Say That You Love Me.
Okay.
No, you should have.
You guys need to listen to me.
Right.
Yeah, you don't listen to me. You don't listen to me. Okay? Like, this is a rule at this point.
Slovenia participated in 2003 with which song? I
Oh,
know.
I know this.
Which one is it?
Oh, maybe Na Na Na.
I know. Which one is it? Nan? Na-na? Na-na-na?
Na Na Na.
Na-na? Or na?
No, Na Na Na. All together.
Yeah. You sing to me na-na-na-na.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Gosh, I was about to be like, did I just mess up the score?
No. Who was Cyprus' first entrant in 1981? Was it Anavisi? Was it
I
not?
would be inclined to say that as well.
Was she the first entry in 19? She was in 1981, right?
What song was that again? Because I
No. She was not in no.
Anafisi's 82.
Yes, she's 82. I was wrong. So
What song is
Island,
from
then.
what song is it
Ridiki-
from Anafisi?
It must be Island then. It's not. No, I don't.
Andy
I don't,
Paul's like 85, so it's not him.
Yeah, it's not.
I think it's
either.
Island.
It must be
Yeah, I think
Island
so
or
too.
Elpida. I don't even remember Elpida. So Island is the only one that It must be Island.
Isn't
Right.
Elpida Aspro Mavro?
Yeah, I don't even remember. The name does not. So are we all in agreement? I'm not. You don't know that one, but the rest of us.
Yeah. good.
Island. Yeah, I'm now as we eliminate the other ones.
I'm in agreement.
Yeah.
What song was it though?
What?
What song was
It
it
was
then?
Wasn't it called Monica?
Oh, money, 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 money,
Yeah.
money, money, money. Yeah, okay. Is that the first
So,
one? Okay, cool.
Wow, we didn't do too bad, but some of them were lucky and some of them were wrong, and one of them the chat gave us. So okay, so that was horrible. We pretend that did not happen.
Oh,
It's
breaking news on the
lunchtime
blog.
on the-
It's lunchtime.
Yeah.
So
I also figured out how Kahoot works, and yes, you can just log in and find Eurovision quizzes.
okay, I'm not familiar with the Kahoot at all. We've done it at work where they do that like during like lunch breaks and all that stuff, or like icebreakers.
Yeah.
But I have no idea how to do that. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to re-find that. Is anyone still the super chat anyway available
Oh, is
there?
there a super chat?
Huh? There was a super chat while we're doing the
It
quiz.
was
and
a super chat, yeah.
Chat is disabled, so I don't know.
why would you have the chat? Oh, for the quiz. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't want spoilers.
I just closed mine, so yeah, whoever can find it, because mine's scrolling really slow with all the stuff I have open.
Okay, let me try to find that.
So anyways, I'm going to go to the bottom of the chat in case there are any questions. Poland's photos are out, somebody is saying, so let me get to that.
Oh, I found it.
I found it. So.
Same.
Stargazer. At ESC United, the letters on the LED screens probably show the chaos and anxiety that school creates in a teenager's life. Also here, grab a coffee. So thank you very much, Stargazer, for
Thank
your
you.
donation.
The question is when you have to, like, you can explain it, but if it doesn't come across, then it's not working. So the link for me is not working yet for Poland. So, oh, now it is. Okay, that was a slight delay. Okay. Oh, she has a nice kick there. Let me bring that up there.
Oh, That actually looks bomb.
Bomb.com.
Bomb.com.
Yeah. So the color, I think this colors that they're using may be different. That's probably the dance interval there.
And I can actually see the shower curtain, not the shower curtain, what am I saying? The fire curtain with this sort of like fiery background.
Yeah. Well, that's a little bit more of the national final inspired, but less tropically, because
It's interesting how all of the dancers have different outfits as well.
Yeah, that is true. What do you guys think of this one?
That's very regular looking.
The backdrop looks like something you might see in an airport arrivals.
Yes, I was just in. The fire part is pretty cool here. I must say that's probably again the not the interval act, the musical.
So that's the different dress that she's talking about. Right?
Yes, that's just Okay, this is the look where then you get the beach thing there again. Like I feel like I always just have like a Budweiser just popping up the commercial thing when you get always you at the beach relaxing. That's what I'm always thinking. And more of that.
I mean, okay, so these tropical looking parts I'm not really sure about, but the fiery looking part look really bad. Really good.
This is really just like a beer commercial to me when they're like sitting at the beach and holding their beer out bottle up and like look. But it may look nicer on screen, but it's not necessarily the most revolutionary. Okay, you can even see their parrots, I guess.
The parrots?
Yeah.
Are those parrots? They look like Pokemon.
No, they're definitely it's a little
It looks a bit like Dustin the Turkey as well, like with the nose, kind of.
It does, right? It does like a parrot and a turkey had a baby, and then they created that.
It's a parody of a parrot.
It's a parody of a parrot. Yeah, it's very Summerfield vibe. It's a lot.
Yeah. I need to see the movement, really. Like, all of these shots alone, it looks nice, but how will it work with the sun is my question.
I'm so excited to see the movement. This one, I'm really excited about.
Yeah, that's a nice shot.
That's how I get out of bed every morning. Like,
it'll be 5 seconds of this and then tropical.
I know the transition. I'm curious how the transitions will work here with the fire and the vacation.
Yeah, that's how I walk the stairs in the morning.
Yeah, I am curious because we had opinions here. Let me know, people in the chat at ESC United, what your thoughts are of the staging. Are you thinking it's a bit much, or is this actually going to accentuate the song? This is just right. James, what are your thoughts?
Somebody in the comments mentions "Do It for Your Lover," and yes, for worse, it definitely reminds me of that one.
This is not You Want to Be that, and that worked out splendidly for them. Just do it for your love. You remember that one? Yeah, so it's that is definitely interesting. The Birdie song, don't remind me of that. Do It for Your Lover and Fuego had the baby. Oh my god, that is funny. Too much happening, so much fire and lava this year. The LED is oops, that one skipped again. Let me bring up this one here. The backdrops look like they are for 2 different songs, makes the dance break feel forced. Yeah, again, maybe it's a healthy transition. Maybe the fire just slowly comes up. I don't know, but I am a little worried about this one. Just looking at it based on the picture. She looks great. I love her outfit. And I do like the fact that the dancers all have different outfits, giving them all unique personalities almost. So that part I do like. The parrot stuff and all the vacation thing seems a little,
on the nose. Yeah.
What do you think, Emma?
I'm having trouble like visualizing which part of the song does the fiery part come in, and how does it work with the tropical part of the song. Like, I can definitely understand the tropical part because we've seen it, in the national final. I'm just not really sure. So yeah, I agree. I'm a little bit worried about this one, but I mean, she could, she could perform it probably well. So we'll see. Performance wise, we'll see about the vocals.
Oh, you touched the cable again.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me.
Oh, no. Oh,
I didn't touch it. I was just sitting here.
Apparently you did.
James, I was asking you your thoughts.
yeah, as with Emma, I'm curious where the transition comes in, because like with that burning sun, that's like something you expect in the back of like Rise Like a Phoenix, not in a tropical cheap holiday song like this one actually is.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm kind of curious. Maybe, and somebody in the comment mentions maybe this is another last gasp. They're doing like they do in Junior Eurovision. It's like, let's throw in a climate change message last second, boom.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm a little confused by this one, but again, let's withhold our judgment until we get at least the TikTok. Which, do we have any of them yet? Let me go back there.
I just checked. We don't have any.
That's BS. That's
I don't
BS.
like it's taking them too much time at this point.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they'll take our input into consideration and we'll go quicker next time.
Oh, definitely.
It's the last round that we have. Well, we're gonna get the big fives, I guess, but other than that. Okay, so we got an update. I got still lunch thing. Okay, nothing important. Okay, so we'll just wait. So, oh wow, Vaco, you're bringing back some fun memories here. My old times. This reminds me of 2019, where my voice was going high. LMAO. We had cable issues at Eurovision that year, and when my cable slightly broken. When I touched it, all of a sudden the pitch of my voice went up. And I was like, and so yeah, I don't know what's happening now. I have to get new cables because my other microphone, that cable broke as well. So I'm like, lots of cable issues. So let me get out of this. No, I said out, not in. There you go. So what will happen tomorrow? Clips on TikTok from the second rehearsal, somebody's asking. Tomorrow will be different. Tomorrow we'll have I think every.
Sure. Yeah, agreed.
I think tomorrow what will happen is we'll have second round of rehearsals, and usually those take less long than today. And I'm pretty sure you'll still get sort of a live blog, but I'm not sure if they're going to do TikToks. I do know that at some point they'll actually release like 20-30 seconds of the real camera feed that we'll see at Eurovision on the official channel. So that's really something to look forward to, because then we can actually see 20 seconds or how long they make it of the song, of how it will look on the camera. So that's the first time we can really see it fully in action. So
I'm so
I guess
excited
that's
for
what you
that.
can expect.
Because as you mentioned earlier, Dilia looks kind of alone on the stage as is, and with this one we'll be able to see if with the camera work, if they'll be able to compensate or do something with that, and if they actually make it look less isolated, less scenic.
Yeah, and less like Dance Alone, maybe.
Yeah.
Do you guys think that the odds are going to change dramatically for some tomorrow?
Of what we've seen today, I don't know really. There hasn't been anyone that really overly surprised me or overly disappointed me so far. It's all been like, okay, kind of get
I
it.
just think that there might be like a surprise in terms of like camera work that we're going to be like, oh, this actually works.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that moment. I hope we get it. I love being positively surprised.
There's a question from Ryan Leong, and maybe you want to answer it first, James. What is your favorite Polish entry of all time?
The very first one.
which is yeah, the one that's not easy to pronounce, right?
Yeah.
With the high notes and stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to get everyone in Poland chasing me with a pitchfork if I try to pronounce it.
Do you have a favorite Polish song, Emma?
Oh goodness, I would have to think. I'm not very very well versed in that. Sorry,
about
I would
you,
have to
Matt?
think.
How about me? What?
Your favorite Polish entry of all time?
Oh, tell me black or white.
Nice.
What color is your light? I actually really like Kind of Grenzen, when she sings. Like, I really like that part. I wish he wouldn't ruin it. So it was like this song. Oh, it's so pretty. I wish just he wouldn't exist. It's like Kind of Grenzen, kind of fun. And
Yeah, it's a bit extreme.
yeah,
For me,
it's just
it would be Love Song, actually, which like sad song,
oh,
love song.
I just want
really
always
like
clear your throat or take the plums out. It's just always just very, very distracting to me that she's
Wait, I actually do have. Wait, is that Yeah, it's Poland. The 2014 Polish entry.
Oh, the Slavic girls.
Yes,
Ah,
love them. Oh, I love that song actually as well.
nice pick.
Yeah, I would have picked 1994 because that's another wonderful entry. However, I'm mad at her, so I refuse to pick her. I'm kidding.
Wait, guys, I have a question that is like completely random. Barbara Dex Award. Do we still have that?
They had to
Oh,
It's a new name because it's under the theme is different because they don't want to point out the worst. What they call it now, the most striking one, or what did they recall?
Yeah, something like that, and it's now called "You Are a Vision" award, I think, because it had like bad connotations and they didn't want that anymore. And then they had like a public vote thingy where they can vote for the best one, and then they came to "You Are a Vision."
that was also like that whole thing was very interesting to me. Like, why would you name someone worst dressed in Eurovision?
Yeah,
I don't know. That's what they always do. Like even like at the Oscars and all that stuff, best and
I
worst
guess.
dressed. It's just kind of the thing. I couldn't care less. I've never voted in it, not even once. So
although she ended up being a successful boutique owner, so worked out well enough for Barbara Dex.
of course you would know that.
So yeah, I don't mind. It's gone. It was a non-thing for me. So it doesn't impact me in any shape or form. Let me move my windows over here. I get a message from my Norton antivirus. Hang on, I gotta bring that one up. Probably that's why I went crashing. I don't know. Okay, now the screen looks really weird, but oh well. Do I look fine on your end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I'll just leave it as it is. So the Slovenia folks will take the stage. Well, we still got a little bit of time, right? So we have the opportunity to answer my question. Let's do this one. Who is great missed opportunity at Eurovision? For me, it's Mylene Farmer, never represented France yet. Well, that's a big name, so it's highly unlikely that you would get someone like that. Is there an artist? I mean, I should more ask maybe you, Emma, because it is not uncommon for bigger names sometimes to try to go to Eurovision, right, in your country. Is there one Serbian artist that you can think of that you would love to see at Eurovision that hasn't done it?
Yep. A 2006 entry from Flamingosi. I don't know if you know the whole scandal surrounding that.
Was that the one where Serbia Montenegro at that point said
yes.
no name again, and the whole controversy?
And then the country fell apart.
Yes, and then next thing you went different. Eurovision is the reason why. Yeah, I know. I remember that. Yes, I don't. Was that the other song that was supposed to win?
But
like,
to be fair, yeah, that was a missed opportunity for me because I feel like with that song there was a major chance to really do well, if not win. And it's still a really huge major hit here in Serbia. So yeah, but I want to say something more recent as well, like from this year. Can I say that?
Yeah,
Like
of
a
course.
missed opportunity. I feel like Estonia really missed out on Ollie this year.
Yeah,
Oh, I really love that song. Like that was probably that would have been my top one winner.
that was definitely the one I was rooting for in the top 3 there. That's for sure.
Come on. Wasn't Tuju in there as well?
No,
Or
it was
other
the
ones?
bedwetters,
Okay, yeah.
Ali and Alika.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. What is your jury shock winner, like Proud 2019, for instance? James, do you have the shock jury winner that you would pick?
The shock jury winner would have to be Italy.
Italy?
Yes.
Oh, in 2011. No, they're talking about since we have juries, since we've had the biggest jury winner.
Oh,
I thought they meant
this
like
year.
this year.
I thought they meant like this year.
Oh, I thought that meant like because they mentioned Proud 2019.
Yeah, because that was
Okay.
a shock winner, like out of nowhere.
Shock winner of all time. That's how I interpreted it. So for
Mhm.
this year, okay, so then you would say Italy would be a shock winner. Okay, for this year. How about you, Roy?
Yeah, I think we had like a conversation before. It could be Australia or Belgium if you really want to go very left field. I think one of those two could be one of the shock jury winners. I think Italy is kind of a bit more expected.
I don't know. They always downgrade Italy. When do they really put Italy high? I actually think Italy to underperform with the juries. How about you, Emma?
Cyprus maybe, like Break a Broken Heart. I think. Maybe, like a shock jury. If we're talking jury winners, yeah, Cyprus.
Fair.
Could France be considered a shock jury winner?
Not at all. That's not
Really?
shock.
Okay, so I was gonna pick that.
I mean, to a lot of people, it would be a shock if it's anything but Sweden that wins the jury. But
Spain wouldn't be a shock to me.
No.
Croatia would be a shock. I'm really trying to figure out that one that is at least. Belgium. That would be a shock jury winner. But I can see Belgium if they make it to the finals. Being quite popular with them actually. So, but I don't think they would win. I could see them going like top 5 actually with the juries.
Yeah.
So that would be, I guess, I would pick. Okay, so will there be a TikTok video tomorrow? I'm really curious about the camera work of the Netherlands. So, did you guys answer that while I was gone?
Yeah, sort of. We basically said that we don't know how they will do the TikTok, but we do know that we'll get like a bit of the real performance and the real camera work on the YouTube channel at least. They said somewhere in a press release, I think they were going to preview it at TikTok first and then upload it to the YouTube page. But
where did they say that? I didn't even see that.
A few days ago, I read it somewhere. But
so
maybe that's just me in a dream.
No, you could be. I'm not saying you're wrong. I didn't know that. So I'm trying to figure out what to do tomorrow with the live stream. Because what they said is you get usually like 30 seconds as seen on TV work.
Yeah.
For each performance. They said that they're only doing that in a compilation at the end of the day.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh,
so
that's stupid. Why would do that? That makes no sense.
well, he said it.
Now tell us how you really feel, though, Roy.
Maybe that was
yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like, why would I do live streams? We only get all that stuff in the evening. So, and they're gonna have all these after each rehearsal. They're gonna have this live TikTok session with Timur. So I don't know if they're going to upload videos there as well. I think they're gonna what they do load it up everywhere. I don't know. I definitely know it'll be on YouTube, but I don't know if I haven't heard of them doing that on TikTok earlier. I think that was not part of the agreement. But again, it's the EBU, and you don't know. We'll find out when we find out. It's just difficult to plan unless somebody else in the chat has read something else online.
Yeah.
that differs, but that's the most recent update I have.
I'll ask a few people as well.
Yeah. So that it'll be uploaded in the evening in a compilation video kind of thing, rather than after the the performances, and that they're gonna have the TikTok live sessions, which is replacing basically the press conferences. More money towards TikTok.
Of course.
Your reaction if Sweden qualifies and gets slot number 2 in the grand final? Well, this is a reaction you will never ever get from me, because this will never ever going to happen. There's no way. That's one of the things what I hate about the determined running order. They will not put a fan favorite like that this early. They will put songs that they always say, oh, we don't know what each country ended up in. Maybe. I don't know.
But
I cannot say for sure. But I do know that, there are perceptions like, well, this song is not a contender in the eyes, so therefore we're going to put it early.
God, but I would love it if they would just change it up a little bit. Put Sweden second. Why not?
I don't think they really know the full results, because it would make no sense to put Czechia first last year then, because they got second in the semi-final.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you would not put a second place in the first slot of the grand final if you really know the full results of the semi-final. But you kind of do know which ones are considered a bit more favorites beforehand, maybe.
We don't know. I think there are sacrificial lambs. We have seen those before as well. So it's not just that they kind of put all, like the favorites at the end, but they certainly have certain songs that they know they want to have there. And
maybe the Sweden Open, that would be cool.
It's not quite. I mean, I may eat my own words, but it would not happen. No way. It's going to be interesting if both Sweden, Finland, and Norway draw first half, and it's going to be a big hot mess there, because you cannot have them all back to back. Will also be a little much, so they have to spread them out a little bit.
Mm.
So, but the problem that brings it back to my previous, I say that all the time, perception. Even if they really are being honest, and it's just pure coincidence the way they do the running order. It's still, the perception is they're not, because it's when you look at the last 3 or 4 songs of the first half, always the fan favorites that were like the betting odds favorites. Like even the winners in the first half are always like between 9 and 13 for the most part. So 22 Kalush Orchestra, what they got, 12 or 11? What's the running order?
Something
12,
around there, yeah.
Yeah. Italy got second half, of course. Then in 2019, Duncan Lawrence, again, 12th or something like that. And then 18, Neta got second half, but Salvador Sobral, again, 12 or 11 or something like that. Jamala was second half. Manzelmalo got 9, I think, but also didn't win the televote, so that's something to take into consideration. And I could keep going, Conchita Wurst got a good running order. So it's been ever
8
since.
or something, right?
No, she got like 13 or something like that, so 13 or 12. So Slovenia pictures are out. How is that possible? I thought they haven't started rehearsing yet.
Where? I don't see them on the blog.
Slovenia photos are out. Somebody said in the chat.
Or on Facebook, maybe?
There's one picture out. Well, then they'll come. But I don't even think they've started rehearsing.
Oh, yes, they are out, actually. But
the
thing doesn't load yet.
Oh. I thought it said that they're not even going to rehearse for another.
Oh, we have first rehearsal on TikTok.
Oh,
Yay,
that was fast.
Damn.
Hang on. I'm bringing it up. So, wrong. There you go. Okay, as a reminder, I'll have to mute the sound at some point when they play the song, not because copyright.
Tearing down the wall slowly every step. Now I see myself building.
This part.
Yeah.
But once you guys start singing. Yeah.
Oh, she looks cute.
Because my stylist will be arriving only tomorrow, so we have.
Sorry. You get the sound of the performance.
Just read her lips. It's fine.
feeling actually really crazy because there's so much stuff going on that I just forgot to turn myself, because I was just looking at the visuals and was like, okay, am I supposed to sing or something here or just like watch? I think it's going to be great, but of course we have some things to do and some things to discuss, but yeah, it's great.
Okay, there you have it. Penny, for your thoughts, y'all. I will say that expected. Seems like basically the national final performance, just using the tools available to her on a big Eurovision stage. Roy?
I like how the outer panels were like, 2 of them were LED, like the ones on the outside, and then the rest was the light side of it. So you can also like alter that, I guess, which was a cool little detail. It seems to be the self-playing piano again, and she looks stunning, and she'll just deliver that ballad in a good way. And I think that's really what they need to focus on. So pretty much expected, yeah.
James? Any other thoughts?
Yeah, expected. Keep it simple. Yeah, not necessarily a fan of the outfit. Looks like an Emirates stewardess uniform with the train. But yeah, they kept, at least it looks like they're keeping things simple.
Yeah. So for some reason, the link on Eurovision.tv is not working for me.
Sorry, I had the same thing.
Yeah, okay. And the thing is, Twitter has issues. Twitter
Again?
locks us. Yeah, it's still not working for me.
Oh, it's
I can still not log
working
in.
for me.
I cannot log
I
in.
managed to log in on Dazzle, but yesterday all day it was just logging me out the whole time.
I still cannot log in. I'm logged in on my iPad, but I cannot do it on the computer. So it's difficult for me to figure out how to search and all of that stuff. So I cannot go to Twitter, unfortunately. So I'll just have to wait until the website is ready.
Gabe really needs to come in the chat to say that thing. Twitter has issues, and so do the people who use it.
Well, he uses it. So
Excuse me?
Yeah.
No.
Emma, while we're waiting, what are your thoughts on Estonia? I think you said you like it the way.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have probably a completely opposite opinion of James when it comes to the outfit. I love the little train, the big train that she has. I love that it's purplish or lavender or whatever the color is. I love how she looks in it. She looks amazing. Her vocals seem all right. I wasn't really a fan of this song, not because it's a bad song or anything. It's just not my thing. So I have a feeling it's just going to be on the meh side to me anyway. But that said, we're probably, I mean, someone mentioned earlier, like shock jury winner. Maybe Estonia, who knows?
Yeah, that one, if she survives the semis, then
Yeah.
I could see that one going pretty high. I feel like there will be a ballad that's going to really, really dominate the televote.
Yeah.
Which one? Did I say televote again? Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm multitasking. I'm trying to get into the website stuff. Oh, that's why. Hang on. I'm trying to get into Twitter.
Somebody mentions that she said something like Alika's outfit won't arrive until tomorrow, so it's probably not the outfit she will have in the semi.
Oh, really?
I was able to get into my personal Twitter account on a different browser. And I even have a clip from the Slovenian delegation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but that is 9 seconds long and you don't see anything really. So that's just useless. So let me bring up finally 2 hours later.
Her stylist
Twitter
hasn't arrived yet, apparently. Okay.
Okay, now it's not working. Okay, I cannot use my live stream on my other browser, unfortunately. Ah, you're so annoying. Let me do it the old-fashioned way, then share my window instead of my... Let's do it this way. Is this working? Please tell me it's working.
Yes.
Yes.
So it was so fast too. So they look very Joker out. They look again like very Joker out. It looks like again you're almost in a cabaret, like with the carpe diem there in the back, the font,
Yeah.
and like Moulin Rouge almost. They didn't bring any props, did they?
I mean,
I don't think
guitars.
so.
I guess it is a prop. Ouch. Okay, so that doesn't tell me much either.
No.
And then we're doing the hearts.
Yeah, that doesn't tell much either. Awesome.
So we're so much smarter and educated now.
Oh, I love
So-
that.
So I think based on just the 4 pictures that we're seeing, it's very much in the style of Joker Out outfits, and they will trying to want to recapture almost like the feel that they had, not in the music video, but in their live performance that they first released. I think that is more the vibe that they're going with. What do you think, James?
I think they're going with their. So this is again the Slovenian delegation being clever here. So they're going with a sound that belongs in the UK, even though Slovenian lyrics. But here they're leaning the aesthetics. They want to remind you of the Mersey sound of the 1960s. It's like they want you to think Jerry and the Pacemakers and. That's probably the wrong band. If they want you to think of these sort of 60s rock bands from the late 60s in Liverpool, I think they're doing that deliberately with the fashion.
Oh yeah. So that's probably what it's. A question is, are you okay? And like assuming that's what it is, they're just using the backdrops, you know, carpe diem and all that stuff. And they're using the looks that we kind of know from them. You think for them that's what the song should have, or were you expecting more?
I was not expecting more because I think they have enough charisma to, like, you know, take over the stage and the audience's attention in the arena and on TV. And I think I mean, Boyan, for example, the lead singer, he has such a big personality that I think that it will be captured on TV as well. So I don't really think they needed any props or any extravagance on stage per se. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think they really just they knew that they had something with that genuine kind of feel that they've had in the music video, and I think they're just trying to stick with that. And
Yeah.
I can't say I blame them for that. Thank you so much, Stargazer, again for the super chat. I will read it instead of bringing it up again. But it said the letters on the LED screen probably show the chaos and the anxiety that school creates in a teenager's life. Also here, grab a coffee. I need to grab a coffee, actually. Something to drink. So I will take your advice. Thank you very much.
That was
Thank
a
you
while
very
ago.
much.
We already did that while you were
Oh, you
gone, I
did?
think. Yeah.
Was I
Pretty
gone
sure
for
we did.
that?
No, you were even there, I think. You just joined
Yeah,
back.
you were there.
Oh, I didn't even. I was busy probably trying to figure out my LED stuff.
Maybe you should make that coffee.
Yeah, no, I'm multitask with my technical difficulties here. You could have told me earlier. I kept reading and reading it.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna let you have it.
Okay, so the live blog is no okay. Then we are going to answer more questions. Do the running order even make that big of a difference? Sina is asking. Yes, I think the running order, the statistics don't lie. The numbers don't lie. Now you can make a case, you know, in the semi, it's less important on because all you need to do is finish in the top 10. But if you talk about final ranking, then absolutely. And I don't have like all the sheets in front of me right now, but to throw some examples at you, last year, Czech Republic, what came there, like second or third in the televote? Performing last
In the semi-final, they came second place, and then
or I mean in the televote though.
in the televote, they came very low.
Not the juries. The juries is irrelevant mostly for the running order televote.
They came very low.
Yeah, they came, and then in the semis they came second or third with the televote, and finished. And then in the finals where they had to perform first, they came like what 22nd, something like that.
They
So
had
they dropped.
5 televote points.
Yeah, so nothing. Malta came second in the televote in the semis, performing last, I believe, and then performed 6 in the finals, and they got like 50 points or something like that.
And Czechia had 125 in the semifinal.
It's just such a dramatic drop. You can make a case, Israel 2017, and there's so many other examples, so it makes a huge difference. And there are multiple reasons. Of course, it's just human nature, things that happened later, stick to your brain a whole lot more while you get distracted from the other ones in between. You may have, a lot of people turn in late. They missed the first performances. There are multiple things that come into play there. But yeah, it most certainly makes a difference. Otherwise, the delegation wouldn't cheer when they draw second half in the, the press conferences. There's a reason why they get excited. And that's why we're so upset that we have the running order determined by the producers, because they have so much sway. There's a big difference going second than going 13th.
That was the thing that's actually going to be on TikTok now.
What?
The draw of the second half or first half instead of the press conference.
Is it going to be doing the TikToks?
I think so, yeah.
But only for that's going to happen before the press conferences. That is true for the semifinalists. And the big five, well, minus the UK and Ukraine, because they already have drawn their running orders. Yeah. The remaining four will draw their halves, I think, during the TikToks as well, when they have their sessions. So, but yeah.
Estonia TikTok is we already watched that. I'm sorry.
What?
No, Aussie Rose posted the TikTok link for Estonia, but we've already watched that.
I think Roy needs a coffee as well.
Yeah, we all need it. So yeah, that's why I'm a big opponent of the producer driven running order, because it makes such a big difference, and lots of delegations have been upset before in the past. So let's see here. Yeah, that's a good statement here. 9 onwards tend to be able to do very well. Seems to like that. What matters most after a point is other songs surrounded you order-wise. Sure, the whole song surrounding you can make a difference as well, potentially. But yeah, again.
But here's the thing, though. I understand what the statistics are saying, but we're creating so much, when I say we, I mean the community is creating so much fuss around this running order thing that I feel like it's definitely unfair towards the people who actually have to take those spots, So I don't know. I don't think it should be that big of a deal, essentially.
But the point is, it shouldn't be, but it is, because why would Albania be put in second in the finals 2 years in a row, giving all these bad running orders, and then the Netherlands frequently gets really good running orders, and Sweden gets really good running orders, and that's why I'd be making a big deal, because it seems too much of a pattern there, right? And there's nothing, it's nothing against the artists or even but it feels really unfair, and that includes other countries. Well, Germany has a few boo-boos as well, and they're in terms of running orders, but for the most part, they get really good running orders as well, because you can make a case, well, maybe they're more powerful. And then every once in a while, they're if they give you a bad running order, because nobody cares about sisters anyways, so that happens as well. But that's why they make it a big deal, because it is inconsistent. And that's why the only true fair way would be doing it randomly. At least you cannot complain. I mean, you can still complain, but at least it's fair.
Someone has to take those spots, so it would be ideal if it was randomized,
Yeah,
just changing.
Right. Yeah. No, yeah, but until it's not random, people will complain, because if whoever gets the shitty running order will be upset. And then if it's the same people over and over again, I mean, that's why that we talk about it. And I know it gets old, but I don't think it'll ever go away. And some people don't care, but I do. Let me see here. I mean, in 2021, Sweden got an amazing running order. Did this help us? Nah. No, that doesn't mean, if you have a song that's unpopular, that doesn't necessarily going to do better in a running order. I'm just saying, if it's earlier, you can make a case that would have gotten less points. There are plenty of songs that performed later that just didn't click. But the point is, songs that have been very popular in the past then got an early running order, then, disappeared. But yeah, that doesn't guarantee a good result. That is true. A running order. And you can get something, I'm not saying you cannot do well. It's just, statistically.
It's mostly the winner, really. The winner will not be put in bad spots.
Yeah, it's the favorites now. It's highly when you look at the. I mean, when we get the running order out in the middle of the night, we all know who's not going to win.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, we know that Malta wasn't going to win. You can say, well, I always knew the first one, but you get my point. In 21 when they got only 6, when they were one of the favorites. So that's what it is. Anyways, we digress. Let's move on to something a little bit more cheerful.
Like the non-existent TikToks? Sure.
The non-existing TikToks and the lunch break that we're having. What all rehearsals pick snippets? Okay, let me get this one. What rehearsal pick snippets have surprised you most today?
Hello,
anyone that
ladies.
surprised you? I wouldn't say anyone surprised me today so far. I had more surprises yesterday, I think. Let me take a look. Estonia was kind of expected. Iceland was kind of expected.
Poland, maybe, with the change of the costume.
Yeah, that's true, but they kept the theme. But I think I would have to really grasp at that. The costume change is maybe the only thing that surprised me the most. But I don't think out of the 4 or 5 that we've seen so far, anyone has given us anything. Whoa, Estonia, Iceland, Poland mostly stuck to their national finals. Slovenia stuck to their reveal performance. And Greece, it's mostly just him.
Surprised, but like the outfit was a bit surprising that it went with the jungle kind of guide vibes or something and the letters. But is it really a surprise? I don't think so.
I want to ask a question again in about 30 minutes after Georgia has taken the stage, because that could then change a little bit. Anything about you, James? Anything that surprised you at all, good or bad?
I didn't have anything too nasty to say about Poland. The Greece thing initially surprised me. His outfit initially surprised me, but then I remember the lyrics, and then okay, it kind of makes sense in a way.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on Cyprus last night? Roy, I haven't heard from you yet. What are your thoughts about Cyprus?
Yeah, I would have expected him to have like an earthy costume because he's got air, water, and fire in that staging, and then it would be the Avatar or something. I don't know. I really need to see the movement. I think it's kind of expected that it would be just the LEDs or something. I can't really say much about it, to be honest. It didn't really wow me, but it also didn't really disappoint me in any ways. It was just okay, I guess.
Did you watch it, James? Cyprus?
That is one I missed. I saw Finland. I saw Belgium.
That's okay.
That is one I missed, unfortunately.
Yeah, Emma and I discussed it yesterday. What were your thoughts again, Emma? Oh, we didn't see the TikTok together because we already went offline. That's right.
I think I missed it as well.
Okay. Well, then I can tell you, I saw it, and what I enjoyed is because it was, I guess, I didn't realize that this platform up there can be used as a LED, as a screen as well. So that's a big screen that comes down from the ceiling as well for him. That he's utilizing, and that was the coolest part, because we haven't seen that for any of the other performances, or at least it wasn't captured in the pictures as much or in the videos. So having that extra layer there, I'm really curious on how that is going to look. He sounded fantastic, because there was a big concern for a lot of people hitting those notes, like, he's not that good. And I'm like, well, let's wait. They wouldn't put him in now, making him sing those notes if he didn't know how to hit them. And sure enough, in the clips, he sounded fantastic. It's one of those, I said it in my review video yesterday, it's one of those performances very difficult to judge based on the pictures and just the staging, the clip, because it looks very static, because it seems like he's just standing in space in the same spot, and the camera is working overtime, right? The people, and spinning around and doing all the work.
Wheel. TikTok alert.
Okay, I'm like, why are you waving at me? Okay.
Wait, do we also want to see later full gallery from Slovenia?
No, we're good. Now, of course we will. Let me just go to the TikTok first.
Okay.
Eurovision.
You're going to do that alert every time, right?
Yeah, I need that now. They gave me live. I need more coffee after this. I'm really struggling. I only have Iceland. Oh, no, that's the one we wanted. I was stuck on the pictures.
Good job.
Here we go.
Oh, I have no sound.
I hear nothing.
No, me neither.
Oh, she has such an Icelandic accent. I love it.
We can't hear anything.
We can't hear anything. Yeah.
Well, I mean, she would have an Icelandic accent.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
but
It'd be a
her,
bit
no.
weird if she had a Welsh accent.
Can you hear it now?
No.
No.
Malls. All right, let me try something different. I can hear just fine on my end. Hold on. Gotta improvise.
Someone said she has manic energy. It fits her.
Yes.
I'm so curious about this now.
Okay, I have too many browsers open now. I cannot find the right one. I don't know why my sound's not working.
It's okay. Just breathe.
Okay, I found the 10th window I have. I found I'm going to close all of these out when I'm done. Can you hear this? Oh, well, no, I can hear.
Yes.
Hi guys, this is Iceland. Our song
Accent is so
Power.
cute.
We're gonna do our first rehearsal now. We're very excited.
Oh my god, I love her.
Very excited for the 11th of May.
She had a shot before doing this. Oh my god. I want her to win now.
Yeah, she's crazy. I love her.
I love her.
Oh,
mine.
nice.
That's a nice look.
Oh, so he has her little spinning platform there. I want more energy from her, but other than that,
it's like a bit of energy.
yeah, low energy. I cannot deal with that. Wow, what a ball of energy. I will say this clip really kind of won me over though, but it's think hers energy that really just invites you into this performance, right? And she sounds good. One thing I find so fascinating about Iceland, they're like multi-talented because such a small country, because you are like a singer on Eurovision, but then in your part-time job, you're also on the national handball team, you know? So it's like, I find it's always so fascinating with them. And she is great. Yeah. I need to see the camera, but I liked what I saw so far. James, what are you thinking?
So far so good. One thing I do like is when she was on the floor and she sort of stretches her arms out, and it looked like, correct me if I'm wrong, but behind her it looked like it was like shooting out the green, the tendrils were sort of going up. I sort of like that, and it looks like she timed that pretty nicely. And then yes, her energy, definitely like that sort of manic energy, and yeah, it sounds like it sounds like she shouldn't have any problem hitting those notes. She sounds like she's got a V8 Hemi engine in there. So yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised by this one so far.
How about you, Emma?
Very pleasantly surprised. I was actually really worried when I saw the gallery because it looked a little bit empty, but I think she definitely fills it with her presence alone. And I really love that jumping moment from the floor right straight into like vocals. I think she did that very well from what we could see from the snippet. So I think she's doing pretty good, and I got chills as well. So yeah.
And Roy.
Yeah, I mean, we already knew she was vocally very strong. Visually, I really love the shot, like James pointed out, with the green kind of vines going behind her, and she's like, it looked quite epic. I still don't know. It feels a bit empty still. We need to see the camera work, and I still wish they filled it up a bit more in some sort of way.
James?
So yeah, you mentioned the camera there. I don't know if you noticed, she was on that little raised platform in a bit, and you actually in the background see the camera circling around her. So I'd be curious to see how that looks in final effect. But it looks like we are going to go in quite a bit in her performance, because they showed a cameraman doing a sweep by as she was on that little pedestal thing.
Yeah,
Quite a lot of platforms this year.
Yeah, there are. And yeah, camera work is very important, because it could end up like we mentioned earlier, North Macedonia 2017, Dance Alone, where she felt so empty on that big stage by herself. But then it works wonderfully with like Lithuania last year, Monica alone on a stage, right? Because the camera close were more tight and closer, and it didn't feel empty at all. So it's can be a make or break. It's a different kind of song, but it's still visually it was. They should have had much closer shots with North Macedonia. But that was the issue in 2017 to begin with. To be fair, you weren't on the team yet, but we always talked about this is the year of wide shots. It was probably the worst camera work in 2017, I will say.
Yeah. Worse than Italy.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I mean, just for the reason, because I do think and they've gotten better throughout the process, but those many wide shots and not close-ups really hurt a lot of the songs in my book. Italy certainly wasn't great either. I'll give you that. So yeah, I feel like I burned that out of my brain, because I'm still traumatized by last year's experience. But yeah, it's not necessarily the best experience either.
Yeah, I don't think the camera angles were necessarily the issue last year in Italy. They had other very big issues.
They were. Like, do you remember that mistaken camera angle with Albania's performance when the camera was just like from a wide shot from the ceiling in the middle of the performance, and it wasn't like even towards towards the stage. Like I saw a lot of those last year.
Well, we're all hopeful that this won't be the case with BBC. And one thing you can say about BBC, for the most part, people like what they've done so far, but we know that they're going to do a great job with the camera work. They're experts. They put international shows on around the world. So this is one of the things I'm not truly worried about here. So
the thing is, like, the shots are also requested by the delegation. So the wide shot that is requested by the delegation usually. Obviously, you also need to look at what can you do with the cameras and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of the camera work that you do see are done by the delegations and not necessarily by the broadcaster. But the little mistakes, those are from the broadcaster,
yes,
I guess.
Definitely. And there were plenty of mistakes in certain countries. So I would love to hear from people in the chat as well. Again, at ESC United, how did you feel about this first little snippet from Iceland? You likey, likey, indifferenty? Let me know at ESC United in the chat. Last year, they were having issues with Cornelia's camera angles. They could not get proper run-through for ages. Hope we won't have anything similar this year. I know you were there watching with me, Roy. It was, the camera shots. The issue was even less about like far wide. It was really about the cameraman moving on stage because of one silly cable. It was a little bit more than that, but it was definitely the microphone cable. This whole tripping over.
Yeah, it's. I don't think that was really Italy's fault at all. Like, that was really Sweden being stubborn with wanting the cable. And like, it was going to be a complex staging anyways, because you really need to avoid the cameraman and just walk around, and like, he needs to sprint off the stage immediately. I think in any country that would have been a big issue. And on Melfest, it was less the issue because the stage is a lot smaller. So.
And and it looks like a simple staging because you think, oh, she's just sitting there with her microphone. She has a spinny green screen thing, but it's actually quite elaborate because she walks around and she spins it, and then it's very intimate. So yeah, that was the issue more than anything. And I agree. I think this could have happened anywhere. Yeah. Let's see here. I wouldn't expect anything extra, something to elevate it. I would have expected something extra, something to elevate it from Iceland. The question is, though, what could she have done? Should she brought crazy props with her, a slide to go down? I don't know exactly what would have been appropriate for the song. She brings a spinning platform. That is something. So it's not like she didn't come with anything. So I don't know. Let's see. I think that the energy Delia gives will help her qualify. Okay, we have a fire alarm, fire drill.
There's the new TikTok.
Already? Now they're
Greece.
dropping them all like hot potatoes.
Yes.
Okay, so let me bring up Greece.
Oh, let's see this.
Wish this was something I could just ignore. Well, you know what they say.
You can hear it, right?
Love how you could hear the drone.
You can hear it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there are lots and lots of. See those lights coming down?
Yeah.
So 3 words to describe how you're feeling right now after your first rehearsal.
Determined, happy, and grateful, man.
Victor, thank you, mate.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Now it sounds and feels exactly as how I imagined. I'm so grateful that everything's working out correctly. And yeah, can't wait for everybody to see it on the night.
Okay, let's talk this through. I don't want to go first on this one. So I'm looking at people's faces. James, you have a poker face on. Go ahead. What are your thoughts?
Oh.
No, I don't
with-
want to get
I'm
the
with,
Greek people mad again. Please don't say it. No.
Yeah.
And he's underage as well, so
Well, nothing against him personally. I'm sure he's not the one dictating. I'm with Roy on this one.
You didn't even say anything. Roy hasn't said anything, and you're like, I'm with him.
But I know the moment that triggered him. And
Which one?
The one where his 2 selves appear behind him. Look, I get that he's trying to portray a young man coming into adulthood and dealing with the first emotional trauma of his life. Is this the best? I'm not sure. I'm not sold if this is the way to do it.
Yeah. I will say, I mean, here's the thing. It's just probably my personal pet peeve of mine is self-indulgent performances. I don't know. There is a need for a lot of, yourself on screen a lot of times. That doesn't mean maybe people will like it. I just I understand the theme of the song. I just find it quite a lot to digest, and I wouldn't use the word weird, but maybe overload when it comes to that. Maybe the camera work is actually going to make it a little bit more sense when you only see it from the angle what we've seen right now, and we only get a very short snippet, and maybe people have a different perception of it. It just feels like, I don't know what this means. Like, why? We know where you are. You are on stage. I don't need to see you 15 times on screen. Close-ups and walking around. But it seems like more the journey of him in the song. But I don't know if that works for the average viewer. And I could be wrong. Emma.
okay, so the random, but does he look like a young Cillian Murphy from Peaky Blinders? Only just me?
Didn't you say that name earlier, James?
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier. Yeah,
I don't know who that is.
Was
So,
was it here?
yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
He said like
sorry.
a 10. That's okay. On the picture, he said, I think when we saw the pictures.
Yeah, so I mean, I agree. I'm not really sure about this. I mean, from the snippet, he sounded all right. I don't know how is this gonna translate on TV. I don't know like what we are going to see at what time. Like, what are we seeing? The LED? Are we seeing him? LED? Like, is it going back and forth? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not certain either on this one. I mean, again, I know that the Greek folks going to be upset and all of that stuff. I get that, but it's just the first impression just was. I don't know. This is really like, again, it's just not my thing. It gives me again the Isaiah fire brace. Did I say it right? Yeah. Flashbacks. I'm like and I know that they had a reason for it too, and they explain it away with the symbolism and the message of the story. And I'm like, I understand that, but it's just not working for me. And sometimes it does work. I mean, it worked with James Hudek in Croatia with the televote, right? It went pretty high, but then, yeah, it's just I'm just going in circles. I'm not convinced yet.
Yeah,
I'm probably going to skip you, Roy, because I don't know what I'm going to get out of you.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, we're going to skip Roy.
Let's not get ourselves into trouble.
Yes. But I would love to hear from, in all sincerity and all seriousness in the chat. Let me know what if you understand where we're coming from in terms of the visuals. Let me know in the chat at ESC United. And yes, I understand that he's 6 years old. It's nothing. I mean, he has virtually no say in this, right? He is just the singer, and he's doing it. And he has that's just
he's doing what he's there to do, I guess.
Yes.
And, yeah.
And let's point that out as well. He sounded good.
Yeah, he did.
Like he sang it well from what I'm hearing, and I think he will not be the issue. He sounds like especially for a 16-year-old who is probably barely out of, he's probably still going for puberty at 16. Like I don't know, his voice sounded quiet, even though it's still as a young, but it sounds already good. And
I mean, he's probably gonna have a moment in the performance anyway. So
Ellen, big staging. If you look back at previous 2 years, which had a lot of staging, and even before that, oftentimes, that we mentioned earlier. So you're absolutely correct about that. So, but maybe they really have such a vision in mind with the camera work that I am, again, right now we're all confused, right? Because I'm like, how this will come together. Maybe they're just going to make us eat our own words.
Maybe.
Yeah, but I don't know. Thank you so much, Ellen, for the super chat. His outfit is giving Robert Irvin, and his lead is giving 2020 lockdown TikTok dances. Did anyone know who Robert Irvin is?
The guy that goes with the animals in the jungle?
Australian guy, wrestles alligators, got killed by a stingray in the.
That wasn't his. Was that his name?
No, that's Steve Irvine. Right?
Isn't that Steve?
Oh,
yeah.
Maybe this is his son.
Robert Irvine's a celebrity chef, restaurant.
Oh, never mind.
Oh yeah,
Steve
I wouldn't know
Irwin.
that.
Sorry.
Yes. That's okay. Like, I'm not big. I don't know anything about cooks and chefs. So I know Rachel Ray and Paula Dean.
The reason why I thought it was Steve Irwin was because of the outfit. So sorry about that.
Oh,
I just made a connection.
Oh, that's true, right? Thank you so much, Joel Bennett, by the way, for becoming a member here on ESC United. You can, of course, support us that way as well. So thank you. Let's see some other questions. Why the shorts? It feels like scouting look. Oops, that went away already. And the visuals are not helping either. Here's this one issue now that you have with only giving us these little snippets. You only can go by that, and you give us very little to go by anything else. And then, unfortunately, you will start this circle of dialogue and gossip and concern.
That's why I'm looking forward to the second rehearsal footage. Yeah, I just want to see that, camera work and stuff.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest. I want to hear people in the chat as well. Let me know. I want to hear someone who think, actually, you guys, I disagree. I think this looks actually quite nice, and why you think that way. Because I want to hear a different perspective as well, not just echoing what I feel like or we feel like, because that's a little boring. So we'll see. So let me, and somebody's asking, when we're in Liverpool Arena, are you guys going to watch the rehearsals there at some point? Yes. So starting Monday early afternoon, we can watch the dress rehearsal. So some of us will be in the arena and some of us will be watching it on camera. So we have two ways to do that. And so that will have that as well. Now my chat is freezing. Everything sucks. We don't have a different perspective. Okay, so it seems like almost universally. I don't get the extreme negativity. I feel like I can't see us qualifying. No, I'm Greek and the staging is so awkward. I really can't see us qualifying. I don't get your extreme negativity. I mean, extreme negativity is maybe a strong word here. I feel like I'm in a chat of bullies. Who is bullying anyone? Okay, you're being a little dramatic there as well, I think. No one's bullying. If we're providing perspective. Who are we bullying? So you need to be very careful using those kind of words. Are we talking about that we are not sure what this staging does and how it comes together? And as I said, maybe they'll make us eat our own words. If you consider any sort of mild feedback or criticism as bullying, then I have nothing else.
Yeah, and I mean, we do say that from the snippet he sounded very well, and his vocals are on point so far. So
yes. So yeah.
And we have been proven wrong before. Like, I remember we had a lot of crap to say about Eid and Aline a couple of years ago, and they rectified that.
That's true. I mean, yeah. Let's see here. I can see some relevance in the staging. To BH, maybe the image reflect the different emotions or struggles he's singing about. Yeah, it may be, but the thing is, will people get it? Do you know what I mean? If people are like, oh, okay, he is like this and feels like that, it could be a little confusing. So, but again, we have to wait and see. And as Chris, again, it's always good to point that out. I blame the delegation. I doubt Victor, as a 16-year-old, had much say or influence on the staging. He probably had none. He has most acts, unless you really like an influential act, has any say in that. And that's what it is. And yeah, once again, we want to eat our own words, and we'll see. But once again, we don't get the full picture.
Mm-hmm.
They can't even change his outfit because of the screens. I'm not sure how why they. What
because on the screens he also has that same outfit.
Oh yes, that's right. So that's a done deal. I didn't think of that. Yeah, so now I'm really worried because, since we were approached in 2021, a couple of years ago and maybe we're wrong, but honestly, we got the same feedback. Then once people got to see the whole thing of Greece, they kind of agreed with our criticism. Go
Time
ahead.
for Georgia.
Oh, yes. Yay.
Oh, she's just going on stage, but still.
Okay, so Georgia, Eero Echo is taking the stage. This was the very last song to be announced, they're saying. But we all know that she won as part of a group, Candy, Junior Eurovision 12 years ago. Dang, that's a long time ago. So maybe one day we get like a Eurovision and a Junior Eurovision winner,
That'd be nice.
Same songwriter as well, oddly enough.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
I'm so curious about her staging.
Yeah, that's the first one I'm really like. I mean, Greece was too, but now the next, because all the internally selected songs, we haven't seen like in national final staging. We have no idea. So on those, I'm particularly interested.
Same. Waiting for ERT to hack Matt's mic and mute him again in around 5 minutes.
If it happens, we know it was not the cable. How funny. So no point in you guys even doing the streams or people tuning in if you don't have opinions. Always a constructive environment, but not everything can be good. That's the thing. And I understand when people get upset when we start dealing with humans, right? Sometimes we have human emotions and reactions, and they're not always completely in line with what, a news anchor would do. Just reading the news. There were no survivors. Like, it's not like, it's, there are some, like this very cold thing. That's not what this is here. But it just, I guess it's always a good reminder because some people take it to heart and take it personal. Like, it's not the artist. It's not the country. It's really like the delegation, the people in charge, the direction they chose. And if they're okay with it, then it's good. And if they prove us wrong, so be it. I have no issues with that.
Yeah, and I said, like, I want to be positively surprised. Like, change my mind, Yeah. Like, that would be nice.
Yeah, we all want every country to do the best they can do. And, like, even these kind of feedback thingies could help them improve their product. And, in other years, we could have done a bit of a better job because we could actually see the performances. And now we need to go off what we get from them. So,
yeah.
Off of the blog.
Yep. And you all can make your own opinions now, so we're all in the same boat. So you are allowed to disagree. You're just wrong. So let's see. Scroll. So what kind of song does Americans like? Is it more Finland style, Loreen style, or more ballad style? James, what do you think? Do we have an American style?
I wouldn't say we have an American style because you never can tell what's going to take off over here. Like, who knew that Rosalind's Snap was going to end up on the Billboard Hot 100? Like, only the 13th Eurovision song ever to do it.
I think that was very expected, actually. That was what I would consider popular in overseas.
It sounds more British to me, though. It sounds like more of a British song. And yeah, she powered through because of her team really know their social media game and milked the TikTok. But as for what Americans like, we're all over the place. Country, metal.
It's too big of a country to nail because we have 330 plus million people. So of course everyone thinks of country music when they hear of us, right? So, but
I love country. That's probably my favorite genre. Not
really.
I'm so sad. I'm sad that there's no country in Eurovision.
I like certain country music, but I'm going more down the bluegrass style often. Like for instance, Lady A has some good music, right? I do like some of what they call the Chicks now, formerly known as Dixie Chicks. So they have some good music as well, bluegrass. Certain Dolly Parton music I actually enjoy, or Alison Krauss, but that's more bluegrass again. But what I don't like is this very, stylized country music, over the top, like as long as there's stars over Texas, my girl will come home to me now. Just like that kind of stuff.
I think for me, I definitely love some of those that you mentioned. I'm just leaning more towards the sound of like contemporary country, like Luke Combs, Chris Stapleton, Morgan Wallen, stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I can see that. Yeah. So there are certain parts that I can appreciate, but we have sometimes these really like, this rah stuff that I just
like Toby Keith and stuff
Toby
like
Keith,
that,
put the boots up your ass, and just like I can't Toby Keith, or Kid Rock, I can't. But but then people think that especially in the 90s and 2000s was all about R&B here, so that's very like people think of American music, So if you have anything Ukraine, you can almost think of very American inspired sounds.
Actually, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Matt, do you like the idea of Ilse Lange going Eurovision for Germany? I thought I read somewhere that a lot of Germans wanted that, but do you like the idea of going to Eurovision for Germany? Is she? I don't know. Is she popular in Germany? I don't even know. Roy, do you know if Ilse Lange is like famous there?
I'm pretty sure she's quite popular. Yeah. And she's done a few things with what's his face? Who represented them in 2018 as well.
Yeah, Schulte. Yeah, they did that thing during the celebration 2020. Yes.
She does do quite a things in Germany, but I'm not sure if she's like famous. She's just like known.
She was on the national final, like one of the commentators, so this year, she was commentating on the national final. Germany is really good.
Means that she's at least a little known.
Yeah. But
Oh, we have TikTok.
Right.
Can move past that, and that is Poland. Oh God. Okay, okay. Let's see. You can hear this, right?
Yes.
Unfortunately.
Wait, I gotta mute this. Idiot. Okay.
Good job.
Testing the pyros. Same sun.
Oh my goodness. What an exciting time! It was amazing. I enjoyed it so much. I just want to go back right now.
Okay, there you have it. It's very much inspired by the national final, I think. Let me go first to James.
Okay, so to answer an earlier question we had, we now know where the sun's coming in. It's coming in right at that dance break. Fine, I'm not a big fan of the dance break. Anyway, my big question is, what's with these hand symbols that she has going on in the background too?
Well, doesn't she do that like it's a solo? Doesn't she?
Yeah,
do that?
I don't know, but it's like adding to the busyness of it. We have the flaming sun, we've got the tropical airport lounge, and now we've got these hand things in it. It's like they're throwing everything at this point.
Not the kitchen sink yet, but I'm sure it'll come. Emma.
Right. So first of all, great vocals for now, from what I can hear. I mean, much better than what I've thought it was gonna be. I think she's gonna have a little bit of trouble being compared to Chanel and
Eleni.
Yeah, for the Fuego part. Especially because, you know, the dance break stuff, all of that. Other than that, the pyro looks fine. Yeah, the hand movement, I think she's probably trying to like evoke the audience to
Yeah, that's exactly what it
do the
is.
same, to
Okay.
that go along with her.
And the audience watching, at home as well, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, all in all, it's fine.
It's fine. Okay, Roy.
Yeah, it's pretty much what you expect. Like, there's not really much to say. Like, you expect kind of the summery vibes. You can expect where the fire. I mean, it makes sense now where it is with the dance breakdown. It's not really something that we get now that really excited me more or anything about the song. Or
Yeah.
it's also not really that much that makes me less excited about it either. So I guess it's okay.
I feel like dance breaks have become the new key change in Eurovision. Do you know what I
Right?
mean?
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's like kind of like the thing to do, and it's a fad, and I love my keychains sometimes. You know, they're really fun. I'm not gonna lie, and I like my dance breaks when they're good. But here, I will say, it takes you out of the vibe of the song, because I'm the only one who it seems like that doesn't dislike the song. I find it cute and fun, summery. It's fun sing along. You know, it's not in my bottom 5 or anything like that. It's probably, I don't know, I haven't done a ranking, but it's probably in the lower half, maybe, but not like super low. But that being said, I think this moment takes you out, because like, you're gonna solo, flip my hair, ba, 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 and it gets all hectic. And that is what really takes me out. And I don't know if that was the most effective thing. I know they're going to want to have a visual like feast there that makes the song pop more. I think they could have done it differently, I think. But that being said, I do think the staging is, besides that, kind of appropriate for the summer feel, full of cliches, but the song is a cliche overall. You know, so maybe they just embrace what it is, and maybe hoping for, it will work out. So, but I don't know.
I will say it looks more slick than I thought it was gonna look.
Yeah. They definitely improved from the national final performance, and that's pretty good. I mean, easily done, but yeah.
Oh, somebody's pointing out to this song would have suited Margaret so much in my cabana. Like, do you all remember Melody Festivalen?
Yeah, that was a mess song.
Oh, that staging was, you know, they thought they have this latest technology, and it looked so terrible.
Yeah.
I'm sad it ended on a note for her like that.
Super chat. Look.
What?
Super chat. We have a super chat.
Wait. Can somebody read it?
Sure. It's from Marks W99. Hey, this name looks familiar. Is this Zach?
Yeah, it's Zach. It says Zach in the end.
Oh, hey. I got so excited it was Zach. I lost it.
Oh, I can read it. Great job, y'all. Team Finland. We are also Team Pasha, only because we named our cat after him. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Zach.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Zach. Good to hear from you. Thank you.
Zach.
Yeah, Pasha. And I remember being in what you call it, the city, Malmö, with Zach. And you know, there was like really the first time where we see all the art. I mean, I was there before, but in terms of like the interviewing him all that. It was the first time, you know, and like, oh my God, that's Pasha from last year. And it was kind of surreal, you know. So I think he interviewed Pasha actually. And I think my first was either Switzerland or Greece, the alcohol-free folks. I'm trying to remember. But anyway, so yeah, now I'm getting all nostalgic. 10 years ago? Oh, it was 10 years ago. Can you believe that I Feed You My Love is 10 years old?
I love that song so much. I love that song.
I know, me too.
And I really loved Icebreaker. I loved it.
We had to work with someone because back then we were still working with somebody else, and that person took everything literal, right? So, and he wanted to give really weird presents. So he insisted on behalf of OGAE that we were supposed to hand over her a spoon to feed her the love. And we're like, this is creepy weird. We don't want to do that. But we felt like obligated because we got this and we're here. And so we're like, okay, here's a spoon. It was so awkward.
Here comes the food.
Oh no, it was so weird. There were other countries we had to get stuff to, and oh gosh, we were just like, where's the hole in the ground we can go into? Good times. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, but that's how we felt. Like, open up. Here comes the airplane. Oh, I'm feeding you my love.
This is how a true dinner at EC United goes, by the way.
I know. You're getting all the behind the scenes juice here that happens. I feel like enough time has passed now that I can openly talk about this traumatizing experience. But yeah, we still had a good laugh about it years later. Anyways, oops, I don't know why I highlight this one.
Oh, we have an update on the live blog for Georgia.
There is another update. I'll do it in 2 seconds. $2 more. The damn spoon, Zach. I have a feeling Zach is probably cracking up while I'm talking to me about it. Because like we laughed so hard, like when we were in Vienna or even like in Tel Aviv. It was like stuck with that damn spoon. I'm sorry, what was the update?
Georgia, wind machines.
Oh, I mean,
makes sense given the video.
Our first wind machine of the day. It's adding some dramatic movement to Eros diaphane. I don't even know that word. Diaphanous? I don't know that word. What does it? I mean, white dress. Diaphanous?
I'm too foreign for this.
We get it, blogger. You're natively speaking.
Diaphanous. Much like the official video for Echo, the whole song is performed on a raised platform in the center of the stage against the LED backdrop of swirling smoke and stormy weather. Altogether, it creates a hugely atmospheric performance, and Ero's breathtaking vocals are already lifting the roof of the Liverpool arena. Loving the beautiful arm jewelry too. Here's a picture we took backstage.
I love her look on this picture.
Actually the solo song stuck in my head now. See,
same.
No.
Maybe. Let me. What? Why are you laughing?
Oh, because of James.
Oh, okay. I thought I did something. They can see.
It looks great.
Looks uncomfortable.
Oh, come on.
But yeah, it looks good. Sometimes I'm really thankful that I'm not a woman, you know, I have all the Julian outfits, but yeah. So, anyways, we talked about the spoon before this, but we got to go back to the topic at hand, which is Eurovision. Anyway, so description of Georgia. What? Go ahead, James.
Sorry, I thought we lost you for a second there.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, you're cutting out a few times here and there sometimes.
Oh, no. I don't know what's going on. It all looks fine on my end. Big Ben, stage manager. Hi. Big up Ben, the stage manager, just popped up on the blog. He welcomes every artist onto the stage before the rehearsals, and he's been learning how to say hi, how are you in every language so he can make the artist feel at home. How nice is that? Eurovision people are the best.
Okay, so why is there no picture of him then?
I know. He's shy. Anyways, back to the point. Georgia, James, your thoughts on what you read. what you heard about the staging? Anything? Or are you just like waiting for more?
I'm just waiting for more because, Georgia, almost every Georgian I've spoken to thinks they're going to snatch non-qualification from the jaws of qualification. They're like supremely worried about this one and can't really predict where we're going to go with this. So yeah, I'm just kind of hesitant, wait and see on this.
Is there a cat?
Yes,
Yeah.
James's cat.
My cat's very rowdy. You might have seen in past videos. She gets really rowdy sometimes.
I want Corolla like Wind Machine though. Like this song asked for wind. Do you know what I mean? I can see that where the hair just gets. She had a wig, she would be in trouble. Kind of a wind. You know what I mean? So that is what I'm looking forward to. Hi, oh buddy boy, I miss my cat.
Oh, hi.
I'm gonna cry. It's very hard for me sometimes to look at other people's cats. Put her away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nah, it's okay. It's fine.
I didn't mean it.
No, you're good. You're allowed to love your cat. I got really sad right now.
I
Be right back.
know. Oh.
Do we have a schedule? How long till Australia comes on? It's 12 a.m. here in Australia, and I have to
Australia
go
is
to bed
last.
because I have work tomorrow.
Yeah, Australia is last today at like 7:10 Central Time for us
Yeah.
in Europe.
Yeah, Aussie Rose also posts the schedule in the chat so now and again. So take a look out for her as well sometimes.
Yeah, she's like doing a rolling updates. Really awesome.
Yeah, incredible work.
Thank you, Aussie Rose.
Yes. Let's see, another question. What do we want? Wind. When do we want it? Now. Yes. And how much wind do we want? Yes. I think that's what's gonna happen with Georgia.
Yep.
I mean, honestly, I feel like Georgia is gonna deliver anyway because they just, I mean, regardless of how much wind we get, they seem like they have a good idea of what they want to do, based at least on this little description snippet. And I feel like it's definitely possible to do all of that within the stage and not look chaotic at the same time. So
would you also expect some smoke or something? I could imagine, although that would maybe not work with the wind machine.
I
What do
mean,
you guys
maybe
think?
she's creating a tornado. Like, who knows?
Like instead of Corona, where they had like the CGI kind of tornado, they'll have a
I
real
love
one now.
that. I was really a big fan of that, and I wasn't like, I'm usually not into like ballady songs, but Kruna was good.
Chris asks, guys, what's your biggest robbery in a national final ever? Either something that could have won or just a personal favorite. Do you have any, Emma?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned that earlier. Flamingos were definitely a robbery for me. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Yeah.
James, do you have any national final songs that was robbed, in your opinion?
Oh, of course. Alan Chico, Your Cure, 2019, Lithuania. Phenomenal song. Mark my words, when good stuff does well this year, you'll be like, yeah. You were right to celebrate that one back in 2019.
I'm not feeling it. For me, it would be La Ganeci del tuo colore. I think that was a really, really good song. Think of it what you want, but that song was incredible. Yeah.
Welcome
what
back,
did you want
Matt.
to say, Emma?
Thank you.
No,
What did I miss?
Welcome back.
We're just talking to chat, really, and with each
Okay.
other.
Good. That's your job.
Do you
By the
have
way,
any national final songs that you think was massively robbed that should have gone to Eurovision?
This year?
Just in general.
Oh, how much time do we have? Yeah.
I pick one. You always say it to me, so.
Well, I can't pick one here. Most Melody Festivals, first of all. I think it's like every Melody Festival, and there's one song that I actually like, and then never goes far. I can't even think, like, if you put me on the spot right now.
And we are putting you on the spot right now.
Then I'll just go with 6 Feet Under. I'm just addicted to that song. So that's the one I still haven't recovered yet from. So that would be mine. Okay, so there's an update on the that's just it. Oh, now they're putting on the TikTok of Iceland. Well,
are they?
Party. Yeah.
On the blog.
Good job, blog. So yeah, that is already slightly old. So I was just about to say, if you guys, somebody needs.
Oh no, wait. I'm
I'll
done.
never finish my sentence.
Never mind. Never mind.
If some of you need to just take a little break, shush, off you go. We need to go. I want to make sure they don't feel like you probably need a few minutes. Maybe not all three at the same time. I just want to make sure in case you have to.
Yeah.
So what running order? Okay, let me bring that up first before I. There you go. For running order, I feel like they could at least make 3 pots of genres and make one pot the slots 1, 4, 7, 11 and randomize that with a draw. I hear your idea and I kind of like the idea, but there's a big but there. Number one, it's not always easy to categorize every song. I have people complaining about Spain's not a ballad, I'm like, well, you have to put it in like some kind of category. And that's one issue. You cannot always just categorize all the songs by genre. And there are more than 4 genres also as well, or 3 genres. Number 2, it's more than just the genre. It's also something they want to have like 8 male singers in a row. They want to have some diversity as well. Staging is also important. So there are other factors that come into play as well. So while the idea is great in the real, but the producers look into so many different other aspects and think than just the genre. Excuse me, by the way, earlier. I'm okay. And I feel bad for you, Jack James. Don't feel bad that you're like, it hits me every once in a while. Just like I'm trying, like, boom, it hits you out of nowhere.
I completely relate, yeah.
Yeah. Like, God,
don't
so
worry.
You're fine. You're
all
okay.
right.
We get it.
I know, but it's, Anyways, do you see Poland going to the finals? We talked about it earlier. Most people are not convinced. So we'll wait for the final cut. I think that is where we're at right now, Thomas. But I think most people more leaning towards no than towards yes. But let me ask you this, guys. So far, I mean, only Emma was here yesterday with me. I think yesterday our responses were more stronger in terms of staging than there are today, right? We had a lot more staging. We're like, whoa, I didn't see that coming. That's going on. I don't think we've had that per se yet. Do you feel the same way? It's the whoa moment hasn't happened yet.
I do. For example, like everyone brought it, as I mentioned yesterday, and we were like, for mostly like for everyone, we had that like, oh wait, what is this? Oh, look at that! Like that is impressive. This today, I don't necessarily feel like a whoa moment happened yet. Maybe we'll get it with Georgia next. Who knows? But so far, everyone has been just like okay for me.
Yeah. There are 2 biggies that are still to come where we're all just like, and that's Austria and Australia, of course, right? Those are 2 big ones that we are really curious about. So we'll hold on to that. Plus, we still have the big 5 as well. That's going to be a lot of surprises there as well. Somebody was asking, do you want the language rule back? I've already answered that a couple of times, so I'll ask around. Roy, would you want to have the language rule back?
Absolutely not. I like that countries like sing in their own language, but I just want to give every artist that participates the most creative freedom as possible. So if that artist is more comfortable making songs in English, go for it. If that makes a better end product, then I would rather prefer that than having to force them, oh, you have to sing in Greek or you have to sing in Icelandic or Dutch even. I think it's also a bit like beneficiary to countries that already speak English or like have English as their native language, because most people speak English. So definitely not.
Yeah. How do you feel about it, James? Would you want to have the language rule back?
Oh, as a United Kingdom fan, well, I would love the native language rule back. We'd get our string of
2 second places back.
Yeah, we'd get we'd get most of our silver medals back. Yeah, but no, in all seriousness, no, I don't want it back.
Yeah,
and for the same reasons Roy mentioned.
Yeah, I always said also, it's just artistic freedom is the most important thing to me. Certain acts just don't sing in their native tongue. And it would be weird for them to do that just for Eurovision. In addition, I lost my train of thoughts. What was I going to say? It's gone. Yeah, that is definitely a big thing for me. The language would overall improve the overall level, though, of what? Quality of music? I don't think the language rule in itself necessarily improves the quality.
I think it would hinder it.
Well, here's the thing, because I know what they're saying in example, like the very bad lyrics, cheesy songs with, I can fly, oh why my heart, bar dot, right? I understand that. Like, if you don't know how to speak or sing in English, stick to your language. That I agree. But I remember also the point I was trying to make earlier, is I do agree. I would strongly encourage countries to sing in their language and switch it up. So don't pull a Sweden, don't pull a Germany, right? So I like the idea. Like, I was thrilled that the Netherlands sent a song in Dutch. That doesn't mean I have to do it every year now, but having that little moment, I think that is great. So I'd love for other countries to take a chance as well. Just like I hate it when people get super mad at like Portugal or Serbia, whatever, if they're singing English 1 year or whatever, right? Like, let them do it for a year, just like it's artistic freedom. Now, I would hate for those countries to do it every year, but let's switch it up. Some artists want to do that. That's music. That's the beauty. But yeah, I know what that person meant, the quality, because sometimes it used to be, I remember watching the German national final, well, it needs to be in English because you need to appeal to a broader da-da-da-da-da. And fortunately, over the last few years in particular, they have shown it is not necessary. All right. As long as you put forward good music. So no updates yet, I would assume, right?
For me, I just want to add on to that. There's also this preconceived notion that like there are certain parts of the world, and especially like in Eurovision, participating countries in Eurovision, that are like from Eastern Europe, you would expect a certain type of music. Or like if you're sending like Greece, you would expect to see or hear Greek music, their like traditional music and stuff like that. So there's like an expectancy of a certain sound, and I don't really like that. Like, I feel like countries and performers should be allowed to perform in any language they want and however they want to do it, and whichever genre of music they want to do. So yeah.
And also, like, if I compare it to the Dutch music scene, for example, there is not as many successful Dutch singers who actually sing in Dutch. So like a lot of the music that comes out of our country is also in English already. So yeah, that also wouldn't really work. I can see it for other countries also being like that.
Okay, this is a question I want to ask as well. Have you heard anything about Austria staging? I honestly see them having a massive shot. Sweden, Finland with brilliant staging. Their score both with juries and televote. So we have not any information, but not knowing anything, I'm not asking for specifics. James, what do you think they should do? Should they go with crazy props, or should they really just use fun backdrops for them and do their fun story, have like dances with them to do a silly dance? What do you think? What route should they go? Do you have any thoughts? Well, that's not your expertise.
Probably I'm not a good stage director. I don't I wouldn't lean into the Edgar Allan Poe thing, because it's not really about Edgar Allan Poe. He's like it's sort of a random name out of a hat, and I think the Poe is like a pun in German or
Poe.
So, yeah.
Poe. But yeah.
But yeah, I'd keep the humor as subtle as possible without getting people lost. I wouldn't go overbearing with it, because you don't want to be like Scooch, like, oh, salted nuts. You definitely don't want humor that broad introduced into this. So yeah, I think this kind of keep it subtle, snarky, same spirit as the video.
Yeah, I think you have to find the balance there, that you don't go too literal and be cheeky, right? And you can be a little funny, but without being silly, because the song is has a silly. It's not like funny. I mean, it's kind of clever funny in kind of certain ways. So if they were to bring a dancer that dresses up as Edgar Allan Poe and writing and just being silly stuff, it would be so stupid. Same with the staging for that. I think they just need to come up with its own energy and its own feel. You know, they need to come something unique. And yes, I'm not a stage person either, so I'm not the one to tell you what to do. But I'm hoping that's the route they're going or not going.
And also, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. That's it.
Also, they actually have a message behind the song. In some way, transmit that message visually as well.
Yeah.
So not just with the lyrics, but also with the point they were trying to make with the song.
Yeah. Anybody, Emma, do you have any thoughts on that, or you don't know either? Like, just don't go too overboard with it.
Same as you guys. I don't really have anything else to add.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's nothing else to add. So, but yeah, none of us is like, it's funny because we don't know what to do, but we know if we like it or not. You know, that's just human. Like, we're going to probably pick it apart anyways, but that's just what we do.
I could see them starting off with the typewriter bit that they do in the music video as well. Like, have a little moment with them together and like on the typewriter and just singing to each other or something like that.
Yeah,
and then
definitely the choreography as well is going to be, I think, a big part of like the whole movement thing is going to be a part of the performance.
Mm-hmm.
It is because they're going to talk, right? They're going to do the intro, like, you know, hey, right? They're going to do that probably in the music video as well. In the staging, it's part of the song, so they kind of have to. We'll quick an update on Georgia. As well as all the wind, there's also smoke for Georgia, which blends in with the foggy LED backdrop to make it look like Iro is surrounded by it. It's quite spooky, but very effective. I feel like we're going back to...
we'll get a tornado.
Georgia 2015 here, huh? So we'll see. So yeah, we'll see. I'm really excited about Austria. It's one of the highlights for today to see what they're going to come, because again, it will be make or break for them. And again, some people are like, you're not answering our questions. We pick them up as they come along, of course. Super chats are always first, but if you don't answer a question, post them again a few minutes later, and at some point, I'm sure we'll pick them up. They should have the 0.003 thing on screen to make people understand more what they mean. They had that at their pre-parties. Do you think that number should play a big part in the song, y'all? Or is that just such a specific little piece that is not really as important to the song? Anybody?
I'm torn on that one, really. I don't know. On one hand, I can see them doing it because it's quite a big chunk of the song. On the other hand, I don't think the people at home would necessarily get it. So I'm not sure if they should zoom into it too much, but they do need to do something with that little bit because it's a bit different than the rest of the song.
The only way for it to work... No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I just feel like it's very like a specific detail that a casual viewer would not know about. Like, I didn't even know what it meant until like I looked at the lyrics. I kind of explored the song a little bit. So, I mean, I don't know, even putting it on the screen, if it's going to do something for a casual viewer, you know?
Yeah. It would be just more like an Easter egg for people, right? That know what it means rather than for the masses. Go ahead, James.
And even if the fans knew, does the average punter honestly care about Spotify rates?
Exactly. And then it would have to be, but the commentator would have to bring it up in the introduction. They will use this 003 number, which represents da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But even if they did, they're like, okay, why do I need to know that? You know, like, why do I need to know what singers make or not make? You know, I can barely pay my bills.
And it detracts from the larger point they were trying to make anyway, you know, about sexism in the music industry. You know, shouldn't they focus more on that as a macro theme rather than, you know, pepper it with multiple details that will go over lots of people's heads?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, next question. Let's see. I wasn't here earlier. What did you guys think of the LED in the Greek?
You just gotta bring that back.
Oh, I didn't read the question. Okay, we were trying politely move past that. So I think we were all felt we didn't quite get the message of the staging yet because they were mostly just victors on screen. So we have to wait to see the final product on TV for it to click, because right now it doesn't click with us because it just seems like, oh look, there are like 18 victors running around. But we'll hope for the best. But yeah.
Well
looking
said.
from the audience was what?
Well said. Well said.
Exactly. Oh, well said. Thank you. Thank you. I know I said it very well. Sorry. What is your favorite Icelandic entry of all time?
Oh,
We all need to think about that one, huh?
Jägerleaf.
Ooh, that's a good shout.
That is a really good shout. I may go with that one. But I'm going through them right now in my head real quick. I don't think Iceland was much to rave about in the 2000s.
Hatari for me, probably.
Oh, well, Is It True is a pretty song, but it wasn't my favorite that year.
Maybe is it Iceland that sang "This Is My Life"?
Yes, that was a fun campy song, which I enjoyed as well. But I think even besides all of that, despite I should say, I will agree with James. Egalif was just such a pearl and should have done way better. It was beautiful staging, a beautiful voice, just beautiful melody, beautiful everything.
I love Sister as well. Sorry.
I think it's for me between Jägerleaf and Hatred Munsigra. But I also want to give a shout out to Min Hinsti Dance, because that is like a guilty pleasure that I really, really enjoy as well.
Well, how about Sylvia Knight? Congratulations!
I absolutely despise that song.
I'm Sylvia Knight.
I thought you loved the troll entries, right?
No, not always. Don't you worry.
Yeah. So those were definitely my favorite. And I liked Hear Them Calling was nice. There are lots of nice songs, right, that Iceland had, but Egalif was just amazing.
It's Iceland.
It's Iceland. Wow, that's a good pun. Every once in a while you have good puns, Roy, so I'll go with that one. Good job. I'm very proud of you. There was also a song from, actually now going back on the 1990s, early 1990s. There was like that couple that's singing. Yeah. Yeah, that was a cool song too. But it's a different era, so it's like, it's hard to compare them to the newer, the modern era, if you will.
And maybe
think about things. How can we go and think about things? That was that idea was great too. But yeah, so there's plenty of good songs, so
all out of luck, didn't wanna give up.
Oh yeah.
That's their joint best result, right?
Yes, second place with Johanna, yeah. That was a nail biter. Go ahead.
And that song where the guy where the singer actually died before the national selection.
2011, yes, the band.
Yeah, and they reformed it. They reformed it with his friends, and the song was actually about living life to the fullest, because you never know where it'll end. It actually ended up being like super doubly touching, and
that was a nice song. I should underappreciate as well. I really liked that one, because I can't wait till tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I don't like sad music. Maybe that's why I'm glad. I just want to have happy music. So anyways, yeah. So no updates on TikTok or the blog. So we'll have a little bit more time for questions. ESC United, make sure to tag us. Although this one just popped up, I'm going to pick it up anyways. Can you talk what can destroy voting results expectations? What are the surprise elements, non-music related, retrospectively? That is a deep and difficult question. I would have to think about that. Can you talk about what
retrospectively, like in the past, what has...
Why a song, like for instance, maybe we can use because France was really popular last year and then just completely flopped. Can we retrospectively see why it flopped, for instance, right?
I think a good one could be Francesco Gabbani, which was like the odds-on favorite to win for a very long time, and then it didn't. And in my opinion, for that song, it was really that they had to shorten that song, so that they kind of removed an entire verse, so that you didn't really have places to breathe. And maybe retrospectively looking at...
What?
Looking at the monkey on the stage and the staging, it looked very empty and it looked kind of bad. So
Yeah, it didn't translate well from the Sanremo stage to the Eurovision stage.
Exactly.
It happens sometimes. Didn't translate well. I think for like Gabani, certainly it has multiple reasons why that happened. I still love that song, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I can see why I didn't. I think it's very difficult to it's all very anecdotal. I think this particular one, I don't know if there's a true reason you can say this is why. If it's happening, you have to look at each song individually, I think.
Yeah.
And maybe we will never know. Some of it is speculation. Can be vocals, can be real. There could be so many different factors, but you would have to look at the songs that really what destroyed it, you know.
Could be even the artists themselves. Like I'm thinking of Tattoo. Like they were supposed to win, and then well, they made the mistake of interviewing them, and yeah, that totally destroyed their chances of winning.
And they almost, I mean, they were 2 or 3 points short. I was like, I remember watching that live, and I was like, if they win, I'm done with Eurovision. I actually was, because I was already disappointed with the winner the year before. And then is this Tattoo, and then this is a bullshit rule. I was young, very, very young. So, you know, so I was, of course, a little bit more immature. But I think it's possible that I would have been like, I'm not going to watch this anymore. And I was close in 2002 already, so who knows, but glad that didn't come to fruition. Yeah, but they were so rude, so mean to people. I remember they were extra mean to the German lady because she was a little older. She was in like her 40s, and they called it always an old witch. You know, what was that old witch doing here and all that stuff. And it was like, you're being so mean. And as it turns out, one girl is actually pretty shite. All right, so frozen again. All right, let me use my other screen then. Okay, so no update still. All right, then let's just keep looking. What's your favorite entry from Slovenia so far? Joker out and Joker out.
Sorry.
That's fast.
Like, Sabi is the correct answer for her. Compared to that, in your suggestion for Slovenia in general to score higher. I think I have my answer.
I know it too.
What's yours, Roy?
Mine is Energy from
2001.
Mine too. Oh,
energy. That's how you do it. I feel such energy. Yeah.
Yes.
I think that was epic. I love that one. How are you, James? Do you have a favorite that you can think of?
People might think I've lost my marbles, but I have a really soft spot for last year's one. The sort of city pop, spotty teenagers. I really enjoyed that one. I know I'm in a minority, but
yeah,
I like it.
In terms of suggestion for Slovenia in general to score higher, do we have any suggestions? Here's my very weak sauce response, and that is keep trying. And it sounds like condescending, but I do mean it. I think what Slovenia, it's not working out right now, but it's not for the lack of trying.
They're close. They're close.
The thing, yeah, it's just the right recipe hasn't happened yet. One thing I will say, for us non-Slovenians, it's always just the Slovenian national final has so many good songs, but it always seems like, to me at least, feel free to disagree, but it's like, and the winner is, let's pick a number, this act, you know, like you just never know who's going to win. It always seems so out of nowhere, curveball. So I just never know how Slovenians choose. So maybe the only thing I can suggest, but I'm not even sure if that's maybe they should consider bringing an international audience into their jury into their national selection process, because it seems the songs that are immensely popular with the bass, the bubble, or whatever, they hardly ever get chosen in the national final. So maybe if you ask for suggestions, that's one thing I could come up with. But I'm not always necessarily the biggest fan of outside input when people should choose internally. But if you really just look at from a want to do well perspective, that would be an option.
I mean, this year they chose internally.
Yeah, I mean, internally, I meant more like internally as Slovenians should decide what goes to Eurovision for Slovenia, not a jury from 10 different countries. You know what I mean? Because yes, you increase your chances maybe of doing better. That way you can make an argument. I personally prefer the country, even if I don't agree with that decision as much, I can respect it. And that's what is happening in Slovenia, even in Croatia. Like, Let 3 would have not been my choice, right?
Oh.
But I will say this is what the jury wanted and the televoters by landslide. So I love and respect them for that. And I will not poo-poo on it. I'd rather them flop with something they feel passionate about than do okay with something they're just like meh about it. So that's what I'm saying. Just try it.
So
But
who would you have picked from Croatia? Because I thought there was literally nothing else that they could have picked.
I think, I mean, I like Dimmy Kids, the song, but I also like that the song that was a disaster with the staging, the girls, they could have cleaned that up. They actually could have cleaned that up. It would have been a much better option to me. It just didn't work live at that one. But then they did really well regardless already. They're just not certainly as well as Let 3. So that would have been my choices. But it wouldn't have mattered how well they would have done. Let 3 would have won regardless. That was just, at that point in hindsight, a foregone conclusion. I didn't know how popular and what a big hype there was with them. So that's why it still was a surprise to me.
I mean, even before I saw them live, I had the inkling that they would win. It sounded like the best song out of all of the songs that they had in the section. Yeah. Yeah, no, like when I reacted to all of the songs for the first time, I picked out Let 3 to be the one that would take it all, because it just sounded to be the best one suited for Eurovision. All of the others had something lacking that probably wouldn't translate.
I actually didn't have them that low in my ranking. There was somewhere, I didn't have them at the bottom. It really just became when it came together on stage, I was like,
yeah, that shocked me a bit as well. I was like, oh, okay, bit extreme,
yeah.
But
sometimes less is more. I understand some of the aspects, but it just, for me, it's just not quite clicking. But I still respect the choice that Croatia has made. And I go back to, I'd rather have them make the decision than us tell them what to do. Unless they really just care about one good results, and that's something you can consider. Next question. Which country do you expect to get their first win next? If I would guess, I would say Armenia, with the recent momentum they got with both adult and junior Eurovision. James, based on who do you think could become potentially the next first-time winner?
Well, selfishly, I want it to be Georgia, because Tbilisi, I know full well that's going to be a Eurovision I'll be actually able to get to and go to.
Why is that?
Just family and friends there. I know.
Oh, okay.
So that would be a good one for me. Likely, I would say. So we take the size of their music industry, we take the impact of their professionals overseas, whether it's songwriters, producers, Australia.
Oh, forgot about Australia. Yeah, that is true. Actually, Emma, who do you think?
I would love to see Croatia win once. I would love to see, I think, who else is there? Maybe Cyprus or Malta. Slovenia would be also nice.
But who do you expect? The one that you expect. Who would you be the first one you think would win it? Not that who you want, but who you think would expect. Because one of the things I would take into consideration, what James just did, is just based on music scene and consistency as well. Because I want Croatia to win badly. Like, if you have to give me who I want to win, it would be Croatia, because I'd love to go there, and I love the country, and I love the people, and I love the music. And but I'm not there yet to think that I expect them to win next, only because they haven't been consistent enough. They could pull a Portugal and get a random good song, right? But in terms of consistency, they're not there yet.
If we're talking consistency in Eurovision, maybe Moldova. Why not? They're proving to be.
Oh, that's another good one. Moldova is a really good one that I didn't even think of. So yeah, I can see that. I can see. I agree with both of you. Actually, Moldova could potentially be that one, or Australia. But I think Armenia is another dark horse for that. So I agree with all the answers so far. I'm not counting out Iceland, because Iceland has peaks and then they drop a little again. They're always like, yeah, so they could have peaked so hard that they're gonna actually win. So that's another one on my radar. Roy?
Yeah, I think you kind of mentioned all of them, really. Maybe Albania randomly gets a strike of luck with an incredible singer again. But I think always something is lacking with a song from there. So yeah, I think I would go with Armenia or Georgia, and maybe Moldova as well as one of the ones I would be looking at.
Yeah. Now let's watch Czech Republic. I mean, they've been getting better and better at this. You never know.
Yeah, they're figuring
But
it out
They need
now,
they need a little bit more time, probably.
Yeah.
But again, it's the thing. Like, it could just happen. The right song at the right time, and bang, you win it all. So don't count anyone out. That's what I would say. Now watch San Marino win next year. Favorite Israeli entry and your favorite decade of Israeli entries. Anyone has an immediate answer? For me, it's hard because. Okay, let's go to Emma.
Sorry, no, you can say it.
No, I was going to have a long, elaborate response. So.
Okay. I have maybe two. 2008, Boaz.
Okay.
The Fire in Your Eyes. That song is one of my all-time favorites. And maybe Dana International as well.
Oh, I assume her first effort. Well, you're talking about Ding Dong.
No, the first effort.
Well, I just want to make sure.
No,
I
2011. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, Ding Dong was 2011.
I wasn't really feeling it. Yeah.
Roy, you have a list usually, right? Do you have one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at my little spreadsheet, and I think like the era from like 78 to like 83, those 5 years, they're really strong.
I agree.
But which was my favorite? I also have quite a sweet spot for Natati La Kayai from 1974. And I really, 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 really like Time from 2012. So that might be my pick, actually.
Oh, good one. James?
Roy with the hipster's choice there with Time. That's a good one. I like that one too. But the one I really have a soft spot for is, before I tell you, I was going to make Golden Boy. I was trying to make a Golden Boy joke. I really love that one. And my favorite decade, Roy nailed it. That late 70s to mid 80s, Israel is just gold. It's,
they were just rolling. I mean, how can you not love Hallelujah? That's one of my. It's a classic. People even here in the US know that one. I'm a big fan of Ofer Hazard's song from 1983, and especially once I went to Tel Aviv and I went on a Eurovision tour, and how I got the history on how important that song was, to the country at that point. They're talking about how because they always thought that the Hebrew language is not nice to sing because of all the harsh sounds, almost like the Dutch thing, right? Mm-hmm. And they were embracing the chai sound, this chai, and I thought that was a really pretty beautiful thing. And there's so many good songs. I remember when I first heard another Eurovision song was that Amen song from 1995. I always loved that melody. It was so powerful. There are so many good songs in Israel. So this is not a fair question, and I'm moving on. Somebody said that was a super chat that I missed. Did anyone see that? Or was it an old question? I could have missed that one.
I didn't spot it, but I do see that somebody says thank you.
Yeah, so I might
scroll up for eternity. And
I would do it, but for some reason my software just slows down.
I'm scrolling.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I see it now. That's just there was no question though. So just a super chat. So thank you so much for supporting us.
Oh, it's not the one I actually found.
San Marino takes to the stage, by the way.
San Marino.
And I think the one we missed was from Groupie.
What did it say?
Today is not a good day so far. This year we are missing more traditional / folklore songs. So do you think we miss more traditional folklore songs this year?
Actually, hold that question because I have the Slovenia TikTok.
Okay.
Oh.
Let's watch that first then. I'll remember the question. I cannot hear sound.
Ugh. Why is this happening?
Oh, wait.
No, everything is
alarm still. Sorry, chat.
Hang on. Wish I could just restart my computer, but then
that would go off air. Still nothing.
Still nothing?
Nope.
Ugh, then I don't know. I give up. Still nothing?
No.
I don't know.
I mean,
I
we
don't know.
can watch it, and then people
Yeah.
might have to listen to it with sound later.
I have to watch it now. I'll mute myself.
Okay. I still want to bring it on. Yeah, I'm not a quitter because quitters never prosper.
Oh, here we
Still
go.
nothing.
No, you got the sound.
We're Joker Rob, and we're representing Slovenia with Carpe Diem. This is the time for our first rehearsal. Are we stoked?
So we got to mute it now, anyways. There we go.
Oh yeah, first rehearsal is done.
Okay. So based on what I saw, I mean, it's basically what kind of we expected. Camera work will be the big part here once we see that, and I have a feeling they do that frequently. None of you, no, Roy, you have been in the arena, but on certain songs they give like instructions to the audience, like clap. So I can see, because I need a very active clap like this. So I'm sure they have like instructions for people to clap like this, the audience, to add that energy to it. So I can see that something like that happening. What are your thoughts, Roy?
Yeah, it looked pretty much what I expected. It looks very bandy. I think they really captured the vibe that they should be going for. Yeah, it's not really much to say about it. It just looks very clean, very nice, very what I expected from them. And I think it excels their charisma they already have. So, yeah. Solid.
Yeah, James?
No surprises from here, yeah. And we even suggested to them, don't muck about too much. This is just a bunch of lads, charismatic lads, playing a band. You can imagine them just dumping their instrument and going to the pub down the road, getting a few lagers, picking some people up right after this performance. It sort of already has sort of like an organic band feel to it. And yeah, you don't want to screw to it too much with too many visuals.
Yeah. What do you think, Emma? You're nodding. You agree with James?
I absolutely agree with James. And I think that obviously it's not like anything super revolutionary or anything, but it doesn't have to be either. I think that Slovenia just really stays in their lane with this one, and I think it's what works for them, and they're going for it. So I think it's going to look really slick.
Yeah, I really think they bank on the energy and the vibe that the band will bring with the audience. It's one of those songs that, because I remember, I mean, those who weren't watching the rehearsals, they didn't ever get to see that. But in 2017, I remember, I mean, even the first dress rehearsal, Salvador wasn't even there because he was sick. But even when he was there for the dress rehearsals and later on, there was no audience around him, right, when he was singing his song, and it felt kind of empty. So you had to envision people being around there to create that atmosphere, right? And you're like, well, it looks kind of empty right now. I'm just them standing alone on that little platform there. But once the audience was in there, then it's like, oh, okay. And I think it's a similar thing here with Slovenia. So we need to envision this with the energy of an audience here. So I think they know what they're doing here. I feel as they know that the vibe of the song is there. It's just a matter of getting the energy of the audience in there, and that'll carry them easily through to the grand finals. Okay. Yeah. Can Slovenia win the semi if Austria flops live? Looking at you guys, who thinks that Slovenia has the potential of winning the semi? So nobody believes it's going to win the semi. What's the best case scenario you think, Roy?
I think like third or fourth, something like that. Depends on how good Georgia is, to be honest. I think it's going to be either Australia or Austria winning the semi, and then Georgia and Slovenia kind of tussling it out for those two spots after it.
I don't have Georgia that high, but I agree with, at this point, it'll be Australia and Austria, in my view, unless Austria doesn't come together live, then it's Australia's to lose. Then
Yeah.
I feel as Australia is the one to beat. Which personally, I still think it's a strong song in the semi, anyways. But putting my personal opinion aside, it'll be between those two songs, and if Austria flops, then it'll be Australia's. But I can see I have Slovenia up as high as potentially as third place. How about you, Emma?
I'm not really sure why is it between Austria and Australia. If Austria flops, I think it's more likely that either Slovenia or Georgia are gonna take it.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I have Georgia as an 8th place qualifier. I don't think it's gonna. It's a little bit more of a daring choice. I'm surprised that people think it's going to be in the top 5. I don't see it as a top 5 candidate, but that's interesting to hear different perspectives. James, what do you think is the best case scenario for Slovenia?
I also agree with 3rd or 4th. I also agree with you on Georgia being sort of 7th or 8th, unless it's a weird year, like people really are jonesing for a new agey nocturne type entry. Then I can see Georgia doing it, but otherwise, but yeah, I think Slovenia is likely to tap out at 3 to 4. Not necessarily because of the language, but more because of the indie style, which we have seen in the past at Eurovision, can be limiting.
That's also, I didn't realize San Marino had up there. Oh, that's not the staging, is it?
Nope.
No.
They just go to the stage.
Okay, they're just going to the stage. Okay, never mind then. Yeah, it sometimes just pops up like a few minutes late when you don't refresh when you don't look at the browser, it gets stuck, and then you go, and then it's like new post. I'm like, no, it's 10 minutes old. Okay, cool beans. All right, so that's our opinion on Slovenia. But I mean, they'll go through. That's not even, which is nice after past couple of years of results. I think we will have a random winner in this semi, like Norway 2018. Norway 2018.
That's how you write a song.
Do you think this could happen? Because I think it was a similar, it came like 2nd and 3rd or something like that, and then came 1st.
And it was also promoted as the 1500th Eurovision song, and it was Alexander Rybak, so it makes sense that it kind of won that semi. But it wasn't that great, I guess.
But could we have something like that? Could we have well, we don't have the mix of votes this time around. We don't have a jury and a televote, so it's a little different, this time around. So I cannot see any of the other countries. I mean, you never know, right? That hasn't been mentioned in our last comment right now that could potentially win the semi.
I could see Cyprus, maybe.
Cyprus could be I have Cyprus high up. So,
yeah, for me, it was always the question of how is he vocally, and when we get the answer that it's great, then I could see him contest for the semi-win as well.
Yeah, exactly. Next question. As always, at ESC United, so I know that you're talking to us. Otherwise, it's likely we're going to miss the question.
Exactly.
Okay, I need to refresh the screen. This is not working. Hang on. I really feel like I'm overloading my Wi-Fi. I cannot wait to be in Liverpool.
Yeah, I saw George's photos on their Twitter, on Eurovision Twitter.
Yeah. I'd love to go there, but...
Yeah. Try Facebook, though.
Would you love to go to Georgia? Or?
Well, because they're not letting me log in. Okay, so... let me try it on this browser. I had one browser where I was able to log in, but I don't remember which browser it was.
Can you try incognito?
I found it. Is it on which one? Is it on Discord?
No, I found it. No, actually, or the official account, Eurovision account.
Oh, Eurovision. Okay. I don't know the words. Okay.
I have no idea what the text is, but
oh man,
I'm always just the background singing guys. So glad you took the lead.
It's not on mine.
It is. Just scroll.
Oh, there. Yeah. It's just you. What? I found it now. It's just super confusing here on my end. Share screen. Ta-da!
Oh.
Yay.
She looks like
Ooh.
an actress from the all black and white movies era. Like the
Look
way
like
she
an ice queen.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Icebreaker.
There was also I shouldn't spread that actually.
Okay.
Yeah, there was like a rumor about Azerbaijan being in black and white. Like on
No,
the
that wasn't a
camera.
rumor. We saw a screen in one of the pictures.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if I could share that. Though.
Yeah, no, but I don't think it's going to be entirely in black and white. That would
No,
be-
no, I don't think so either.
So I like the lipstick. That looks really well.
Out
No.
of everything.
Oops. No, oh yeah, there are only 4 pictures. That's why it's done. No, it looks really. It makes it pop. You know, because she's very white, like the ice cream stuff, but then those red lips is almost like Snow White in some ways. You know.
Mm,
Yep.
So it's a really nice look. She looks stunning.
yeah, this looks nice. Kind of like an ice queen or something.
You liked it, James?
Looks almost, shall I say, gothic, like she's sort of a ghost coming out of the fog. Especially with that snake-like arm piece we saw her wear earlier. It's like she's reaching out to you and going to pull you into the fog.
That's good. Like Georgia is onto something, at least color-wise. Let's wait to see the clip. I mean, again, I have a feeling her clip may not also be as telling, only because it seems like very camera-friendly. We have a lot of camera-friendly performances this year, not audience catered, which
Now
makes
we can
sense.
finally say with this song, a thing is known.
Huh?
Well, it's
What is
one
what?
of the lyrics, thing is known. And now that we see these pictures, thing is known. Okay, forget about it.
Hey,
It's
the
not
reason why
landing.
I said okay because you were cutting out, and I don't want to be like, what again? I didn't hear it. That's what it was. Because I'm like, what? Better the Joker, you know. It's like, oh, so he was in picture with Estonia from 1993. That's why. Liverpool royalty. So they put a picture of Sonia and the lead singer of Slovenia on their blog. If you feel the need to see that, I don't. Okay, so next question.
See, people in the chat knew what I was talking about. Thank you.
I didn't hear you, so that's why I'm just like, okay. A lot of these pop songs are starting to merge into each other, and none of them seem to stand out. Do you think this is beneficial to Lorraine? She seems to be standout pop singer so far. I was going to answer, but I see Royce shaking his head.
I would think the opposite. Like, that's a pop song as well. So if you think all the pop songs blend together, then it would also mean that she blends together with those pop songs, I guess. Like you would rather than expect a non-pop song to stand out more, right?
Yeah, and plus we had a bunch of non-pop songs. You know, like these are not standard pop songs we've had in a row here. Go ahead, James. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to agree with Roy on this one. Yeah, because it seems like if anything, it makes the non-pop or the pop fused with other genres. Like, the one everyone's talking about in opposition to Loreen is Cha Cha Cha, which, is not a bog standard pop song with metal elements to it.
Yeah. And I do think Loreen stands out. Don't get me wrong. She does stand out. I'm just saying that I don't think necessarily the songs that we have will hurt other. Now, I think this is the reason why some people are saying it's a weak year, because it's certainly less pop song heavy as some of the other years. So I
actually think that makes it for a stronger year.
I agree. I agree with that. But some people are more mainstream, like pop. They tend to dislike it a little more than like the ones who like indie, alternative rock, and all of that. Not that they're all experimental, but there's certainly, we have a lot more of that this year. And I agree with you, actually. That's why I like the likes of like Serbia and even Georgia. There's so many of these songs. They're a little bit more outside of the box. And it's, if anything, you can make the case maybe that these out-of-the-box songs may help draw others more attention to the pop songs that people feel more comfortable with. Maybe that's a case you can make. That, oh, this Serbian song, that's too weird for me. Or the Georgia, what is she doing? Like, I'll go with the Catchy Cypress. I can see that being a case in some cases. But I don't think that there's like an overload of pop songs.
Honestly, like I feel like this year definitely turned out to be like really diverse in that sense, as opposed to some other years. So
Yep, that I really appreciate as well. Which is your favorite winner of the 2010s? Do you have a favorite winner of the 2010s, James or Roy? I have one while you guys are thinking, because I did rank by all my top 10s of the 2010s, and it was a battle between Austria and Portugal, and I went with Austria. Rise like a phoenix. That's why my favorite winner.
For me, it's between Portugal and Ukraine. So either 1944 or Amapelas Dorsh. I think those two really stand out to me. And I don't know, it's tough to pick between them.
Okay, it's like pick between your favorite children. James?
Yeah. I have to go with Rise Like a Phoenix for this one.
Yay, good taste. Emma?
I have to go a little more mainstreamy poppy with this. For me, it's definitely between Satellite and I think Euphoria and Heroes.
Heroes? Okay, well, that's fine. We want to have different opinions. No updates yet besides Devil You Know, right? Nothing on TikTok yet? Do you agree that it is few ballots this year compared to most recent years? Why do you think it is that? And do you think that could help a ballot up to the top 5 at least? We all agree it's a lower number of ballots this year. That's just objectively a fact. You know, it's not even an opinion. Do you think, though, that why that is? Do you think there's a specific reason, or it's just coincidence? Or was it a strategic thinking from broadcasters and whatnot?
Bit of both, I think. Like, the ballots we got were Estonia, who won the national final, and Greece and Cyprus. So, like, I think most ballots, or I wanted to go something totally different with this.
Didn't you regather your thoughts? I can talk if you
Yeah,
need.
I need to regather.
I was saying, actually, I think it's mostly about people didn't want ballots this year, because when you look at the national finals, not many ballots won. The ballots that we've got, for the most part, there's exceptions, of course, were internally selected. Like Greece a little slower, Switzerland, Netherlands, you know, often those were the slower songs. And I think it just happens that people in countries just were in the mood more for fun music. So, and I don't think it was strategic in any shape or form, because I don't think the average person in Croatia was like, well, we need to send Crazy Let 3 to offset, you know, some of the slow. No, it was really just what people wanted. Anyone different opinion? Or agree with my superior one? Okay. Do you think, though, this is going to really benefit some of these ballots, or you don't think that's the case? I still of the opinion it's even the ballots. I mean, there are good ones. I think it'll help in the juries, not in the televote, I don't think. So I think there will be at least one ballot, depending on who will survive the semis, that they will hold on, clutch onto, and really drag it high up. And it may not be as high. It could be Switzerland. Switzerland, I can see going really high with the juries if it makes it to the finals, and then do really, really well because of that. That's just one theory, of course. Who else? Anybody else has a thought?
I would say even with the televote, Italy. I would say this could benefit them greatly this year, because you know they send their usual handsome crooner, and yeah, sounds a little different than usual, but it is essentially a ballad. And everyone I've shown his video to has just been like, "Whoa, hey, let me throw my underwear at him." But this is he is I could see him picking up quite a bit of slack because there's no rival balladeers out there.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. It really, there will be. Go ahead.
There isn't really one that really sticks out to me. I think they're all okay ballads, but I don't think anyone is really like, wow, that's an amazing ballad.
Yeah, but there will be one. You know, there's at least one ballad that the juries will really go for, and we don't know which one. That is the nervous thing. Could be Estonia, you know, if she makes it. You know, it's all about if she's going to make it. Anyways, here the Georgia picks now more than what we had before.
I love that. Love that.
Yeah, so you can see she's using that backdrop there.
A fan.
Oh, so that's like those.
That's what Sean was talking about yesterday. The LED is coming forward more.
Mm-hmm. Who was talking about that?
Sean said it yesterday.
Oh,
you
Sean.
can, like, arrange them in a V shape as well.
Not many people took advantage of that yet, huh?
No.
That's why she's going to stand out.
true. She looks just ridiculous. She reminds me a little bit of that girl from because she gives me that old like Hollywood look in some cases. Like she looks like the mix between an Ice Queen and a ghost and that old school, like, and it just a very stunning look. And she's so nice. I talked to her in Barcelona, and I'm just obsessed with her now. Just so you know. They're gonna bring a little bit of color, and that's good. You always need to bring a little bit just to kind of,
Oh, love that.
That looks. Why people? You should have all taken advantage of that. Did I mention I love the lipstick?
No.
Yeah. Well, we need to point that out over and over again. If you don't agree with me, then you're wrong. Do you get a better shot of those screens we were talking about?
Wow.
So you can do both, right? You can see like in the back, they still have the lights portion of it, while the two panels there actually use LED.
See, this is why I think this performance is going to be really striking for both TV and for the people in the arena. Like that looks amazing.
Yeah. And we know the camera work's going to look great. This is good. Yeah. I'm really impressed with what I see so far.
See, this is the wow moment for me today.
I would agree with you. Oh, look at that! Like with okay. So there is stuff happening. It's not just her being the ghost or the Ice Queen. She's actually going to come to life here. See, and now there's also just a spot. There's going to be a lot. Ha 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 ha.
Maybe that's the beginning or the ending.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, there could be. Yeah, that's the ending or the beginning. So, going to James because I haven't heard from him right now. Your thoughts?
I like the ghost in the fog thing to start, and then yes, I like the idea that I wonder if it's actually going to be. I hope it's going to be like a seamless transition. She starts in black, and then maybe like the fog comes in black or white, and then it starts getting you golden, and then you sort of ends with the pink. I do like that, and I do like the idea of depth. It does look like there's a lot of depth to this piece, and if the wind machine's coming in, we know it's going to be blowing her hair back by the looks of it.
Yes.
So that's just going to create a nice, rich illusion of depth.
So Emma, you said that was your wow moment so far of the day. We still have more to go, but so far so good.
See, that's what I mean. Going back to the last question, when people were like, if Austria were to flop, like who would take the semi? I think Georgia would take the semi for sure.
Oh, really? So this only convinces you even more of that. Okay, yeah. Roy.
Yeah, it looks very nice. I just try to picture the song with it, and maybe that's where I'm a bit like, it's quite hectic with all of the instruments going on, and it's like a lot with the song, and these visuals are a bit like very, very calming, very, very, very soothing even. So I'm trying to picture that a little bit. So maybe that will come together when we can see a bit more of the moving stage. But I do like all the visuals that I saw quite a lot. Like she looks stunning in that, and a lot of those visuals do look epic. So yeah, I'm very curious to see it being performed with sound and movement, I guess.
I'm glad actually you mentioned that because I feel the exact same way. I love each picture screenshot on its own, right? I need to see how this is coming together because, as you said, how is the flow? If it's going to be too hectic, it's going to be like ying, ying, ying. The panel's moving and then it's purple, then it's dark blue, da da da. But so I have faith in the delegation and the people in charge. They're going to put together well, but I just don't know how it'll work. So that's what I'm excited about. But so I'll wait and see. But from what I'm seeing so far, I think Georgia is certainly not just sitting back and be like, we're just here, if we don't qualify, what ifs? They're like, we want to go. We're trying here. We're really, really trying. And I really, really like that. So we'll wait for more.
Anyways, guys, I will have to leave for today, unfortunately.
For today?
Oh, no.
Yes.
Are you missing Austria? And
yeah, I'm very sorry. I hate it as well. I don't want to see them, but yeah, I have some things to do with handball and stuff. So
why don't you buy
Well, thank you very, very much.
Okay.
I was so confused for a second. Like, what?
No, that's fine. I don't know what's happening. I'll be in touch about tomorrow because I don't know exactly. I have to figure out exactly how the live stream works
Yeah,
tomorrow.
tell
and
me
what
how that
time,
works. And
how, why,
we'll
when,
talk
and
about
where, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I'll be in touch.
So it's been fun. See you next
All right.
time.
It's been all right.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Tot ziens.
There is an update on the blog. Taya and Selena from Austria aren't the only ones who been possessed by the ghost of Edgar Allan Poe. There's something in the Liverpool arena water too. So I assume. Hang on. Why I'm thinking Jingle Bells. That is really odd. Okay, this I have no idea where that came from. Hang on, I'm struggling with life right now. Is this it? I'm trying to find the right screen. Okay, this is the one. Okay, so this is the picture. This is not the picture. This is the picture. So they're wearing what kind of we expected, right, on stage. Relieved? That's what we wanted, right?
Yes.
Question mark?
I think maybe they might also be keeping things under wraps. So let's be cautious how we approach this one.
Yeah, I mean that's in the backstage area, so that's how what they're gonna look like on stage.
There's water.
Yeah, they're not gonna bring the water thing with them.
No, but I was referring to how Riley yesterday said, "Oh, this is not like my actual outfit." So
no, I was saying, look at the cooler. Edgar's water.
Oh, that's why Edgar's water. I didn't realize that. Okay. Yeah, but I'm thinking because they kind of were wearing that in the music video and stuff, so it makes sense to me that they would be.
It makes sense. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would make sense. But yeah, you never know. But I would expect. That's why I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure, not certain.
Oh, by the way, we have a super chat. Super chat.
Oh, super chat, not just super chat. It's super chat.
Yes.
Okay, can you? Oh, there it is. Thank you. Oh, wow, that is a super chat. Thank you so much for your support, Fernanda,
nice.
from a Portuguese in Manchester.
Thank you.
Thank you from a German in LA.
It was Serbian in Serbia.
And a Brit in LA.
I know. So thank you for that. So there's more now. Oh, this is just the intro again, but not about the performance. Selena is the third person to choose September by Earth. Okay, what is that? Okay, that's just an intro. Okay, we'll just wait and they're taking the stage right now. So hopefully in the next 15 minutes or so, we will have an update on the staging and then eventually some pictures. Everyone is super nervous. This is that's like a biggie here right now.
I'm so nervous.
Yeah, I'm actually less nervous than most people because I want every country to succeed, of course, and everyone do their best. I'm not as attached to the song, me personally. So it's not like if they were to fail, I wouldn't be heartbroken as much. I would be heartbroken, I would be heartbroken for any country that doesn't make it through. So that's probably the difference here for me. But I know what you're saying. Like I would have felt the same about Finland, for instance, that I loved. Nervous about the UK. I would be devastated if they're going to have a sucky staging. And so I get it. Do you think Eurovision should extend the maximum songs length from 3.5 to 3.5 or 4 minutes? That's plenty of head shaking, Emma, huh?
The show is very long either way, and I would rather have more countries participate than extend the length of the song, because I think you can have an amazing song in 3 minutes, and that's pretty much enough for me.
Yeah, that would be 1 minute for every. Like, even if you increase it by 30 seconds per song, multiply that by 25 or 26. Do you know what I mean? That is a lot.
A lot.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, another super chat. Thank you. Let's Dance from a Romanian Israeli from Leeds. So we're all gonna do that now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As someone originally from Leeds, thank you.
Oh, see. Well, next week I can say a German from Liverpool. So that's gonna be a little different then. Have you been to Liverpool before, James? Well,
Yes, I actually have, but I've not been in about 20 odd years. So, yeah, my geography is probably not current.
okay, that's all right. Yeah, I've only been to London in the UK, so this is finally another city that I'm getting on my list there. So even though I wish I could put another country on my list, I have to wait another year. That's why I'm also hoping that if Finland were to win, that would be ideal for me. Just put the song aside. Who cares, right? Because I've never been to Finland, and then I can go all down these countries I haven't been to. I've been to Estonia, Lithuania, or Latvia. So I get a boom, 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 all 4 countries off of my list on that vacation. So that's why Finland win would be fantastic for me. All right. What's your favorite Dutch Eurovision song before the 2000s? Okay, too sad that Roy is not here anymore. I don't think that Emma knows many songs, Dutch songs, so I'm gonna let you off the hook on this one. You're not, James, though, and I think that is a very broad and wide range that you're giving to me, and I don't like that. But since I cannot think of all of them at once, I will give you the ones that immediately pop to mind. I will definitely say Amsterdam from 1980. That's always been a favorite of mine. That's just beautiful. I will also, a random one maybe, I think it was 1987. Recht up in der Wind, dun, dun, and I walk away. I just love that song. It's just has like a Schlager filter that feels like it captured the music scene in that point in time so well, and it is so catchy. I really, really love that one. I have to go back more in time to think some of the others, but those two stand out to me a lot. James, do you have one?
Their winner's great. Ding a Dong. That's one of the catchiest winners of all time. Like, if you ask me to name one of the top 10 winners, I'd put that one in there.
Oh, really?
Such a catchy, fun one. So
I like the other winners as well. The Troubadour was really good as well. I also like the song from 1974.
I See a Star, yeah.
Yeah. I See a Star. Okay. A brand new star. I probably like that better than Waterloo, actually, because I love Waterloo, don't get me wrong, but it's not even anywhere near my favorite ABBA song. But yeah, I see it. Oh, wait. Oh, wow, Groupie. Thank you so much. Keep in mind also, if you ever want to use the PayPal, all of that goes towards us directly, not to YouTube, but this works as well. So I'm going to show this on stream. Thank you for all the hard work, Matt. Where you live in the States? I live in LA County. Of course, I'm not going to give my exact address away. I live in 125 Main Street now. I live more in the hills here, like in the. Most people won't know that area.
He's a valley girl. It's fine.
I'm a valley girl. In like Rancho Palo Verdes, it's like an area where I live, and I love it here.
He lives in the posh part.
You what?
He lives in the posh part of town.
It's not that posh, trust me. Well, it's nice. It's quiet. But I just moved here a year ago. Before that, I lived in Long Beach, actually. That's not the posh town. But it has posh parts, though. So that's where I'm from. But only for a few more days. But then I'm going to Liverpool. No updates yet, right?
Well, just the intro for Austria, fun fact, and
That does not count. I want info. I feel this is, to be fair, this is how it was last year as well during the first rehearsals, but at least we knew we would get more info in the second one. Now we don't have that either.
No, but we'll get are we going to get 20, 30 seconds on YouTube?
Yeah, but that's still not everything. They give you usually the most desired 30 seconds that they want you to see. You know what I mean? So it still doesn't tell the whole story. And that is what I am looking for. But it's a start. I'm used to it. I'm just, it's hard for me because I've been all about observing the visuals, and this has been my thing for so many years, and not having that, it just throws me. It throws me a lot. I also just want to throw out another thank you at Luke, who sent us a super chat. Thank you so very much. Super chat, excuse me. A donate on PayPal. Really, really appreciate your support there as well. And he gave a special shout out for Roy, but he's gone already, so can't shout at him now. I'll shout him later. I always love shouting at him. So
it's a good spot.
I know, right? So did I miss anything else? No. Okay. So any questions at ESC United? We're all just impatiently waiting for an update on Austria. And people who are asking, yes, we do have a live stream tomorrow. We just don't know at what time yet, because we only have the snippets coming out in the evening. Does anyone know at what time? Even that they haven't really said, right? They just said sometime in the evening, right?
I don't think they gave us the precise time.
Yeah, me neither. It's annoying because if I schedule something and then they're not even out, and I cannot schedule during the day because all the TikToks are happening with Timur, and everybody wants to watch that. So I'm not going to hear sitting by myself doing that.
I love how this comment said it's weird. Sorry, it's weird, but the live streams we are doing are fun, and I'm glad you're here for it. Same.
Oh, did you call us weird?
Yeah.
My feelings, my non-existing feelings. This is where my heart's supposed to be, but I don't have one.
I don't think that was the intention. That was.
I know. I'm being silly. I get it. I've been doing it for many years now. I get what they're saying. Let's stop the winning country hosting. Let's Matt choose what the cheapest place to go. That is right. I think I should have to say. I'll pick Albania. We're going to Albania next year, just so you guys know. That's probably the cheapest one, right? Moldova may be cheap. So, or anywhere there's so many countries that would be, doesn't even have to be cheap. It just has to be not Liverpool. Or not.
Yeah.
Do we even have to do Europe? Hell, why not Mexico?
We might. You don't really, we don't know. Oh, Matt, you're muted.
Matt.
Okay. Wait, we kind of hear you.
What?
Oh,
there
you go.
Okay. As I was trying to get my sound back, I thought of another Dutch song I love because I started singing it. That wasn't mentioned. I think it was 1977. In der Maaie Mooie van het leven. She just recently passed away. The Maaie Mooie. Do you know that song, James? In the Maaie Mooie. Beautiful song. So it just came to me.
Ed Celia's first go around 98.
98. That was my first year at Eurovision. Good times. That is good times. Still no update? Nothing?
But here's a good question from Stuart. How does Liverpool compare cost-wise to other cities you have visited for Eurovision?
The most expensive city I've ever been to. Done.
Even Denmark and Sweden?
Denmark was cheap.
Seriously?
The accommodation. I had my own hotel room and less than $100 a night, that kind of stuff, right? It was like $80 a night. And it was an official hotel from the EB, which we no longer have. Sweden was expensive. I'll give you that. But at least I was able to get a room, my own private room with a shared bathroom. But only with one person. So it wasn't too bad. And it was really close to the arena. And here.
Matt, did you go to Malmö or did you go to Stockholm?
Okay. Malmö, both. So I went to Malmö and Stockholm. So Malmö was actually very affordable. I shared with Zach, actually, an apartment. And that was also... I don't think the Zach is here anymore, but we had Zach, why did you pick this? I mean, it was a beautiful apartment, but he put it in a residential neighborhood where the buses stopped running at 6:30 or so. I was like, yeah. So we couldn't get out much, but it was affordable. But yeah, this has definitely been the most expensive so far. I feel like I'm paying the same amount for 1 week that I paid for 2 weeks in other places. So yeah, it's not even close. So, and then just think about the tickets alone. I mean, I didn't get any tickets, but everybody else, tickets have never been this expensive. They complained about Tel Aviv, but this is nothing. And then transportation is super expensive there. Taking a train from a 2-hour train.
We do have the update for Austria.
Okay. It's still tapping on my end. And now it pops up. I had like a 10 seconds delay here. Okay, here we go. It's got a message. It's got a thumping bass line. It's got huge vocals. It got insanely a polished dance routine that everybody needs to learn immediately. Okay, it got me like, yeah. This is a fun performance, and we challenge you not to be up and dancing to this next Thursday and every day thereafter, and for the rest of time altogether, we po. It's nothing. They gave us nothing.
Well, yeah.
It's got, let me read that again. Maybe I skipped over stuff. It's got a message. It's got a thumping bass line. It got huge vocals, and it got an insanely polished dance routine that everybody needs to learn immediately. And it got the line, "Oh mio padre, there's a ghost in my body," sung like it's a Vienna choir, boys. Such a fun.
I think they did that intentionally because they know how much of it the intention is on this, and they didn't want to say anything. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, you saw the Slovenia popping up.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I'm like, oh wait, oh no, it's Slovenia. We already know that.
I keep doing that. I'm so sorry. I keep.
No. I did the exact same thing. I was kind of like, oh, because you're so excited. Yeah, so that meant nothing to us. So all we know, they have a dance routine, which pretend to be shocked.
Yeah, I thought they were just going to sit at a table, really.
Yeah, or just stand the microphone. Yeah, that would be a daring choice. So let's see here. Next question. We got that there. Yeah, we got that they are going to dance. The only thing we got. What a surprise. So Adam does not think that was a very impressive comment either. It says twice the same than the other blog. What's the other blog? Oh, got it. Okay, you got me there on that one. All right. So yeah, we just don't have anything, and there are no new updates either on the TikTok either, right?
I don't think so. Yeah, I just refreshed. Nothing.
Okay. Well then, this is everyone's opportunity, y'all. If you have any thoughts, questions, comments, concerns, at ES United in the chat. I want to also thank everyone who supported or has been supporting us these past few days. It is greatly appreciated. And
yes.
Do you think Serbia could get a top 10 result in the final? I think they could go further than expected. The unbiased Serbian, why don't you answer the question, Emma?
Well, objectively speaking, they probably could get top 10. That's all I say.
Yeah, I actually don't disagree with you. I mean, it's one of my favorites this year anyway. It's like it's in my top 10. But even objectively, I think Serbia has every chance to get a top 10. I wouldn't go far as high as like construct a high, but certainly could go big. It has also the potential being a flop. I've said it before. It's just like people just don't get it. It's too dark, too weird. That is a potential for Serbia as well. But you ask if they have a shot at top 10. Yeah, I think so. James, what do you think?
Oh, I agree. It does have a chance to get top 10 here if they make the stars align on stage and do it right. I also agree it does have the chance for tanking badly if people don't get it. Oh, and we lost Matt again.
Oh. No, but just finish your thought. It's fine.
Oh, my thought for what it's worth is yes, if it got a top 10 placement, I would not be surprised.
Same. I think that I've seen, well, just like from the Eurovision chatter from the community, I've seen quite a lot of support, but I've also seen quite a lot of we don't get it, you know.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Oh, we can see you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was like, I don't think they can see or hear me, so I'm just like, go ahead.
So I think it could go either way.
Yep, I think in a nutshell, it's a wild card a little bit with Serbia, but I would call it a confident wild card. Like I feel good about Serbia's chances, but it certainly is in that could go either way kind of area. Next question.
I got to step away for like 2 minutes, if you don't mind.
Okay. Can you introduce yourself? Connection to these Euro parties. Connection to what Euro parties?
Like Europe pre-parties? I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the question quite either. Introduce yourselves. Our connections to these Euro parties. We don't have any connections to the Euro parties. If you're saying if us to be involved in those parties, that is not something that I want to do. I don't have the time for that, nor do I have the resources for it. I know that Wee Jam is happening with Wee Blocks, but they're like so big and all that stuff. But for me, someone who lives in the US who has a full-time job, that it's not something that I could do. I'm not sure if that's the answer you were looking for, but that's
if that
what I
wasn't
do.
the question, if that wasn't if we didn't understand the question, just like add us again.
Yeah, just clarify. Do y'all there goes my voice. Do y'all see a world where Sweden doesn't win the jury? Do you see a world?
Yes, absolutely. I don't think it necessarily has to win the jury. I think it's more like a televote poll for Sweden at this point. I think it doesn't really have to mean that Sweden is necessarily winning the jury just because she has the elements for it. Maybe they lean towards something else. So yeah,
I still think that they're, to me, still the likely jury winner. Actually, they tend to like Swedish music, and this one has a lot of televote appeal. However, I agree that I don't see them as a guaranteed winner either, because there are several jury-friendly songs in there, and it could.
You're off. Well, anyway, I agree with this comment that Spain is also a potential jury winner. I think we're yet to see what they have in store for us. And also probably like Italy maybe has a chance as well. So I think it's a matter of, what tips the scales. Okay, I can hear you, Matt.
Is this sounding weird?
No, I hear you nice.
I'm using this now instead of my microphone down here. Maybe that'll help me out a little.
Okay.
I feel like I'm on a work call though. So if we look at these statistics, I think we should save some money. So it is what it is. So I'm just sick and tired of
change into your work voice, like the customer service voice.
All right. So we'll manage. While you're back, James?
Yep, I am back. Sorry about
that. Can I leave for I need something to drink. I'll be right back.
All righty.
Thank you.
He's going to come back and he's going to be muted.
Oh, yeah. And we'll do the rinse and repeat. We should have a song and dance every time he mutes
True.
out. So, like, Roy does the alert for the...
Right. No, don't worry. I just refreshed and there's nothing yet. So, but yeah, at ESC United, let's see more questions until we get some new updates from the official channels. Could TikTok views be predicting a Norway televote win? What do you think?
My qualifier for TikTok is demographics. For Eurovision and TikTok, I think there's very different spread of age demographics. Eurovision tends to skew older, whereas TikTok is a very narrow. I'm like one of those crusty old geezers who's like, TikTok, what? I don't want that Chinese rubbish on my phone. And so I'm not saying it's a 100% accurate. It might explain a surge in voting, but I don't think it's the be all and end all. And if you rely on TikTok, there might be a dark horse like Italy that skews towards older folk that people might be missing on.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think that Matt raised a really good point. Was it yesterday? I don't even remember. I'm mind blanking. TikTok, the way that the views tend to work, apparently, and I'm talking as a millennial here or older millennial, like I'm not 100% of this. Like it loops the video, like it goes on loop. So I'm not sure how the views are actually counted, if it's counted like every single time it goes on a loop or not. So yeah, but I think you're right about the demographics thing. So yeah. Let's see some more. What was it here? What is the most underrated country? Not just this year, but overall.
Before you answer that, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I want to add to what you just said. I heard, oh, hang on, the screen is not working right. There you go. In regard to the TikTok views, it counts every time it loops. It counts as a new viewer. I just
There
wanted
you
to add
go.
that. No, go ahead. Sorry.
So it's not unique viewer then. So if you watch it 10 times, it counts as 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. Okay, go ahead. You're going to ask read something, Emma?
No, I just read someone asked like, what do you think is the most underrated country in the Eurovision Song Contest, but like not this year, but overall.
Oh. Oof.
Georgia.
I was just about to say Georgia, actually.
I wanted to say Albania.
Oh, that's another good choice. That is another good choice, yeah. Georgia, just because they have, excuse my language, the balls to sometimes be a little bit more risk taker. And not all the time they're being rewarded, but I think they should have. Now, don't get me wrong. Some of them are like, okay, that's even enough to me. Like, Ocean, I want to hear you. I'm like, okay.
I'm a joker.
Yeah, but I loved like the 2018 song that came last in the semis. I even liked some of the like Keep the Faith that didn't do. I loved so many of the entries, and I love the Daring. I think they deserve better. But
Okay,
Albania is another good one. Albania is a good one as well. Mal deserved top 10.
Yeah.
So that's for sure. All right, so no updates yet, right?
Nope, nothing yet.
I was like, I don't want to miss Austria.
Wait, someone asked me earlier something and I missed it. Oh, are you proud of Serbia sending great entries 3 years in a row, Emma? Yes. I guess it goes, according to everyone's taste, but like obviously if your country is getting like good reviews and good positive reactions, of course you're going to be happy. So I think that the result, the end result isn't really be all tell all, so regardless of like what we do, I know that I feel like the delegation and the broadcaster are really like trying to do better than we did in the 2010s, for example. So that's enough for me.
Yeah, that is true. And I feel like they have the hunch now, Serbians, like what can and kind of work. Again, we don't know what's going to happen this time around, but I feel like they have a lot more, a feel of it. And it feels good. It feels good that they're not just going safe.
Yes.
And that's what I really, really enjoy.
I just don't want them to fall into that trap of like, oh, we're sending all these weird alternative things that's always going to work out.
Right. That is true. That's true. We haven't. It's not enough for Paladin because we have like basically just like a few years. I mean, 21 wasn't that weird of a song in that sense. It was, but it's Hurricane. I mean, it was different than these two, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Let's go for 23 first and see what you guys are going to do next year, and then we'll come back. We'll give you another better answer next year.
Although to be fair, I do love your country's ballads, like Željko Joksimović. Effing legend, that guy.
It's like he should have won in 2004. I'm still. I mean, but then it was Wild Dances. I don't want to poo-poo on Wild Dances either, But I was just like, so sad. Can we have two winners? But I was in love with
that year in particular, especially being the first one I've ever watched. It was like I was sitting on the edge of my seat as a kid, even back then.
Yeah, that was great. But his 2012 song was beautiful as well. And yeah, I love Balkan ballads. So that's send the Balkan ballad. The odds are I love it. Do you think we have ever lost a Eurovision winner in a pre-selection? Well, we'll never know the answer to that. But do you think that you listen to a song?
Yes.
Are you talking about statements?
Yeah. I think definitely we lost a Eurovision winner then.
Can you think of another one, James? Or
I'm just going to keep banging this drum until I die. Alan Chico, Your Cure.
When's that from? When, where, why?
Lithuania, 2019.
I didn't watch the national selection there, so I don't even know that one. Do you think that would have won?
Probably not, but that's in my ideal world that would have won.
I don't know if it would have won, but I have no doubt in my mind
TikTok
that.
update. Sorry.
Okay,
TikTok
no worries.
update.
I have no doubt in my mind it would have been an improvement from what they actually ended up sending. Running with lines. Okay, so we're gonna have the Georgia TikTok coming up.
How
Let's give it a
exciting.
shot.
Oh, nothing. I don't hear anything.
Oh, no sound again.
Fuck me. Oh, did I just hear? Sorry, I forgot that you can. I thought you cannot hear me, and I forgot. Oh man, I gotta try a different window. Hang on.
It's okay, Matt. We got you here. We're all patient.
I apologize for any people who don't appreciate cursing. That just was a natural. Oopsie. All right, let's try this one instead. Let's see if this one's working. Still no?
I don't
Still
hear
no.
anything.
Nope.
I don't understand. Okay, maybe I need to unshare and reshare.
Okay.
She's singing in my ear at least. Okay. All right, I'm gonna try one more resharing this. Maybe that'll fix it. No. Let's try this one.
There we go.
Oops, I started playing already, but it's not even on the screen. It says loading. Hang on. This is the last year I'm using this technology. I'm telling you that right now. I wish I had time to switch now. Oh, no, it says I may disappear. Nope, there it is. Let me see if it's playing. No?
I hear it.
Oh.
I've been waiting for this moment.
I gotta forget that I need to make this quiet because Georgia has been extra strict as well this year. So you can see her on stage, waiting.
Georgia, and I'm about to go on stage. I'm so happy and excited, and I can't wait to be there.
There's the wind machine. Oh.
Oh my god, it was amazing! I can't wait. Hi!
Hello.
Good luck, everyone! Good luck!
Wow, so I have plenty of opinions on that one, but let me go to you first, Emma.
So many things, but so many good things. I was looking at the LED and what was happening like behind her. I love the effect with like the hands poking through the moving LEDs.
It really looked like it was a sheet.
Exactly.
Well, didn't it? I was like, is that a sheet or is that actually LED? That looked amazing.
Yeah, it looked fantastic. I love the tornado effect as well. It looked so good compared not compared, but like with the wind machine and stuff. Her vocals off the charts, like even in this snippet, sometimes we're not sure, but with this one I'm pretty sure she's amazing. I loved her command of like her behavior and command and stage presence. Loved it. And I think I'm even like more sure she could be winning the semi.
Oh dear. James.
It's very impressive. So it looks like we were maybe fooled with the idea of a transition from cold to warm. Yeah, it looks like it's actually thunder and lightning, which sort of adds to the gothic gloom there. Those pops of color coming in, and yeah, sort of like the eerie, the hands coming out at you adds to like a sort of 1930s horror movie thing. And yeah, she does seem to command the stage, which is impressive because I keep forgetting how short she is. She looks really short to me, so I'm actually, and I actually keep forgetting that. So that actually is a big plus for the singer, that she can just project a sort of herself like in that manner.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I'm not sure exactly. No, I agree with everything both of you said. By the way, 110%. I was just interested what the purpose was of that little platform that she was standing on, because it didn't seem like it was spinning or doing anything. It just elevated her a little bit. So I'm really curious if it has an LED screen underneath it, or is it really just, let's put you up a little bit to make it look like you're fly with the smoke effect, so it looks like you're more flying, that kind of thing. Because I think they said there's going to be smoke, right? If I recall correctly. So I think that's the only thing. They probably want to have it high up a little, because right now it looks like, what's the deal with that? So I think that's the only reason why she's on there.
Yeah, I thought somebody said we're going to get a smoke machine.
Yeah, I think that's like, I'm trying to. That was like 10 minutes ago. You really expect me to remember that? So yeah, I think that's what it was. I think that's the only reason she's on there, which makes sense then. It was only a matter of time for Matt to curse. I know. I've been trying so hard, but then I thought I was on mute again, and then I wasn't. I don't curse that much in real life. Okay, just like any person, but
it happens. We're human.
it happens. I am a little human. Can Georgia be the surprise jury winner? Could you see? Actually, let's assume Georgia is in the finals, right? Could this be a jury magnet, or do you think it's more of a televote? What do you think, Emma?
Both, probably. Honestly,
Both?
At this point, it might be both. Is that too controversial to say?
No, it's not too controversial to say. It's just an opinion. Jade, could you see this one? It's not really like a ballad, but it's certainly not an upbeat song. Do you think that could potentially fill the void and really get the juries on Eero's side?
It could get some of them. Will it get enough of them? I'm skeptical of that.
You're skeptical, and the reason you're skeptical?
Mostly because how to articulate this without sounding like an asshole.
Ting, 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 ting.
It's the lyrics thing. It goes.
Yeah,
back
I was
to
going to
the
say,
lyrics.
is it? I was.
That is why it would. She's singing for sort of vocal effect rather than singing lyrics, and I think some jurors, particularly with the way they score, might be turned off by that.
Yeah, to me, I actually agree with you, because I'm worried that this is the anti-GP. It's just the kind of style and genre that they don't tend to go for. When I look at the history, sometimes they surprise us, but it's just the vibe that I'm getting from the song, and not that I want that to happen. That's just my feeling here. And so could it be the jury winner? No, I don't think so either. But then I'm be more than happy to be proven wrong. All right. Any other questions? I would love to hear from you in the chat as well at ESC United. Did you like this? Are you more concerned? Are you happy? I'm not the biggest fan of Georgia's song, but I'm so proud of them and waited so long for them to get the recognition they deserve. Well, right, let's just hope that it'll pay off, because they're not in the finals yet, although we're pretty hopeful on this one. And what would happen? Do you think there's a chance that they would leave if they don't qualify with this one, since they're so highly praised and anticipated to be qualifying, or you don't think they will quit?
I don't think they'll quit.
I don't think so either. They have not shown any indication of quitting, and this is a great platform for them as well, for Georgia, because they're not necessarily known to be a star in World Cup or the Olympic Games. It's their place to be actually a player. So why would they throw that away? Only thing is, of course, money, and I don't think that seems to be an issue as of right now.
Plus, as well, the rate, whatever you think quality-wise of their qualifying events, the ratings for their qualifying events are so high that, yeah, they'll just coast off of that.
Yeah, exactly. People always say UK will withdraw with all these bad results. UK, even with their bad results pre-Sam Ryder, the viewing figures were just still outrageously high. Even if if there were really only 16 people watching, maybe you could make a case in the BBC, but it was still one of the most popular shows. So that would be silly to withdraw just because of the bad results, because ultimately it comes down to money and numbers, just like with anything. This is not the best Georgia could give. Still, it's unfortunate that the bar is this low. Okay. Well, the semi 2 is by a lot of people not considered this, or it's considered by most people the weaker semi. But again, it seems more universal though, because it's like I think, especially this year, it seems very dramatic. There are times where some people like the first semi better than the second one, and vice versa. But this one, it seems like universally, at most, I would say at least 90 to 95% of people think the semi 1 is stronger. I would love to hear though from people in the chat, just for the sake of it. Is there anyone out there who thinks that actually semi 2 is superior to semi 1? And then I would love to hear why. If not, then don't just make it up. But I was just curious why. Which is it just because you like so many songs in this one?
While they're answering that, there's this question that I feel is a good question. Could George's lyrics actually be considered post-meta poetry? And we're just not ready for it yet.
Oh, and you're out again.
You're out again. Just in time, Matt.
Curse.
We don't hear you. Do you guys actually think that whoever was writing like lyrics for George's song, they did it like in a way they would write it in like their own language? That's why they're like a little bit.
Hello.
They're deliberately done that way for effect, rather than they don't care about the lyrics and lyrical content and meaning secondary to showcasing her vocal strength.
I don't get it. I hear myself.
No, we can hear you now.
Now we hear you.
Oh, okay. Asking, can you hear me? Nobody said anything. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I just have to maybe unplug everything and plug it back in. Maybe I do get a new converter. I don't have time. Okay. Anyways, go ahead. Sorry. You were talking?
What were you saying?
I don't know. You finish your thoughts. You guys were talking.
Oh, it's actually your turn to answer the meta one.
Mine?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't know. That's the simple answer, is that I just don't know. I feel like it's more of like a translation thing rather than an intentional thing, in my opinion. But then again, like, we don't know the behind the scenes of it. So, but are we ready for it? I mean, why would in the year 2023? I think we could definitely be ready for some meta.
I'm sorry, ready for what? Can you just remind me real quick? What
the post meta poetry kind of a thing? Are we ready for those type of lyrics? That's why we don't get it now.
Oh, that's BS. No, absolutely not. That's not what it is. I love how people are always trying to twist like when someone is not funny, it's post humor or post comment. Like, it's just not funny. Okay, so it drives me nuts when they do that. I asked the question. I think the semi-final draw is the most unbalanced in the last 10 years. I think I agree. My number 1 of the year is in semi 2, but it's not the better semi. Okay, that's fair. Semi 1 is stronger. 3 possible winner are there, plus Israel. Semi 2 has only Austria as a possible winner. And then here, someone is saying semi 2 is more intriguing, since when it comes to the results and staging potential, everything is open here. Maybe it's more intriguing. That is fair, but is it better? That's a different story, right? Oh, here someone says that I think semi 2 is a lot better than lots of people make it out to be. Okay, but however, it's more stronger. Okay, so it's still stronger. So it seems like most people agree. So it's not just us. Oh, finally, no. I have someone. Semi-final 2 is stronger because the year is so strong. 12 songs from semi 2 and 7 songs from my top 10 are in semi 2, but my top 2 is in semi 1. Okay, well, somebody thinks that semi 2 is stronger. So when I said there are always a few people, but yeah, this year it's pretty unbalanced. But thanks for everyone for sharing the thoughts. So no updates yet, right?
I have not checked. Hold on, let me check TikTok real quick. Nothing.
Okay. Okay. Then yeah. Oh, it says I have to refresh this page. I hope I'm not gonna get lost. Hang on.
You're just gonna get muted. It's fine.
I'm still here.
Yes.
Okay. I know I have so many system issues today.
Just keep cursing. That's how you'll know you'll be guaranteed to stay online.
Well, people will like that, but YouTube would not. Okay. Oh my, no, it's really slow. All right. Do you think we are past the era of avant-garde Belgium? What is considered avant-garde Belgium? Can you give me an example? Like,
Yeah, that's so hard for me to like imagine what is that considered as like what is considered avant-garde.
like when you definition, are you talking more like a rhythm inside kind of avant-garde, or I don't know? People may have different definitions of that word. France is going to surprise Ukraine, surpass in the odds. I saw earlier that they are both at 5%. And I'm pretty sure that France will surpass them eventually, especially if the opinions of the rehearsals will be favorable, which they may or may not be, but we still have a couple of days before we get an idea on that. All right. Which year had the best stage design? I personally love Denmark 14 and Sweden 16. Do you have a favorite stage design? Anybody? Thinking? Going for the stages in your head right now?
I loved Denmark as well, 2014, and I loved Serbia 2020, 2000, 2007, 8. Am I blanking? I don't like. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I didn't like the music that year at all, actually, but I loved the stage in 2011. That was beautiful in Germany.
You cut out again.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, so I'm gonna unplug all these BS cables and see if that'll fix it. I'll be right back. You guys keep talking.
Okay.
All right.
So what were you saying, James, about the staging?
Sweden 2016 is a great shout. I like that one.
What was the 2018 stage?
That was Portugal.
Like the circular, was that Portugal?
Was that?
No, there's like the circular. What I'm saying is like the circular design, like. Lisbon. It was Lisbon.
Yes.
Lisbon. Oh, I love that one as well.
Yeah. That was also a good one.
Someone said Italy's dead son for the win. Yes.
I suspect in years in the future, Italy's is not going to be on any of these lists, unfortunately.
Yeah, so many things went wrong, unfortunately. Someone asked, did Albania rehearse yet? I think they're going on stage right as we speak. There's an update on the blog from Austria to Albania. Let me just check. Alicia says, honestly, every stage was great for the last 10 years except 2022 and maybe 2017. I will say, like, the Rotterdam stage was good, but it felt so massive and empty to me.
Yeah. Which was the wrong look and feel you needed for that year because, like, our whole lives at that point had been sparse, distant, and we really needed something more intimate to bring it back together. I thought if they made it more intimate, it would have been more successful.
I think they definitely had an issue because of the COVID thing and everything. Like, even like the problem is also, I feel like the arena was so half like empty at that point, and I think that kind of overtook the overall appeal of like those wide shots and stuff like that.
Yeah, and there's things you can do to manipulate the space. I know they had COVID to deal with, but like Ireland in 1988 had the opposite problem. they were working with this pokey little stage, and they had the opposite to make it look more massive. And with some genius tricks, they actually made it look like it was in an aircraft hangar, even though it was a pokey conference center in the back arse of some Irish moor.
Yeah, I agree. But this is very interesting. Do you think that
I'm back.
Hey,
back,
we can hear you.
but we don't see
Yay!
you?
I'm back. You don't see me?
No.
Not seeing it.
I'll be right back.
No, I was just saying, do you think we're past like the smaller smaller stages era? Do you think that
Oh, yeah.
like from now on we can just expect expansion? Because that kind of scares me a little bit. It's already so big, you know?
Oh yeah, you don't want to go to like 60,000 arenas. Yeah, I think something will be lost. Like I've heard people suggest, let's just have it in an outdoor sports arena. And it's like, no, I think you'll end up with certain types of songs getting lost in, and like your rock acts will do well, but your balladeers they'll suffer. You can forget about balladeers doing well again. So yeah, getting too big. I think it's right now at about the optimal stage, like a conference center that holds between 10 to 15,000 people. Anything beyond that, not to mention there'll be logistical issues with sound and camera if you start getting too big.
True. I can't imagine a stadium size Eurovision for so many reasons, but that there is a potential for that to be like the next step, I feel, which I hope it's not. So
maybe they can try another a sub contest, like whether we've got the American one that sort of fizzled. Maybe they can try the Canadian one at like a giant stadium in Toronto. See how that works out.
Hi, Matt.
Can you bring it back? Just bring it back, please. Stop shouting at me. Yeah, just bring it back when you can. Before I go to bed, at least. I need it. Yeah, I'm using my work phone right now. No, it's all good. It happens.
Well, anyway.
No, I gotta go. I'm waiting for my thing. I have system issues. Anyways, yeah, I was trying to use that to connect. All right. No, it's all good. Story of my life. Yeah.
So 2011 was massive.
Hello, Matt.
Matt, we could hear that conversation from,
I don't think he can hear us though. I think we got the opposite problem.
Matt?
Now. Matthias.
Can you hear us?
Oh no, we got the opposite problem.
Can you
see
me?
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Hang on.
And we can hear you.
Oh, this is not good then. Can you still hear me right now?
Yes.
Did you hear me the whole entire time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just excuse me. Oh, shoot. Excuse me. I gotta shoot myself. I'll be right back.
Oh goodness. Okay, we're very professional here. Okay.
Do you remember a national selection fiasco? Like any national selection you've ever watched where things just went awry in a hilarious manner?
That's what I was saying. Like, I remember, I keep going back to 2006 selection for Serbia, or 2005. I can't, I'm mind blanking with the years. Yeah, I keep going back to that, but that's because that was peak chaos, that I remember.
An infamous one, yeah. And I'm glad that they still happen in the modern era. Like Georgia, a couple of weeks ago for their junior Eurovision one, for whatever reason, they couldn't show the program. And it's like, oh, we're going to show you a Keanu Reeves movie from 1995 instead. Have fun.
Really? I haven't seen that.
Yep.
Oh, hey, Matt.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes to both. Uh-oh. Oh.
There.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes.
How much of the conversation did you hear? A lot of it?
Not a lot.
Okay. It wasn't bad. It's just like slightly embarrassing. All right. Anyways, go ahead. Sorry. What did I miss?
We were just talking stages and stage design and what we expect. Do we expect like expansion in the next year because it's already so big? In the next 10 years or so.
Oh, I hear you. All right. So did I miss anything in terms of TikToks and a blog?
So on the blog, Albania is taking the stage, but no further updates.
Boring.
And on TikTok, nothing.
Nothing on Tickety Talk. Okay. Eurovision. My apologies for the unprofessionalism here on my part. Just technology. I really have to do some stuff. So how are you, Matt? Still saying barely holding on, my friend. Barely, but we manage. Matt, since juries are not voting in the semis, does it mean the artists can relax and not do their best during the second dress rehearsals, aka jury shows? Well, I wouldn't say they can relax, but I will say that they don't have to give their best. That is correct. In previous years, they had to give their best in the second rehearsals, the jury show, which is usually Monday night, Wednesday night, and Friday night. Now, Friday night they still have to actually, because the juries will vote in the finals. Yep. But in the semis, those shows are not as relevant as they once were. So, so yeah, they don't have to give their all, but they still have to do their best, and that's they cannot slack off because they still have to do the camera work. Because again, rehearsals are not just for the acts; it's for everyone involved. So that's something to take into consideration. All right. Oh, good, but if the Netherlands draw in semi-2, had they made the final for sure? Do you guys think that this Netherlands was a guaranteed qualifier if they would have been drawn into the second semi? Emma says, no.
No, I don't think that they're guaranteed in any semi. Obviously, like they might have an increased chance in semi-2, in my opinion, but is it a guarantee? No.
How about you, James?
My question is, do the Dutch media even want them to go to the final? You know, I know they're doing this whole, oh, we're Dutch and we're being honest thing, but I don't think they're helping out their cause. And I think foreigners are catching on to the negativity and might unduly write them off. So I think in terms of the behavior of their press, which semi-final they're in, it's neither here nor there, because they're doing damage to them regardless.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think that is a very fair observation. News not true about Ruslana, by the way. She has not been invited to any of the televised shows. I don't know what news are about. Do you know, guys, what you talk? I'd say I don't know what news or rumors are out there about Ruslana. Do you guys know?
No clue. Just there was just speculation, I guess.
I'm surprised to hear that she was not invited, considering that all the Ukrainian artists and having a former winner not among them.
And the pre-parties. She was at the pre-parties.
Yeah, that's right. I saw her in Barcelona, so I'm a bit surprised because she's also been a vocal advocate of the causes, you know, for Ukraine. So yeah, but I don't know the difference. Arnaud, Matt, can I join for an hour? Oh, that was not the one I wanted to click. Arnaud, yes, the link is in our Discord. Feel free to click on it. You get the behind-the-scenes talk here, how we communicate. So feel free to use that one. Now,
oh, yeah, I saw him earlier, and I was like, why doesn't he join?
I don't know. Today, I have been at school. Can you summarize your feelings about today's rehearsals, please? Okay, in very short summary then, James, how would you summarize the rehearsals so far?
So today's theme is not too much in the way of surprise. Expectations met with one or two improvements here or there. Oh no, Matt, we lost you again.
Oh, I'm cutting out as well.
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm experiencing some delay. No, I think it's okay now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you fine. I can't hear Matt.
Okay, good. Oh, apparently we have Instagram and Twitter photos, but that I can't show you. So, Matt? Okay.
In the meantime, you want to take a stab at that question?
Oh, sorry. What was the question? What is the theme for today?
Yes. In terms of your expectations for the for what, based on what you saw, was it unsuccessful, successful, better than? Oh no, people are phones.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you guys?
We're so good. Welcome.
Yay. I've been following in the chat, and then I had too much work, so I couldn't follow. I was so sad, but I was like, I want to join them. I want to be on the screen with them.
Yeah, because I saw you on chat a few times, and I was like, he could join.
Yeah, here I am.
Anyway,
Matt is
Matt
still
is
having. He's having a lot of problems.
Yeah.
But because you just freshly arrived, and you freshly arrived. So let's move that question to you. Actually, what was the question?
What was the question?
James, can you?
So the question is, what have you thought about what you've seen photo and TikTok video wise? Has there been any that surprised you, not surprised you? What's your overall feeling?
Can you hear me?
From
Yes.
today?
From today, I don't have. Well, I think the most surprising one would have to be Poland. I didn't expect such difference from the national final. Well, I expected improvements, but not that kind of different. And especially like a very sensual and fiery vibe, especially with the dance break and the fire screen. Slovenia, I'm not surprised because I'm happy because I expected that kind of funky and really polished vibe, still fun, which fits them, especially when they scream with each other on the TikTok. It's really funny. But overall, no big surprises. Still, I'm looking forward to have more content. I hope we have all the rehearsals, and I haven't did Austria rehearsed already, or
They rehearsed.
Now, right?
They rehearsed, but we don't have content yet.
Oh, right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out, but everybody else do the same, please, because I'm slightly distracted with tech issues. So my apologies to everyone. I need to maybe spend even more money on cables, but I cannot order it on Amazon. It takes like 2 days to deliver. They would get here. What, today's Tuesday and Thursday? Oh, it's close. We'll see. Anyways, enough of my problems. So you just talked about surprises for Arno, right? What his impressions were, right? What about yesterday and the day before? Who was your biggest surprise there? Have you seen anyone that was really like, oh god?
Well, Cyprus surprised me with the vocals. I didn't expect them to be that good, and the 4 elements is a nice surprise. Let's see if it works on camera and with the song and in the overall performance. I love Malta. I didn't expect Malta to have that many props and that many color. It's really dynamic, and they could really help them, I think, and I want them to qualify. So yes, please. And then surprises. Well, Israel, she blew my mind, and the dance break was already impressive, and she made it even out of this. I was planning on covering the dance break, but the video one, and it was oh, it's already hard. And then I saw the Eurovision one, and I'm like, well,
to add context, because you are a dancer, right? That's why.
Yes, but I don't want to break my knees. I'm not that kind of dancer.
What kind of dancer are you?
I do hip hop and Afro, so it works, but she's on a professional level, and I'm just on a good amateur level.
I was gonna say, are you gonna do cha cha cha?
I already did. I already did some covers on my TikTok. I actually created a TikTok just for Eurovision dance covers.
Are you serious?
And
Yeah, I remember
I
Melanie
did-
was doing some with you right last
Mhm.
year.
Yes, last year we did in 2021 we did Adrenalina, and we did Discotheque, and we did another one. I forgot which one. We did some, but Adrenalina was fun, and Zenit commented like 3 times the same comments. I remember that. I think she had tech issues as well because she was like, "Oh, that looks great! Oh, that looks great! Oh, that looks great!" Really 3 times the same.
She wanted to
comments.
make sure that you know. So the San Marino pictures up on the website.
Oh.
Somebody says. So I'm gonna bring him up. Okay. You can still talk though. It's not like that's gonna you're not allowed to talk while I'm doing that, but I'm gonna drag this window over here. And in case I lose my sound again, I'll be back. Okay.
I think that issue normally happens when you put TikToks on. No?
But it sometimes just randomly as I'm talking, remember? So I don't know.
Oh.
But now that those pictures are not coming up for me yet. They're there, but it's not loading yet. Oh no, they are. Okay. Okay, so share and screen and San Marino. Oy. That looks nice. It looks like they're in a room. Right? That's kind of cool. Hello? Yeah. Nobody says anything.
No.
So I was like, it's silent. I'm like, I think everyone disagrees with me here.
We are analyzing the screen like.
Yeah, same. I'm just like looking for details.
It's very popular for the artist to start or at some point lie on the ground and sing, right? That's another popular theme this year.
Someone did like someone combined photos from all of this year's stagings where they start or lay on the ground.
Oh,
It's so
really?
funny.
They can add San Marino now.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's like the backdrop then, right?
Mm.
The guy, not the drum player, but the guitar player.
Oh yeah.
So it's just black with him. At least At least the way it looks at it. I mean, they're using only the LEDs, so I like the setup. This looks actually quite cool. So very, very red performance. Lots of red lighting, and there's a little bit of blue coming in.
Someone said European lying contest.
Lying contest. He looks like he's having the time of his life.
That's a lot of photos.
Yeah. This picture is my favorite. This is really cool, just the way it's set up. It really looks like, look, it looks like it's a ceiling. But
the graphics are really nice, yeah.
It's just a black bar like that on the screen, but the way it looks like it's really like that's like a ceiling, and then it looks like the inner room. I think that's a really good, powerful effect. So we're not talking about the song right now because I know it's not the most popular song on the running this year, to say the least. But what do you guys think of the staging, like the idea? What do you think, James?
I think aesthetically it fits the ideal and the feel of the song. Like it does feel like they're your dodgy uncle's band playing in a seedy club. So I do like that sort of red hue going out. It's like you can almost smell the beer on the floor and the cigarettes, because I imagine this is a club that flouts indoor smoking rules. So I kind of get, if they're looking for a kind of sleazy vibe to go with what some people accuse of being a sleazy song, I think they achieve it. Whether they'll get people to pick up the phone and vote for it, that's another matter.
Yeah, well, your thoughts are no. Looking at the pictures. I know the song, not the song. We know the opinion of the song.
Yes. Well, the staging looks promising, and I really didn't expect that from San Marino, especially with like what the song is about. So looking forward to see like the whole graphics and how it evolved, like laying on the ground till the giant eyes everywhere. Could be interesting, yeah. Especially for San Marino, who doesn't have really the reputation, well, except for last year when they went all in with the staging, and well, with NE2, but usually San Marino isn't like the big staging country.
That is true. I think that changed post-COVID, because even with Florida, like with the spinning platform and about that, there are certainly the approach has changed since then. I mean, you can even make the case for Serhat. He has those platforms and stuff. So it seems like as of late, they're trying to do more, but that was certainly not the reputation until now. It's always amazing that they have that kind of budget, you know. So, but they put everything.
Didn't Senit herself stump up a large fortune?
Yes, that is true. But what about this time?
Oh yeah.
Well, this one is not even that expensive, the staging, to be fair.
Right.
It's just a backdrop. It's just, you know, the way it's utilized. This is just I think this shot is really, really cool. I would love to hear from people in the chat as well at ESC United, and see what everyone is thinking. I see. Are you going to be live for second rehearsals? Is there any reason for it, since during the day we're all going to be getting photos? Perhaps just do a recap in the evening. That's what I said, Stefan. We most likely we're just going to have it around. We don't know when the clips are coming out. I don't even know when to schedule it. That's the problem. If they say, okay, our video is going to be out at 7, you know, I can be on like at 6:30 or 6. We can chat for a little while, and then we'll wait for it together and then watch it. But I don't know. So I'm trying to get some more information tonight. So this is really, really annoying the you know what out of me.
Yeah, it'd be nice to like watch it together as well, but yeah, the timing.
Yeah. So something there wasn't an update. Okay, it's just a video. That's right, Icons. Just Dance 23 edition coming to you with the collab of the century. So what is Just Dance again? The
video game you have to recreate and follow the choreos. Yeah, with the.
Oh, I'm a gamer, but that's not my kind of game. So yeah.
Yeah, it's more for like Switch and Nintendo users, right?
Oh, okay.
I think this one is. I don't know if it's a Switch exclusive or it's just, but I think it's mostly Nintendo. Usually, just since it's Nintendo or Kinect back in the day, but I don't know if they still make the latest version on Kinect.
Well, we don't get paid for this for every promotion, so we're not going to talk about it. So let's talk about Albania. There's no gentle build-up in the song. Albina gives it all the vocals from the opening note. Duya is such a heartfelt and dramatic song of love and family togetherness, with the family providing beautiful harmonies and some great dance moves.
Oh.
Like Switzerland on Sunday, the staging for this is the work of legendary creative Sacha Jean-Baptiste. And the LED wall is all about the black and red of the Albanian flag. Another red and black there, back to back almost, huh? Surely this has a pyro incoming. This song doesn't seem like it has a pyro, but that's just me. It deserves all the flames. We keep you posted. So yeah, and they're all wearing black. Here, let me show you.
Mm-hmm.
So, based on reading this, so looking at the outfits, and so they're expecting fireworks. That would surprise me. They're talking about some great dance moves, which could be, I don't know what that means either. So have some surprising statements in this particular description. What are your thoughts, Emma, when you're hearing this?
Actually, I have to disagree. Nothing is surprising to me in this description. Really? We have the regular black and red and black for Albania. They do that pretty much every year.
They do that. Yeah, that part is
Also the what was it? The dance moves. I actually don't think it's gonna be any like revolutionary dance moves. I think they're probably just gonna stick to maybe 1 or 2 things they can do as a family, so it looks cohesive. So that's what I think they're referring to in terms of dance moves. That's just my assumption based on, you know, what they can do as a family, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And what else? The outfits also pretty much expected. I didn't think they were gonna go anything crazy. They've chosen black probably to kind of like match with the rest of the stage. So yeah.
Even the fireworks, I'm surprised that they're expecting fireworks on this one. This doesn't seem like
not really, because No, because for me in this particular song, they have like those very like strong da 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 da, and I think they could definitely use fireworks for that.
Okay. How do you feel about it, James?
I now that you've refreshed my memory on this one, yeah, I could kind of see where they come in. It's a bit weird that they do that thematically with the song that's about family and all that. Whenever we ever had explosive family songs that are not positive, well, that are positive. If it was explosive family songs, we're thinking of songs like "Running" from a few years ago. But what was the point again? Oh, good God!
Nobody knows. The description, what you thought about it, like.
Oh yeah. The fireworks initially it initially surprised me, but then when Emma brought up that percussive moment in the outro, then oh yeah, duh. You right there, Rano?
Oh yeah, I was just catching a mosquito that I missed.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
I thought we were boring you, just like.
I'm still listening.
Share your thoughts with us.
Well, I think the dance part, maybe it's gonna be like a sort of, I don't know if there's a traditional line dance in Albania, but I'm expecting that kind of dance break. And apparently someone said in the comments that apparently there's like just an instrumental part in the performance where this is the dance break. No one is singing, so could be a good thing with like a line dance, or maybe they are circling around to make it more dynamic, as there are like 2,000 on stage. How many are they? There are like six or seven.
No,
Six, yeah,
7.
that's right. Oh
Yeah,
yeah. So I'm expecting sort of line dance or circle dance. And like Emma said, nothing surprising with Albania, which is back to red and black. Last year they didn't bring luck to go for something other than red and black. So yeah, they were like, no, this year we're gonna stick to that, which is better. We want to be in the final.
I'm also probably the worst person to comment on this, because I think since the song was released, I listened to it when it first came out, and when the revamped version came out, and then that's it. I have not listened to that song a whole lot, so I don't even remember the dance break. Even I guess there was one in there, right? It's not even coming to me. Yeah, it's just not really my kind of song. But maybe they get I want them to bring out effectively with whatever choreography, whatever camera angle they have, the family together, because that's my favorite part. It's like, adorable, touching, beautiful, all at the same time. So I'm all for that. So hopefully they be able to get that in, not just make it like there's 6 random people on stage, right? That there is that connection and that chemistry there.
I hope for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Now, but the only thing was because this was choreographed by Sasha Jean-Baptiste, so I was thinking like she's gonna come up with some crazy choreography,
Someone said Cinderella Kelmendi dance break.
I know.
Oh, yeah. But I remember Sasha Jean-Baptiste did like a choreo, but it was more like of a way to move like in unison with Equinox Bonds, Bulgaria 2018. It was Sasha Jean-Baptiste, and they just raised their arms, and she was like going down and going up. I think it's gonna be that kind of thing to make the whole thing cohesive, as there are a lot on stage. So probably a similar thing to Equinox.
Do you prefer, someone's asking, when Eurovision is in early May or late May? Do you guys have a preference? Oh, it doesn't really matter. For me personally, I think I prefer late May. It's easier for me. Well, no, actually early May is better probably. No, late May. No, early. No, I don't know.
I will tell you why I prefer late May. Because there's a really long pause until like we get to hear anything else in December. That's like official Eurovision, new Eurovision season type of a thing.
Oh, yeah.
And there's just a lot of months in between that we have to wait for. So, as late as possible, the better, the hype and everything. So
I guess that's true. That is true. Yeah, I'm starting to always think like with travel, it doesn't really matter to me because I was thinking late would probably be better, but then for selfish reasons, I'm thinking, well, then it's more expensive to travel the later it gets because you get closer to summer. So I'm like, maybe earlier is better. But then, then the reason that you just mentioned, comes into play. So that's why I'm like, mid-May. Let's do mid-May.
Yeah. And if you're coming from the United States, you don't want to go to Europe around Memorial Day weekend. So earlier May would be more preferential.
Yeah,
if you're an American.
and you don't want to go on that weekend, and especially once it's past Memorial Weekend, that's when the prices go up a lot as well, because then summer kind of kicks in, and then it gets more expensive. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, so now I've talked this through for selfish reasons, early May. And so no update. Well, yeah, it's a Greece late thing that they put out there. So nothing there yet. And so just to make sure, who is now going on stage after Albania?
Ooh.
I should have the list, but I don't want to open another window
Lithuania.
right now.
Lithuania.
Lithuania. Oh, Lithuania,
yeah,
then
Lithuania.
Australia. Then we're done.
Yep.
Okay, so we got 2 more after this. Okay, so then and Georgia is the most recent TikTok, and who's next after Georgia?
Austria.
No, the next TikTok. Georgia's on TikTok already. Who performs after Georgia? Was it Austria?
I'm pretty sure it's Austria, then San Marino.
Oh wow, that's then not that far behind then. Okay, it feels like Austria was just on, so I'm just really confused. It's been a long day. Any predictions of Lithuanian staging? Arno, do you have any thoughts on Lithuanian staging?
Well, I think the national final one kind of worked, especially with the screen. So maybe they are going to do a similar thing with maybe a more impact as the screen is bigger, and maybe with the backing vocalists, maybe they are going to do either they're going to not be there or be there but have like a more stage presence. I don't know, but I don't expect something that different from the national final.
Yeah, I was. Go ahead.
Apparently, we have Austria photos out.
Not on the gallery yet, but maybe on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just had it and I clicked out of it. Why do I? Okay, here we go. Oh no. Okay.
Is it logging you out?
No, ignore my oh no.
Oh goodness.
Okay, you got it. Okay, so let me bring it up. Po.
The Edgar Allan Poe
literally,
amazing.
Edgar Allan Poe. Okay, there are a bunch of what are these characters dancing in the back?
Okay.
There's a dancer between them as well. You can see them in the back there.
All right.
Okay.
I love that.
I love that too.
Huh. Lots of small people in here.
I love that.
Oh yes.
Whoop. Dang. So they are going a little more literal than I expected. All right. These are only the 4 pictures we have right now. The rest will show up on the website shortly. Gotta go first to you, James. I personally don't know what to think, so I need a moment. What are your thoughts?
It is a little literal, but not in the sort that makes me want to bash my head into the keyboard. Now, was it me, or does the initial photo of Edgar Allan Poe, the one with the red, is it composed of those tiny dancers?
Oh, that could have been.
Is that like a trick? Or is it like me reading a little too much into it? Because that would be kind of cool if like...
No, I couldn't tell based on the picture. I don't think it is, but it could be wrong.
Oh.
Actually, you might be right. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Okay. And one thing I do like while we're on there is the dances. It's sort of bringing back kind of the 80s. It reminds me of the 80s aesthetic of Robert Palmer. Was it Robert Palmer?
Robert Palmer.
Addicted to Love. It kind of reminds me of that with the dance styling.
Yeah.
And I do like the contrasting looks that the two. Why can I never remember the name? The two Austrians are wearing.
Yeah. Emma, your thoughts based just on the pictures. We'll get more with the first video.
Yeah, but I honestly think I'm really glad they're going with this. I think it's camp enough, but not overdone. I think that their outfits also work really, really well. I think that it's the huge typewriter behind them. That was probably my favorite photo out of the ones that we saw just now. Even though it's like in your face, I understand that people will probably have an opinion about that, and it's okay. It's not for everyone. I still think they are on a really good road to like making like a huge party thing like in the whole arena and on TV, like with the visuals as well. So I'm happy.
Arno?
I like the campiness of the performance, and I think there's gonna be like a contrast with like more antique with the typewriting machine, and then like a digital Edgar Allan Poe made of tiny dancers. It could be like a nice contrast, and also the outfit works well. But I hope they will be like physically okay on stage, because usually they just walk and they don't really know what to do. They have a great chemistry altogether, but sometimes they don't really know how to move or how to go from one way to the other on stage. I hope they worked on that.
I have a feeling it's going to be probably a real cool moment. You have those little tiny dancers on there. They're going to go po 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 po. They're dancing to the po part. You just know they're going back and forth.
Or maybe that movement that they do in the video.
Yeah, it will probably be that.
Yeah, so it's going to be certainly in rhythm. That is for sure. I have to wait for the clip because I feel I like the song. I'm not like as crazy about it as most people. So I want to see if this one is really the thing that will win me over live. Right now, I'm just like, okay. But I have a feeling it's going to look fun because it's not going to be boring. It's not going to be boring. There's a lot happening just in 4 pictures.
I feel like with that, you're right, Matt. I feel like we need this type of a song, honestly.
Yeah, that is true. And I still don't know what the juries will say to this, but they could surprise as well. Sometimes they surprise us. They've done it before. I would love to hear people in the chat as well. Your thoughts at ESC United. Element saying the Amsterdam staging was so much better. Now they're getting nothing from the juries. What did they do with the staging in Amsterdam? I didn't watch it. What did they do? Anybody knows?
I'm confused.
Why are you confused?
Because are they talking about the Amsterdam pre-party?
Yes.
I think so.
They didn't do a whole lot.
I didn't have really much setup there, right?
Yeah.
I don't like that the girl in black disappears in the staging while the one in the white pops. That's a very good point. I thought so too, but lighting and camera work may make the difference. Pictures could be a little deceiving, but I see where it comes from. That was my first initial thought as well. Are we still in semi-final winner territory with Austria? What do you think, Arno, on this one?
Well, I don't want to give it like the semi-final trophy to Austria straight away, because we haven't seen like every country, but I think there could be contenders, especially that it's 100% televote. And will Austria win the televote in the semi-final? They could, yeah, but I'm not 100% sure. It really will depend on the staging, the running order. Well, they have a good running order, but through the night with the flow, it really will depend. But they could still win the semifinal.
James?
To me.
Let's see. Do I think that that it doesn't look? My worry for them would be if they went too quirky and they started isolating people, and I don't think that's happened. So far, based on what we've seen, I don't think there's anything here that would automatically get you to recoil in horror or go, I don't get it. Do I think it's a potential for number one? Yeah, I don't know. We're infamously terrible oracles here at ESC United, but
Are we now? I don't know about that. I mean, I'll say this: coming as someone who is indifferent about the song, right? Or like it. I like it. I shouldn't say indifferent. Different sounds negative. Certainly, I like it enough, but I'm not like as like on the hype train. I don't. The people who love the song, I just know, just looking at the pictures, they will love this most likely. It's probably exactly because they embrace the feel and the idea of the song, and I feel as this really just matches the feel of the song already, just looking at the pictures. Granted, we haven't seen the whole thing, but for me, as someone who's just like in between, I think even objectively saying that this is probably going to work in its favor, because I just see this only going to support the vibe of the song. And I think that's what they were trying to do, because I was worried they're going to go too literal, and maybe they are. But I think it would have looked more silly if they would have brought silly props. It's somehow more forgiving when it's on an LED. Do you know what I mean? And it's more artsy than like realistic. It's not like a real Edgar Allan Poe walking on there like, ooh, do.
And
so,
then animatronic Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah, exactly. That would have probably been a little odd. And I'm going to say something. Okay. I'm talking about the Gen Zs across the world right now, like 20 and under in particular. Do they know who Edgar Allan Poe is?
I sure hope so.
I hope so too.
I don't know. Do most?
We have news.
Okay.
Just a pyro.
Pyro. Apparently, there's a lot of pyro in Albania's performance.
We get a pyro. Some people saying they don't. That's why I'm saying, like, maybe people don't get like who they actually literally think, who the hell is that? You know, that was one thinking. So I'm not sure if everyone's gonna get is in on the joke or not. You know, that's all few things. But this is me #overthinking it. A famous historical poet. Yeah, no, I know who he is. I wasn't saying like I don't know who he is. I'm saying I'm saying that are there people in like the younger generation that would not know who he is? You know, because that is my thinking. Or like, I mean, I think most people know. I mean, I'm trying to think when I was like 19. Did I know who? We didn't cover Edgar Allan Poe in school. You know, it's not really relevant.
Maybe they know the name, but not really like who he exactly is or what he wrote or did. But maybe they know the name.
We did actually. I mean, I remember covering The Raven in school, in high school.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah. No.
And Annabelle Lee as well.
And who?
Annabelle Lee.
Who's that?
A poem.
See, I'm not a poet. Like I don't know any of the poems. Like that's what I admit. Actually, I don't know any of the poems.
Obviously, like it's a name, but like it's a name of the woman that he fell in love with when they were like quite young. So he named a poem after her. But I want to say that maybe that's specific to me because I went to like a specialized philological class in high school.
Yeah. I went to a very small town local school, and no, none of that. So most people have not mentioned it, but you know, you learn, I think, when you get older. So, so that's very interesting.
Plus, there's a lot of horror movies out there, like Vincent Price and Hammer horror stuff.
That is true. That's true. I don't remember how old I was once I found out about. Probably like 18. I don't know. I could be younger. It's just not in my brain. So Austria 2003 or Austria 2023? Somebody's asking. I'm not sure. Arno, Emma, do you even know Austria 2003? Kleine Hasen am kurzen Nasen und eine Katze. You know that one, James. Alf Poyer.
Yep.
Which one do you pick?
I'd pick this one, actually.
I think I do too. I would too, actually, yeah. I know that song stuck in my head. So, another refresh coming my way here. Nothing on pictures. and nothing on TikTok. So let's block is nothing new either, right? Let me go in there.
Oh, just have like the blog they posted about Lithuania.
Lithuania. Let's see
Yeah,
what
they
her
just did.
Did they ask her as well what's gross? Because I'm gonna show you, Arno. Did you read the other ones like yesterday, the day before? They asked several of the artists, "What's the grossest thing you've ever done?" or something like that. I remember, like the most horrible thing. What was it? Anyway, then one person talked about the breakup with his girlfriend, and then the other person talked about doing naked yoga or meditation or whatever. I'm like, this is just. It was really odd. Like, why would you ask that anyway? So it's at least you get interesting answers, not your average stuff. Let's see here. At ESC United in the chat, as always, the Serious Wednesday is recent and popular reference at Gap. See, I meant to see that one because I had friends and family who watched it. Has anyone seen Wednesday yet?
I tried to watch it, but it wasn't my type of a show, unfortunately.
That's okay. I don't watch much TV, so I don't know many shows. What do I watch? I watched Handmaid's Tale and
Oh, love that. Good choice. The Last of Us.
Light, funny entertainment.
Light, funny. Yeah, the funny thing, it's so funny because I don't like sad stuff because life's sad. But then I watch Handmaid's Tale. It's the only exception, I think. And actually, there's another show that I watch that is kind of sad, but that's brand new. It's called Severance on Apple. I'm sure if you guys know that one.
Not yet.
No, it's really, really good. Those are the two. And then I usually just watch comedy, fun stuff.
Really?
Lighthearted. Yeah. I don't necessarily go into like this philosophical, sad, depressing stuff. I'm like, then I just go outside.
I'm like really, really into like either post-apocalyptic things or true crime.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Murder and end of world. What could go possibly wrong?
The very niche market.
I know. I was like watch this video like the end of the world movies. I'm like, oh, I remember watching one with Nicolas Cage. It was like 10 years ago or so, and it was like the whole entire planet was wiped out, and I'm like,
oh, Left Behind.
Yes, and all the kids with the children, all that stuff, and they were. And my friend was like, I went with. I'm like, I went out there. This is flipping. Like, it's such a beautiful message, and it was such a beautiful ending. I'm like, the world's over. How is this a pretty ending? Yeah, but the message, how it's reached about 7 billion people just died. How is that a happy ending? So I'm just like, yeah, I don't like sad stuff. But that's just me. Maybe that's why I'm no longer into sad songs either. Make me happy. So still no updates. Now they're slowing down all of a sudden, huh?
On purpose.
I know.
They just posted about Lithuania going on stage.
That's still the most recent update? Okay, so that means none, nada, nothing. Do you think Lithuania could be a dark horse, maybe top 10? I think Emma and James, did we talk about Lithuania? We talked about it, but it was less about that.
As a qualifier.
As a qualifier. But is there a universe where you could see Lithuania in the top 10? Anyone sees like a potential top 10 for Lithuania?
The only universe I can see that in, if we lost like a bunch of big songs.
Well, like a slot is like a big disaster in the semis, and then
yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to think, could Lithuania have a jury appeal? Because it has like great vocals, it seems like it has some of the ingredients that I could see juries go for. At the same time, it's not a guaranteed one. And there are bigger songs out there for them to go for, I think. I feel like Lithuania may get what they often get, like between like 12th and 17th place. It seems more like that kind of song for me again. So 18th. So that would be my guess. So yeah, top 10. I see a struggle there. But I'm sorry that the gallery of from Austria is now on the website. Let me see if the website is allowing me.
Yes, please.
So far, so good. Yes. Okay, let's go. If I lose sound, I'll just show you the pictures. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's okay. You see them dancing. So, in the back, the Robert Palmer inspired look. That's just those two ladies. The lighting. Nice.
Ooh,
Okay,
I
so
like
they have.
Oh.
That does look cool. I like their attitude. Like she's like,
Oh, she's like giving it to us. Like,
yeah, she's totally serving us some sass there. Okay, it gets to now even more, James. Yeah, like the whole look. It's like transform back in time there a little. Oh, that is a cool look, though. Okay, so you clearly that's like part of some kind of transition of something there, because that seems too random right now. Okay, what is that? Are these just little things?
Maybe
like, it's
gonna
blurry.
zoom out until there's like the Edgar Allan Poe's head.
Yeah, that's when.
I
Yeah,
think so. Yeah.
I almost did zoom out, and I'm like, oh, I thought you meant when they would. Yeah. Okay, so they have a little more of an orange look. So that's definitely going to be visually. Okay, so there's a lot going on. I mean, the song asks, but there's no way you cannot have a lot going on there. Okay, now it really comes down to how it's going to sound live in vocals. And there's Edgar Allan Poe.
It's actually, it looks like Edgar's face isn't showing like that much, which is a good thing because it would have been too literal. Because the Instagram post, they only put like pictures where there's at Edgar Allan Poe, but now seeing the gallery, it actually looks like it isn't really that much there.
Mm-hmm. I don't think so. It's just a fun thing to highlight because it's called "Who the Hell is Edgar?" and here's Edgar Allan Poe and all that stuff. I think it's just a good way to highlight that. So there you have it. The pictures. Now we just got to wait for the TikTok. Got to go back to you, Emma. You feeling even more confident?
So I feel like camera work is going to be essential here. Obviously, we don't have a TikTok, so I don't really know what to say other than that. But I feel like camera work will play a huge part here. And I actually really love, I don't know if you guys are fans or not of the LED figures that they have behind them. I actually love how they mesh. But I did see a comment that kind of made me wonder. Someone said that Selena is like popping in white while Taya is like in black and is kind of not really as visible. So I'm curious, how is that going to translate as well?
That is true, because it's like, I mean, it's bright red, but then the rest is dark black, and she wearing, black. So I see it as well. So it's the cam work that will probably then give us away a little bit more there and the lighting. But yeah, it is going to be interesting. James, your final thoughts on this?
Yeah, I could. She does get lost a bit when she's not in front of that white or red backlight. I can see why they do it aesthetically. You got the blonde wearing the white, and then you got the brunette wearing the black. I can see why they kind of did that, but yeah, as I say, camera is everything, and the way they frame it will be essential in making sure that they don't get lost.
Yeah, and maybe it's also the angle here, because there is white background a little bit as well. If she was standing in front of the white one, the girl standing in white, wearing white, then she may disappear as well. So it really comes to the camera angle and where they're standing and all that stuff. And there's also a possibility maybe the Austrian delegation agrees, and maybe they will do some final changes. Although I would surprise me. I think they feel like they're set already, because this is very, a very specific look. We shall see. Any final thoughts, Arno?
Well, maybe that's my only worry, like the black outfit. But it has a shiny fabric, so maybe it will help, like it will reflect the spotlights. But like Selena's just pops out a lot, so hoping that it will work, and that Taya's, when she's alone in the camera shots, hoping that she will have like the white screen, so she pops out too. I'm hoping they worked and they planned that.
Yeah. And Emma, you were referring to the dances on the, like, it's too many, but I think we refer like something like this, right?
Yes, I was referring to that.
Yes, that is a great shot. Okay, I just think that this is popping, because the idea is here just to make it feel like the stage is even more full with dancers, right? Because you can only have 6 people with you. So this makes you like, wow, boom.
Same.
Yeah, so
it reminds me of Shum Go A. They had like plenty of people and made the scene look so huge, and it worked.
It worked. Now, do you feel on this picture, for instance, that now I mix up the name? What's the name of the girl in white?
The white is
Selena.
Selena.
So is she drowning in here? Because she's standing in front of white. You know what I mean? So
Oh, that's a good point, actually. But again, camera work,
yeah. So that's it's a tricky thing, but that's why they have to. That's why I mentioned earlier the rehearsals are not just for the acts; it's for everybody else, the camera people, the lighting folks, whatever. So they're going to learn a lot here, and that is exactly what these rehearsals are there for. And that's why I always loved seeing the walkthrough in this whole process. How they improve and fix things. So that's always a shame that you no longer have that access. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that up because I think that was a very good point you raised there, Emma. Let me see here what other people are saying. Do you think Austria can win the televote in the finals or in the semis? Or both, I guess. Let's go with both. Who thinks they can win the televote? Nobody? No, so we're not thinking they're going to win
in the finals. Certainly not.
No? You don't think it's going to be the surprise song that does, or I was going to say it could be the Moldova of 2022, but they didn't technically win the televote either.
Yeah.
But they're not like that kind of a surprise factor there for them. I don't know.
Well, I think in the grand final.
We do have an update for Lithuania.
Oh.
Ooh, let me jump back and lose my sound in the process. Okay, so this is such a captivating ballad, and if the vocal harmonies between Monica and her four backing singers weren't enough, the pulsing drum beat pounds through the arena floor, so you can't help but get involved. The lyrics of Stay are grounded in local folklore, with the lyrics often used in Lithuanian folk dances as magical incantation. We fully expecting this to cast a spell on the Liverpool arena next Thursday. Here is a picture from backstage. We'll try to find out more info about Monica's gorgeous orange dress. Here's her orange dress, bitches. Okay. So, what's that for? I know.
Oh, nothing particular. Just I'm like, also, no big changes, or maybe they did more with the backing vocalist. Maybe, I think, but no major changes, which is good because the national final performance worked for me.
I'm glad that she's keeping the orange. Works. So I'm cool with that. Sounds like, James, you agree that sounds more like a little bit more like semi-final performance, national final performance, right?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like they're pumping us up for a big change here.
Nope. They used a lot of, again, very descriptive words here to fill the paragraph, and in very cheerful language, which it's not an insult towards like Lithuania. Same thing last year with the Monica one, the other Monica. There was not much to report on either. It looks exactly like the national final, but it worked this was one of the few performances where she did it the first time. The first individual, like she's done, she's ready. The first time I saw it, this was one of those performances, and it's possible that Lithuania falls once again in a similar bucket. So I'm just really curious. I'm just I'm glad that she's bringing the vocal harmonies with her and not using backtrack, because it really sounded really good in the national final. That really made the song stand out to me. If that wouldn't be, then I would actually call this as a potential like non-qualifier. But I do think it adds so much depth and originality to it, basically, between all these, other sounds, recorded backtracks, that I appreciate that. So this person's saying, love the song, don't like the dress, prefer the national final dress. I couldn't see completely because she was covering parts of it up, so I'll withhold final judgment there. Okay, Faith Tower saying maybe DM Matt on his Twitter and ask him how you can join. I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but yeah, DM me on Twitter if you want, and I'll try to check as soon as I can. But I'm slightly distracted right now. Based on last year's televoting in semis, do you think that Albania and Cyprus deserve to qualify, or what happened at the end? Azerbaijan and Switzerland qualifying was a better outcome? Well, let's see. So Albania did not qualify, and Azerbaijan qualified instead, right? Or what's the other way around? No. Who?
Yeah, that's
qualified?
why Albania and Cyprus would have qualified if
Yeah.
it was
Who
like
was in semi 1?
100%
Albania?
level.
Was Azerbaijan in semi 1 or 2?
Albania was semi-final 1. She opened the semi-final.
No, I know, but Azerbaijan was Azerbaijan semi 1 or 2?
Oh,
I don't remember.
I think
And Switzerland
it was
was
semi-final 1.
Switzerland was number 1 for semi-final 1. Switzerland was in semi 1, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Switzerland was, so it was Switzerland qualified over Albania. That's what I'm saying, right? So,
Okay.
who thinks Albania should have qualified over Switzerland? So one,
Only
just to
me.
make sure,
Okay.
who thinks Switzerland deserved to qualify over Albania? 3. So 3-1. So actually, we agree with the juries. So that's very interesting. So yeah, I like them both, but I like Switzerland. I think it was one of the more undervalued songs, but you know.
But for very selfish reasons on my end.
Why?
So I didn't want Albania to go out, but I did want Switzerland to go through because there was such a concerted hate campaign against Marius in that song. And when all those people complained about him going through, I was like cackling. It's like, F you scumbags. That's what you get.
Yeah, he had a lot of unnecessary like hatred. I was very happy when he qualified as well. So then let's do the same thing. So Cyprus did not qualify. Azerbaijan. Who thinks that Cyprus should have qualified over Azerbaijan?
Yeah.
So that's a 3-1. Yeah. So you still think Azerbaijan should have qualified over Cyprus, James?
Yeah, because my auntie will clip me upside the ear if I say Azerbaijan. Purely for that reason. Yeah, I know people are going to go on and say, oh, well, they didn't get any televotes. And yeah, I don't know. I preferred Azerbaijan go through for really stupid reasons.
What is a stupid reason? Oh yeah,
my auntie clipping.
Yeah, auntie. Yeah. So you also would have loved to see Cyprus in the finals, Emma.
Yes, I know that people tend to criticize like her vocals a lot from that performance. I get it. It wasn't like the strongest she could have been. I still think she was better than many other.
I would. Yeah. She would have squeezed through with the televote, like 9th place, and that seemed about right to me. You know, like it wasn't the best of the best, but I thought the staging was very daring, but it also was not. The camera angles were quite tricky with that one as well, and it didn't probably look as nice if they would have liked to. So there were lots of hiccups with that whole thing, but it's still a really nice song, and I would have loved to see that one in the finals. But hey. But Azerbaijan wouldn't even be the one. Like I would have actually would have been fine with both Azerbaijan and Cyprus in the finals, and some other songs not making it. But between those two, I would have.
For Albania, for example, like this is so funny. Albania was actually my top 3 that year until I saw the performance she got. She prepared for the Eurovision stage. I think they made a mistake changing that from the national final.
And as a dancer. Arno, did you agree? Like when you saw Albania, you were also kind of like, this was not the path I would have taken.
Yeah, well, I like that they went from a different direction from the warrior theme that they did in Festival Ikengeis. But when we saw like the blue and pink, which is very generic in Eurovision, and the outfit and the new choreography and like there were so many changes, and the whole pack didn't really blend well together, and I think they just got lost in transforming the performance from FIK, that it really didn't work in Turin.
Yeah,
and the choreo was really like for an as a dancer, I know the steps, but like this is like pictured as like very explicit choreography, so it works in the dancing field, but for a big public on Eurovision, I could understand why people could feel not offended but a bit like shocked, like, oh, she's doing very
like explicit moves. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I did like the staging actually in Festivale de Canção. That's a different country. Festivale Kenges. I know that she couldn't have brought out that many dancers, but I like the movements in there that was very more abrupt and like soldier like almost. So I really like that. So I wish she would have stuck with that. But sometimes you take a creative risk, and sometimes it pays off, and sometimes it does not. Unfortunately, in this case, it did not. Even though it would have been enough with the televoters, but even there, I think she came only like 9th place or so. So it was also not like an amazing like result for her that was people were hoping for. Okay, so once it was the best to use SJB, Cesar Jean-Baptiste, and the black and the red colors, they didn't. So, okay, let me read that again. Sorry. So for once, it was the best to use SJB and the black and red colors, they didn't. It's so weird. I'm not sure if I understand.
I understand.
Yeah. Okay, then
Well,
can you answer?
Basically, Vaco says like, oh wait, it disappeared. But yeah, they said that for once they should have called SJB for the staging, but they didn't, because actually that the red and black and kind of dynamic dance would have worked well with Secret.
Oh, for got it. Yes. Okay, I got it now.
So I actually agree with Vaco. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
But is Albania one of those countries that has a damned if they do, damned if they don't problem at Eurovision? Like, if they don't go too ethnic, if they go sort of less ethnic, people are, oh, this is boring. And if they go too ethnic, they'll be like, oh, this is so cliched. We can predict everything and check it off playing Albania Eurovision bingo.
Okay, I have didn't expect him to show up today, but I'll bring him in the end. Gabe.
Hi.
Hey.
Hello.
I thought you said you're not going to be here.
Yes, but I got to work early this morning, so I ended up leaving work early. So I'm back here for the end in time for my most anticipated rehearsal of the day,
which is
Australia.
Australia. Did you look at the Austria pictures and all of that? All the pictures from today?
I've watched all of the TikToks that are on. I have seen the Austria pictures. Hi, chat. Hello. Tervetuloa. I have seen all of the Austria pictures. I've seen all the TikToks. I've also seen the San Marino. I know the San Marino pictures are out as well. I've seen those too. So I think I'm up to date. I haven't seen anything about Albania or Lithuania yet.
Yeah, there isn't much. We only have the descriptions, the text, what they've written. So we'll bring those pictures up as well. So from what you've seen then so far, who is there anyone that surprised, disappointed you? Anything that you want to highlight?
Yes. Firstly, I'll start with the good. I thought Georgia looked really good. I loved the vibe. They made the right decision by keeping the sort of flowing white dress and stuff from the video. I think that is exceptional. I love it. Disappointed. I don't know if I can say disappointed about Poland. It's broadly what I expected, which is big do it for your lover vibes, but we're going to inexplicably go to Mordor for 30 seconds in the middle. And then Greece. I don't know what's going on there. I think we need to see some more. There have been cases in the past where you see something in a rehearsal clip and it's a bit misleading, where you don't quite see fully what it is. But that didn't seem to be working for me. By the way, for those of you asking about the graph, you have to wait another hour. I said 7 p.m. It's 7 minutes past 6. So
what are you talking about?
Yet. The graph TM. Everyone wants to see the graph because things have started moving quite fast, but I'll come back to that later. I like the vibe of Slovenia. It really gave me kind of Beatles vibes, which obviously is very fitting to the host city. So yeah, overall, I think a pretty good day. I'm looking forward to seeing the Lithuania pictures and TikTok because I've been excited about those all day.
Yes. Yeah, they'll hopefully drop soon. So
they are taking their sweet time with the TikToks, honestly, with this one.
Yeah.
I'm refreshing and nothing appears.
Same.
It's always funny. It doesn't really say much because you know that there are certain countries that are especially invested in their entry. But to look at like who got the most views, like of course Poland has the most views already of the day by far. Nobody else has even cracked the 100,000 view. They have over 435.
You know, maybe it's a deliberate tactic, you know, because every time you refresh the live blog, that's another view for it. So
do they? No, they're not running. I'm not refreshing the live. It's like the library I'm looking at. So that's not an actual view on my part. I don't think that's being viewed because it's not running. It's just a screenshot. The one that still surprises me, maybe because it was the first, is like Norway has 5 times as many basically as the second one coming. No, actually almost 5 times as many as Sweden. They have 2.5 million views already. Next in line is actually Israel with 760,000. So I know Norway is not necessarily like, I know it has already a little bit of a hype on TikTok, but that's a huge number.
I feel like that's because they went first.
I think so too, right? That must be it.
Yeah.
Also, that song has gone viral on TikTok previously. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
So people who are scrolling through the tag of that song will come across that.
That's what it is, yeah.
So
it's just very interesting too. Yeah, it doesn't mean a whole lot. I was just, kind of. And then, of course, Finland has passed Sweden now already, and even though it's been a day less than that in views. So again, not always the full story, but it's just interesting to kind of absorb. It's more of a trend more than anything. But yeah, the fact that Poland has already so many views doesn't come as a surprise. If anything, I'm surprised that Armenia doesn't have more, because that seems to always be like a lot of talk, and then the views aren't even that high. Oh well, who cares? So LRT released some pictures of Lithuania. We'll get to the pictures hopefully there soon. Let me just see this one. I rewatched the Greece rehearsal clips, and I'm alleging they have typed the lyrics on a Greek keyboard without trying to translate. That sounds correct, by the way. Oh, transliterate. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure. I think your guess is as good as mine as of right now. I think we'll find out together what they're trying to do. Is there anything else we need to talk to Gabe about first to summarize things? No, I'm not going to tell you that. No. You're going to freak out again.
No, Tommy.
No, you're going to throw a fit.
You can't do that. I won't throw a fit. I promise. I'll be on best behavior. Look how calm I am.
Did you see the tweet about the EBU in regards to their blog and their performance?
You know that meme, the "if I speak, I'm in big trouble."
If I speak.
Yes. So that's why I said let's not. I didn't want to put you in that situation because I just realized who I'm talking to.
Well, congratulations to the EBU on the good performance of their blog. It's always nice to finish first in a race of one. Shall we move on?
Yes, that's yeah. I'm like, no, I don't want to. Okay, any questions at ESC United in the chat? Let me know. We're still waiting on any TikToks, and then we're waiting on pictures from Lithuania, and we're waiting for Australia to take the stage. Right? Did I get that right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard to keep track. Let's see here. I don't think there are any pressing questions here right now. So, yeah, as a reminder, we don't know what we're going to do tomorrow because we don't know what time these clips are being released. My guess is we'll go online sometime after the last TikTok event. When is the last TikTok event tomorrow? Does anyone have that in front of them by any chance?
Like
how the team with Timor, they have like a rehearsal thing, like a interview thing after each rehearsal for like 20 minutes. I don't know when that is. So I assume
no clue.
That's okay. It's somewhere in the handbook. I forgot. So most likely, unless something changes, we'll probably go live after that. And then we can cry and laugh and dance to the clips as much as possible.
Oh, goodness.
So, yeah. Next question. To Gabe. I think Finland has a higher chance to win because it does not have songs that are similar. Expect Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Lost. While Lorraine has a lot of songs that can take points away. Thoughts?
So I kind of half agree. I think there is something in this point about about jury crowding, because there's a lot of songs that could really sweep up a lot of jury points. I don't feel that's the case with the televote so much. So for that reason, I think Finland could really run away with the televote. And I will have some more evidence in 45 minutes to support the fact that the momentum and people's mood is very much in one direction at the moment. That said, I don't think it's not a dead cert, and we have to, and what we have to consider is the incredible pulling power of Tattoo and of Loreen, because it has been brilliantly staged. It's a great song, and there is nobody in Eurovision history who is better at selling a song than Loreen, really. Yeah. So you have so it's a real challenge, but this is a sort of clash of the titans. I think two entries that have really different routes to victory, and it'll be interesting to see which one ends up being more powerful, because I still think it could go either way.
Yeah, it's so hard to predict right now, especially with the limited information. But you did see the odds of Finland significantly shortening just like today alone, right? Yeah, so that is the thing. So let's see some other questions here. Will it be a case of France underperforming again, even with a good performance? Let's go to our French member. Arno, is that a fear? I mean, 21 obviously was a great year. You did this is what we are hoping. Then a few years, even not just counting last year, which was a crime, and I'm still not talking to anyone who didn't vote for it. But even like you can, even WoW was all of a sudden like going really up high in the odds during the rehearsals, and then you was up, and you get my point. Is that a fear of you right now as well, or are you more confident?
Well, with this one? Like last year, I like the fact that we sent a very risky and very different song from what we sent in a couple last years, which was like very traditional pop or chanson with Voilà. But Fulham, I really liked it, and I was actually surprised that the fandom actually really liked Fulham. But I think what was the problem? There were two problems for me. The running order really ruined a little bit the performance, because it's a lot. Fulham was a lot to take, and it was like the 6th to perform, so it was a lot too early. But also the staging, there were too many props, but themselves, they didn't really carry the performance themselves. So maybe it made it less powerful than it could have been. But this year with Lazara, she's very charismatic and she has a lot of confidence, so she will carry the song, and we know she can sing very well. But it's that damn dangerous staging she's talking about, and she actually went live on Instagram earlier this morning, and she kept on saying that it's gonna be dangerous, I can't wait. And she said that other countries saw her prop, and many of them apparently said, "Oh wow, France is doing that. Oh wow." Apparently they were really surprised, but in a good way. So I guess we have to see that prop and that staging before I can answer the question.
I know. We have a couple. They're going to rehearse for the first time the day after tomorrow, I believe, right? So we have Friday? Tomorrow. Because tomorrow we have all of Semi 1 rehearsing for the second time. Then day after tomorrow, we're going to have the first few songs from Semi 2 in the morning. And then the afternoon, the Big 5 and Ukraine will rehearse for the first time. So, I mean, I'm excited about, and this is rare. This is rare to me, that I'm excited about every single country, because I think the Big 5, even if you don't like all of the songs, because that's normal, I think there are no non-interesting songs out there, whether you like them or not. So I think they all bring something, then I'm super duper excited. All right, so let's see. Next question. Denmark move ahead of Estonia in qualification odds. Bridges is a non-qualifier according to bookies. I mean, are we surprised? Is it, James, do you think, is it because Denmark is rising or Estonia is dropping, Jay? What do you think? Is it a little bit of both? I mean, technically it's both, it's true, but what is the cause of it, I should say?
I don't know if I'd read too much into any movements on those particular two. I think they're both still in the zone of indifference for most people. I don't think there's enough on for either group. I don't see any late charge coming for either one of these. Even though, yeah, he allegedly put on some good performance yesterday. Well, the reviews of his photos and staging were good. But yeah, I personally wouldn't read too much into that. Like the surging of the odds, you kind of reserve for your top figures. In the non-qualifier, they do tend to be a bit unreliable.
Yeah, that is true. I would not read too much into it. It's also all fresh still, and things will move around a lot over the next few days. So may go up again, may go down again. And I know you get excited when your favorite is doing a little better, but unless it's like really, really dramatic changes, then I would not get too sucked into it, for the lack of a better word. Let me see here if there are any. Somebody said there are pictures of Lithuania in this Discord, but yeah, I don't have Discord up. Let me see here this question next. You could say the same about Finland. The same about what? Them having Germany, Croatia, Austria, Australia, Serbia, and Ukraine taking points from them, all being safe qualifiers than the jury-friendly songs. I think this may be a little bit. Do you know what she's referring to, Sina?
I think what she's saying is, what Sina is saying is that there's several other songs which are going to be pulls on the televote. Now, yeah. I agree to an extent that some of those songs definitely can pull on the televote, but I don't think Croatia is going to qualify. And I don't think some of those other songs have quite as hefty a pull as Finland will. In short, is my answer. Sorry, I boxed it off lightly.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, no, and I don't disagree with that. I've been sleeping over it as well this morning, and I was like, I mean, I feel as right now, I agree with you. With Finland, maybe it's really the juries will have to really drown Finland at this point to stop them, which they very well might. You know, I'm saying that's a decent chance that this will happen, but I feel like there's certainly possibility. Lazara has bad behavior. Did you hear about that? Somebody says in the chat. Is there any rumors out there? Or no? Clear them up, please, if there are.
Well, it's basically, apparently it's not really rumors, but there has been like a lot of French media who apparently had revelations of her former agent and current label, which is even crazier. Like apparently her current label, which is, I think it's Universal Music France, apparently said that she's a diva and she is really strict. But I mean, being a diva isn't necessarily a bad thing, and I think many people use that word just because she's a woman who knows what she wants.
Yeah, it's like confident. What a better word.
Yeah, she's confident. And I think that, that's the thing, and I think it's just that she knows what she wants and she does everything she can to achieve her goals. But yeah, her former agent apparently said that sometimes she just bashed like a recording session. Apparently she was like not in the mood and she just left. But I mean, she's definitely not the only one who did that. So, but there are a lot of, but I think it's just in the French sphere that Lazara is problematic, according to some media we hear in France, but. And she just clears it every time she's live. She says that she is aware of that, of course, but the good thing I like is that she is aware, but she assumes it. She's like, well, I know, but yes, I am a diva, but that's just because I know what I want, and that's who I am. So
yeah.
But French media, I agree, Thomas. Thomas says that French media are terrible to her. Not all of them, but some are. But it's just the French media with Eurovision, they are just horrible about Eurovision because some of them still have that, ridiculous image. Like Eurovision is ridiculous, is very has been. It's a lot of that.
I will say that,
also the British as well.
Can
we just replace the Barbara Dex Award with the Crap Press Award?
Lots of nominations.
I want that. I want that.
I will say the only thing I wouldn't like it either is someone, is recording, she doesn't like something, then she just takes off. No one could do that at their job either. If I were to do that, if I have a bad day or I don't like something, I take off, I would be in a lot of trouble. So I wouldn't give her too much of an excuse for it. At the same time, we also know that maybe some out of context stuff, we are not there. So I'm always very careful to fall for all these, like, she's a diva, she's mean, but there could be an ounce of truth to it. I don't know, but I don't know enough about it. Oops, I actually clicked out of it. There was another question on there. What's your favorite UK entry of all time? Anyone has an answer for that? They've only been around since 1957.
Well, Das Sampson's Teenage Life, obviously.
What a creep at school today.
I'm wearing a tracksuit surrounded by schoolgirls. Nobody thought this throughout the BBC.
But then they redeemed themselves the next year with flying the flag, so we're all good. Anyways, go ahead.
I love that.
That's your idea of redeeming yourself?
That was sarcasm. Okay, so anyway, go ahead. Gabe. What's your favorite?
I mean, there certainly were things that the performers might have been high, but the song certainly. Anyway, I have two answers. Sorry.
That's okay. Choose fine out of 60.
And I'm going to go for the basic bitch answer, which is every time Spaceman comes on and I hear that intro, I get emotional thinking about how it made me feel last year. So I have to say that.
Well, that's a big step, especially in your life. Like you don't really remember the UK doing really well at Eurovision. So I get that. What's the other one?
And then the other one was Save Your Kisses for Me, which I think is such a sweet, sweet song. I think you could send it. It wouldn't win if you sent it now, but it would still do well if you sent it now. That's how well it's aged.
Anybody else has an answer already?
Yeah, I mean, I loved Suri with Storm.
Okay.
I loved Blue. What was that
Blue?
year? 2011?
Yeah.
I can, yeah.
And Bonnie Tyler was great as well.
Oh, but we had a Bonnie Tyler fan in here. All right. Anybody else?
My first Eurovision of the Universe. Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
You go ahead, Arno.
Oh, my favorite is Children of the Universe 2014.
2014.
I really like that one. And I still listen to it sometimes.
Okay, James.
My first Eurovision memory is actually still my favorite, and I'm giving away my age here. But it is definitely their 1981 winning.
Making a mind
Goodness me, Bucks Fizz. Yeah, Making Mind Up. Yeah, we talked about it earlier today, and I don't know why I left my mind, but yes, that's definitely one of my favorites.
Okay, I may have an obvious and a random one. My obvious one is 1997 Lost China Light. Always just such a sweet song. I just love that to bits. And then some of you may not even know this one. Anyone remembers 1959? Sing little birdie, sing a song, sing a love along, sing little birdie up above, sing a song of love. I love that song. It's so...
Oh wait, their chat is making a good point. 1998 Imani.
I don't like that song.
Oh, okay. I actually really like it.
I really struggled with her voice. Her voice was sitting in a place that really didn't sit right with me. But I know a lot of people love it, but it just wasn't for me. So, yeah. But there are other good songs. I mean, we've talked about 60 plus years of UK music. I couldn't even talk about them all, so...
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you guys, but they're taking too much time with this, and I really have to go. I expected at 7 something.
Unacceptable. What kind of fan are you, Emma?
Oh my goodness.
No, that is totally... I'm not going to be here much longer either. So, thank you so much. I just want to wait at least for the Australia pictures. But have a good night, okay?
Yeah, thank you guys so much, and thank you, chat. Hopefully, I mean, depending on the stream, I guess.
Yeah, I'll let you know. It's all TBD.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you guys. Bye-bye. Have fun.
Bye, have a good evening. Nice chatting with
you.
All righty, right. Okay. So we're still waiting on pictures, right? I didn't miss anything.
And nothing on TikTok.
Nothing on TikTok. Of course not. Yeah, it's... Wait, the Austria pictures? Oh, no, we had them on.
Yeah.
Are they taking a nap? at the Eurovision headquarters because we have really nothing for like a long.
I know, right? This let's see here. Well, we're waiting a few more minutes.
I just realized I was muted. I was going to say something about
Go ahead.
the amount of time we're waiting. I find that would it have really killed them to allow a few press photographers into the room to say you can take photos of these specific bits, or don't take photos of these things, so that we could get photos out and things like that faster? Because I'm finding it, obviously nothing's going to dampen my excitement, but if the EBU is going to control it in this way, it's so frustrating sitting and waiting for hours after rehearsals to hear anything at all. And, it's, and that I do find, like, annoying.
Yeah, no, I mean, I have been very vocal and clear about how things are going, and obviously have to respect and honor or follow the rules by the EBU, but I'm not going to just sit here and say I agree or like what they're doing. And so they will have to also deal with the criticism that is being thrown at them. Now, honestly, I don't believe that they'll worry about it too much, but I hear you on that one. Okay, let's see some more questions. And again, at ESC United, and if I miss them at some point, it is what it is. You post them again. I guess that Finland and Sweden both get 300 points in their respective categories, and that Sweden will do better in the televote than Finland with the juries, but it will be very close. So it sounds like Sina is convinced it will be a Sweden-Finland two-horse race. Do we still think who is going to be a contender to potentially battle it out with them? Are we still talking about Austria, Spain, France, one of those countries coming in?
I think Spain has a really high chance because it takes off live. It could really go big with the juries. And the thing is, it's like I'm saying, if, and maybe with a couple of other party crashes, Italy's been mentioned. There are, potential. There's, lots of potential to see the jury scores sort of stratified out. Just quickly, the guy who keeps asking about Noah Carell in chat, you've asked dozens of times. We spent like an hour yesterday talking about Noah Carell. I'm sorry. Please stop spamming the chat with the same question over and over again.
I didn't even see the
really
question.
Getting on my nerves.
Oh my God,
He's posted it like 50 times. We talked about Israel for ages yesterday. I encourage you to go and watch it. Sorry.
That's all right.
What do you guys think?
About what?
About the jury question. 300 each.
I'm not convinced either yet. I think that we had, that was different though back in 2015 where we had 3 songs past the 300-point mark, but we had combined results then. But we could have a situation where we have two major hits like in 2017, Bulgaria and Portugal. But it's not a foregone conclusion in my book yet. I think people get too stuck on the pre-rehearsal Eurovision bubble hype, and then reality oftentimes smacks you in the face. Not necessarily, but that may happen. Has a Eurovision song made you cry on the first listen before? Has it been a song that really, or at least very emotional? I can think of one that was actually not surprisingly, maybe Germany in 2018, because I lost both of my parents at a young age. And having someone to sing about their parents like that's really hit me hard. So I was like, oh no. So but it worked. So that one comes to mind for me. Anybody else?
I'm Daz Sampson Teenage Life, but for different reasons. That one made me cry when I first saw that one. I thought, oh God, really, we're sending this shit. But yeah, in all seriousness, it would be Johnny's Friends from Iceland. That one maybe I still do on occasion, actually, because of that one. The sad content and the fact that Johnny himself did not make it to Eurovision to sing.
Yeah. That's a good one too. I didn't cry, but certainly it did touch me. Yeah. People are
And
saying
Marco
that.
Deutsch as well for me. I remember hearing it live in the arena in the final, and it was so affecting and so touching for everyone in the room that the room was totally unified in wanting Portugal to win. Like,
oh yeah,
I remember during the voting, people chanting "Portugal, Portugal." I mean, you were there. I'm sure you remember it.
Yeah, I was in the arena, but I was in the press center. But yeah, I remember
It was honestly so special.
This is one of these moments. I felt it was a similar feel actually in 2014 when Austria won. There was a lot of shouting going on. It was a different result thing then, but it was a huge united front there, and it was anything against the other songs, but it was just such a big message, and people felt so strongly about it. It was just a beautiful thing to witness. And we have several moments of that. I think it actually happened also in 2016, where so many people were worried that Russia would win. More about Russia, not these artists, actually, that everyone was just so excited when Ukraine pulled ahead. So that was another big moment. So we have those. So somebody was saying Albania pictures have been posted. I don't see them yet. They're probably
There's some on Twitter circulating.
Okay, they're probably from the official one. So there will be more coming. So we'll share with them, because if I don't have the link, I cannot really do much with it. So you need to give me. Well, you cannot put links in the chat either. So it's just a stupid thing that YouTube doesn't allow for spamming reasons, I guess. I think France or Norway could quite be competitive. Spain might not do good enough with the televotes. I'm not going to ask you, Arno, because your French is always tough to say. But let me ask you about Norway. Could you see Norway being a very competitive song to fight for the top results?
Well, I think Norway is going to do okay good with the jury and okay good with the televote. So maybe I don't know why. Ever since we got the whole songs, all the 37 songs, I really see Norway finishing 8th, 9th, at the end of the top 10, but not top 5. Even though it's a good song, but I think there are bigger contenders that would either do well with jury and not really well with televotes, or the other way around.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so sorry to interrupt here. We got 4 pictures of Albania. So we got the pyros here, as you can see, with the 6 singers, as we know, wearing black, and you see a big pulsing star or something like that in the back. Then red.
Ooh.
We haven't used that before. So in Albania certainly hasn't. And okay, so we're switching into that's more the pulsing light, the star there again, I think. So the dance is really more like a choreography. When someone say dance, I really, that may not use the wrong word there. Doing this and moving, it's not really a dance. Yeah, but that's just me. And then more pyros.
I'm getting a bit of a kind of Kelmen D-Mol kind of vibe. D-Mol?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember D-Mol from Montenegro?
Unfortunately.
What year?
I don't know, for some reason. This
what year?
20. Oh, gosh. What year was D-Mol?
Very recent,
2018, I think.
Yeah, I think it's 2018.
What song was that, D-Mol? Why am I not putting my head?
I'm in heaven.
Oh, that song. I don't know the name of the band. I forgot.
The horrendous song.
I don't know the band. I just remember the song. Yeah. Okay.
I know this is a harsh comparison, but I look at this and it feels like it's going to be unfocused, and it just it feels like because of the 6 singers and the way they're set up, it feels like it's going to be unfocused and little difficult for people to connect with it. Is my first instinct. Obviously, I could be completely wrong, but that's how I feel at the moment.
The pictures that they've chosen, just based on that, we need more. We absolutely need more, because right now it's just like there are 6 singers standing do ya da 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 da, right? But shouldn't they? There could be 6 random singers. We need the family feel for it. And right now, the pictures themselves do not do that justice. But that doesn't mean that's not going to happen. Just right now, we just have a picture that has like almost identical, like the same kind of setup. They're just all standing there and singing. And I hope that's not going to be the case. What do you think?
It's very repetitive.
Or like you, Arno, go ahead.
Also, I just wanted to say it looks very repetitive, with the 4 pictures, but we have to see the whole thing.
Yes, agreed. James, do you have any other thoughts? Or we?
Matt, yeah, you nailed it there. From those 4 pictures, it looks incongruous with what the lyrics present. You know, bring your family, hold them tight, keep their love safe.
Yeah,
it seems at odds with that sentiment.
I agree. Here are more pictures now. The website has them as well. Let me bring them up. Okay. Are they wearing like holding red feathers, or what is that?
Oh, that eagle again.
Oh, that eagle. Oh, okay.
Every time.
Okay, so that's like a moment where she is like singing in pain, like there's just like some emotions that are getting closer to her. That's like something a little bit more I was looking for. But then they're also really far apart. Like, this is Daddy. See him in the back. And then Albina, I mean, of course, she's the lead singer, if you will. So of course, just the spotlight is going to be mostly on her. It seems a very dramatic staging, of course, and then hear more of that. She's smiling. Oh, this is a pretty, whatever is in the back, that looks kind of pretty. We saw that one. And that was the first one we saw, right? So, Gabe, let's go back to you since we started with you.
I think it still seems, even that moment where she was on her knees and they'd gathered in around her, they clearly hadn't moved very far. It still feels like it's going to be very static. And, you know, we saw somebody mention Bulgaria in 2018. That was a really good comparison, actually. And I've got a story about that, but about how arrogant some members of the delegation were that year. But having that many singers can make the performance feel unfocused, and it's difficult. You know, you get boy bands and stuff where they find that or you know, girl groups where they make it work. You know, for example, Hurricane.
It's supposed to blend. You're not supposed to stand out in the boy band kind of thing. Yeah.
But this is, I'm not sure. It feels like it's Albania, but also it's the family. But it's Albania. But it's like, where am I looking?
Based on what we're seeing right now, that's probably my biggest concern is the way it's very dramatic and very dark. Like, it almost looks like a funeral to me. Like, she's on the ground crying that somebody died and they're coming to comfort her. And then the whole feel is just very, very dark. And it seems very, very depressing. The song is not a cheerful song. I mean, it is like almost hopeful in some ways, but the way it's performed and done, you know, it seems a little dark. But maybe, once again, maybe the pictures are just not the most descriptive ones, that they really just shows specific moments that are not highlighting it. But that's just me. James, any additional thoughts now that you saw a few more pictures?
Yeah, the flames kind of because so we're thinking about the progression, right? Of them starting apart and then at the end coming together, where she is in the center and her family gathers around. That's how you, based on the pictures, would think they'd logically be stacked. But then you see them far apart with the flames, and the only logical flames, we discussed this earlier, the only logical flames time that the flames can come in is at that sort of drum break at the outro. So it's like, how long are they actually standing apart for? So yeah, that is my concern. Instead of it being they come close together, you know, quiet. Oh, news.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but we have an Australia update, and I have to talk about, because Australia is they have a car on stage. A Toyota MR2. This is an absolute stomper of a tune to finish off the second semifinal with 80s style synth leading into a big old rock chorus. It manages to sound distinctively Australian and fabulously Eurovision at the same time, which is a great indicator of how much Australia has rolled themselves into. Okay, this is talk. Voyager look all like absolute pros. They're rocking both the Liverpool stage and those sequined hounds to stick the outfits. They also have a car on stage, which we saw in the prop store yesterday and wondered who it belonged to. We know nothing about cars, so I'm afraid we can't tell you the make or model.
The make is a Toyota MR2. That has since been revealed. Yes. So I have that on screen now for you. Yeah. That is the car. It probably doesn't look like that, but you can see there, that is the car. I doubt it'll look like that. I imagine they will have, souped it up somewhat. So I'm looking forward to see that. But that's what they're starting with.
Have we had a big car on stage before like that? I know they had it in Spain in the national final.
Yeah, we had a golf car for Divine from Sebastian Tellier in 2008. We had a golf car.
Yeah, he did.
And it actually moved. He drove the golf cart.
But besides that, I don't think so, right? This must be the first then. I mean, it's not, maybe the most groundbreaking, but it's certainly something. And this is what they look like, or what they're wearing. I mean, you know what they look like. What do you think about the costumes, y'all?
It's their style. It's their really unique brand that they regularly go for these kinds of things, and it suits them. And that's exactly the right route to go for, I think, in my opinion, for this kind of band. They have a style and a brand, and they need to maintain that, because that's how the performance will come across as authentic as possible and as genuine as possible. So they're doing the right things, in my opinion.
I'm just so worried about the car because I'm always getting flashbacks again to Spain, where that was the one who sang about La Familia. I want to say
Fusa Nocta.
Oh, Fusa Nocta. That's what it was. That's why is the card? She didn't interact with it much. It was just in there, but it was her meaningful to her similarly because it was like her father's or grandfather's car or something like that. She explained. I'm like, but that doesn't mean anything to us. It's great that you have that connection, but if it doesn't come across on stage, you have to give us some kind of symbolism or something that makes it work. Kind of like I always use like Victoria from 21. When she was singing about her dad with the picture, you could tell there was a deep connection to it, the way she touched it, and when clear that's a person that meant a lot to her, and not just a random person off the street. So something like that. So that's hopefully they're going to do something with it. James, any thoughts? Or did I ask you? No.
Oh no. I'll just echo what you all said. The get up is appropriate, and yes, they do have to stay on brand. I'm glad. They are not veering off of it and doing something weird like wearing white with tassels or anything like that.
Yeah, I like them a lot. They have a lot of personality. It's actually, I think, the only video I watched on TikTok where they did their top 5 videos, their favorite songs of all time. I'm sure you watch any of them, but I watched the Australian one. I'm just like, they're just full of personality and character. I'm very much digging that. Okay. Oh dear, don't listen, James. Don't listen, and you don't listen either, Gabe. They've got a car so they can drive straight to the airport after the semifinal. I'm sorry, but that is funny.
Oh, Chris,
that was savage a little bit.
Chris,
come on, give some credit.
Chris.
He may be wrong, but it was savage.
He is very wrong, but good job nevertheless. I'm proud of you.
So yeah, you get some points here for cleverness. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, we all know that they're gonna have a car so they can go to the after party and celebrate. Am I right? Am I right?
Well, hopefully not, because if they're drinking, they shouldn't be driving.
Oh, oopsie!
Don't drink and drive, kids.
Well, they're not drunk yet. They're getting to the party, and then they have apple juice. Will we see pictures from interval act rehearsals today? No, there will be no interval acts, anything of that. The dress rehearsals will kick off Monday. So you won't get anything until Monday. And guess what? You get it from us as well at ESC United, because I know that Sean and Melanie will be in the arena doing all the social media stuff, pictures, and you name it. And we'll be here on the live stream sharing those with you live. And Master Gabe and I will be doing lots of the hosting of that. We did allow Sean to be in the 3 shows as much as possible, doing the work inside there, because this will be his last Eurovision for the time being, at least. So we want him to be able to enjoy it as much as possible.
I have to go.
You have
I
to
didn't
go.
check the time, and I have to go. I'm gonna be late for my dance class, but it's okay.
Nah, that's okay. Thanks for stopping by, Arno. Have a good night.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a good night. Thank you,
Have a good
chat.
one.
Stay tuned.
And I also got a 10-minute window myself.
Okay, you got to go too, Gabe?
No, I will see it through.
I will only wait until the pictures of Australia come in, because then at some point I have to do more stuff as well.
Yeah, no, likewise. I'll do my graph. I do find it funny how in the chat there's 3 groups. 90% of people don't care about the graph. 5% of people really want to see the graph. 5% of people hate the graph, as far as I can tell. But nevertheless, I will show the graph because I know that it's an imperfect measure, but it does show something interesting that's happened since yesterday. So I want to share it.
Yeah, go. I will interrupt if a TikTok comes up.
I will. So I'm going to put the numbers in at 6:50, and then you guys can all see it straight away. And then I'm going to post it on Twitter at 7. So you'll all see it in 2 minutes, and everyone else will see it shortly after. For those of you who aren't aware, essentially about a month and a half ago, I had a theory that even though the ESC scoreboard app is not a good way, the absolute scores are not a good way of seeing what people think about songs. But how the scores develop over time, i.e. whether songs are gaining on the songs around them or losing out on the songs around them, may indicate what certain groups of people who are likely to be invested enough to vote, and I think this is a larger group of people than the core of Eurovision fans, people who are likely to be invested enough to vote, but not invested enough to jump onto the ESC scoreboard app 10 minutes after the last song is released to stick their ranking in, to tell us what that group of people is thinking. And essentially my theory was that those core voters, those really passionate fans would vote first. They would favor Sweden quite strongly because obviously Sweden's a massive, massive, massive fan favorite. But over time, I suspected that the less invested fans would tend to take would lean towards Finland. And that has been borne out every day since the 22nd of March. Finland has gained more points on the ESC scoreboard than Sweden. Yesterday was the record number of points gained by Finland on Sweden in a single day with 1,700. I am now happy to reveal what it has happened today. Matt, just tell me once that's shared.
Yeah, I'll tell you in a second. Oops. Hang on, I'm having some issues scrolling. I only see mine. Oh, there it is. Sorry, I was at the very bottom. Got it.
So what I can tell you about what has happened in the last 24 hours, Finland has gained 2,500 points on Sweden. That is the biggest gain that we have seen. As you can see here, there's been a sharp increase at the rate of which Finland is catching Sweden on the app. At this pace, Finland would overtake Sweden before the final. So at this pace, Finland would overtake Finland would overtake Sweden a week today. Now, this is not an accurate measure. It is in large part a bit of fun, but I've really enjoyed following this and I wanted to share it with you all. I will continue updating the graph as time goes on. But yes, so that is what's happened in the last 24 hours with that. And I will keep being nerdy about that as time goes on. And you know, the thing is with Eurovision fans, we all love points, we all love our stats and things like this. So here's a free stats for you. So that's what's happening.
No, I think that's cool to share only because for that reason that, you know, we all have our own. I love stats anyways, and there's no perfect stat because it is a subjective, personal, emotional vote, you know, so you never know what mood. It can change what the mood you're in that day, you know, when you vote, but it is an indicator that there is a difference between, you know, the diehard fans and the casuals later on the run. So I think this is a good way to display it. But we shall see. Did you only do the comparison between those two songs, or did you see another song rising there? Or was it just focused on
I've only done those two because I could have done more, but it would have taken when I started this, it was very much like a time consideration because it takes the more songs I do, the more time it'll take to sort of prepare all of this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a fun thing I wanted to do each day. And like I said, I think, and I just, even though the thing is, right, if Finland wins now, I get to be like, oh, I told you guys I'm a genius. If they lose, I can be like, well, it's just a bit of fun. So I've got all bases covered. But yes, no, the scoreboard, I did look back on previous years in preparation for today, and it has missed. It has hit and missed before. So it was Cyprus by a long way in 2018, for example, by a long way was the winner. It was right in 2019. The Dutch were the winner in 2019. 2021. Oh, my mind's gone blank. I'm quite tired. But so it's been hit and miss, and there are people rightly making that point. And there are also people in chat saying about selection bias. And I did acknowledge that at the start. I recognize we are talking about a very specific group of individuals. But the fact is, if there is a trend, a change in opinion in that group of individuals, you will see that borne out in the data. That's the point that I'm trying to make. And is that what we are seeing is over time, a change of opinion amongst this selective group. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. I just wanted to talk about that because I love nerding out.
I know, James, that you have to head out. Any final thoughts on your end? Are you, you can't really follow the rehearsals either. You're just going to pay attention to what's out there tomorrow evening and the next days? Or what's your plan?
Just gonna, I got a bunch of things I need to do, but just winging it. And I've been following along your little experiment, and even though I do think the ESC scoreboard, the day-to-day is level, I think there is value in the movements from day to day. It's the movements that count, not the as plumbers say. It's the water level you care about, not the turds bobbing in it. So day to day.
I love that metaphor. Oh, that's so good.
Yeah. All right, I'll let you. I know you have to go. So thanks for joining us today, James, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Okay.
All right, you guys take it easy. I'll see you later.
See you, James. Take care.
See ya.
Oops, you were still talking. All right.
Did you just kill James?
A little. Just a little. So just to make sure, we are waiting only for Lithuania and Australia.
Lithuania pictures, I'm told, have just appeared literally as we were speaking just there. People were mentioning it in chat. I don't know if that's on Twitter or I'm not seeing on the website yet. So it might be that some of them emerged on Twitter.
Yeah, but there were some of them that came from the broadcaster. So I don't even know where, why, and all that stuff. And I don't have the ability to go on a search.
Yes, on the Eurovision account. There's pictures on the Eurovision account.
Okay. Working on it. Ta-da! That be her.
It do
all
be.
Right. I like that. Yeah. Some people said they didn't like. I like that outfit.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, the one from the national final was very good too, but I think this one,
look how she pops there. She pops in that stage. Like, that's all just very calm colors, the singers and dark, but she just right there.
This is about, we were just talking about what happens if there's too many singers and it's too busy. This is a much better example of how to do it right, because the way that they've been staged, they're still, sort of together on stage, but the focus is right on Monica. She stands out. She's bright. She's illuminated. This is how you stage with multiple singers. You bring the focus in. If they'd had something like this with Albina, it would have been so much better.
Yeah, that's a very good point that you're raising. I think they should have done that. And we'll see, maybe the camera, because some person in the chat made a good point. Sasha Jean Baptiste, whatever your opinion may be about the staging, one thing is true, she is all about camera work, right? Which you have not seen. So maybe that will take a different story. But based on our first impression, that's what it was. But I wanted to point that out. So there you see it. That's her. Just another backdrop here. So she's, I mean, I don't know for sure, but it looks like she's mostly relying on the backdrop and not the lights. And yeah. So while clearly, you know, very much like the national final with the singers, it will just be probably adjusted to the bigger stage. And this looks great from what I'm seeing, right?
Yeah, I think the thing is they started from a really strong position of basically, it was like they came out of the national final with their staging done. Like there was nothing. I think I saw you when I was on my way home. I was listening in, and I think you guys said something like this before. But essentially, they came out, and it was like, okay, we're sorted. Because
yes,
I think they
really last year Lithuania. I said that, yeah,
yeah, and they captured. I thought at the national final with Monica, I thought they captured the energy of the song really well in the staging. And given what it's about, I think the backing singers actually have a really important role in this. And that's why I'm really glad they're on stage, not just for their voices, but also because it's sort of a song about coming through hardship and being surrounded and you know, like about finding things difficult and knowing that sometimes this is something I can really resonate with. It's things that I, you know, myself and friends of mine have struggled with, you know, of when you need people around you and you're not always the easiest person to be around and you do find things difficult, but those people are there with you, you know, whether that's romantically, whether that's platonically. For me, that's what I take from the song. And I think this, having the backing singers around her in that way, I think really accentuates that. And so for me, that's a really special thing. I think it's sailing through. I think we both agree on that, don't we? I think we
do agree. The other ones were not quite as sure. I was like, no, this is sailing through.
Yeah. And also I think, you know, she's come on so much. I mean, she was a great singer in 2015, but I think she's really honed, you know, her craft in that time.
Yes, it's very interesting because she really, that is also her intention, because she asked me actually, you know, like, you know, people want to know about, you know, your journey. And she's like, yeah, but I want to know from you before we went live on the interview. Do you think I have changed my voice? Do you think it's different? And I was like, yes, I do. And I said, but I'm like, she really wanted to know from me, not like just, you know, as a, like, she really feels like she was on a journey as well, you know, as an artist and her craft. And I can absolutely feel that as well. And I think people are a little bit too harsh on her in 2015, because they're all talking about Vidas was his name, right? How he is so much better than she is, and she brings the sound down, all that stuff. I never felt that way, but I will also say that she certainly has evolved into even a better artist than she was 8 years ago. So that is also a very, you know, fair statement. Real quick before I'm gonna hand that over to you. Promise. Obviously, Australia has pyro, red fireworks, jets to wrap up the final chorus and the second semifinal. So there will be pyros. Nobody is shocked. So I just want to throw that out there. That was in the blog. Go ahead, Gabe.
No problem. I think, you know, my sort of last word on Lithuania, it was really interesting. I went to see Monica sing live a few weeks ago in London, a very small, intimate venue. You guys can find the video on ESC United's Twitter. That's at ESC United. You can see it below if you're interested. And she sort of opened up a bit to the crowd about what her life has been like since then. Some of the things she's done, some of the experiences she's had. She talked about, you know, a time in her life where for months, you know, she didn't really want to get out of bed. She was, you know, really miserable, really struggling with her mental health. You know, and I think these things, they really shine through in the song. And then since then, you know, she's had a lot of really interesting experiences. She went volunteering in India. I think she went and studied incidentally at the same place as Luke Black, and they were students at this place, I believe, at the same time. Well, there was only a year of overlap at the British Institute for Modern Music in London. And it's a bit of a kind of, so in some ways, and that's why this is another thing, and I don't think this is the meaning of it, but in some way, I kind of find it fitting that she's dressed in a kind of fiery color, because as an artist, she's kind of, and I think personally, she's kind of a bit of a phoenix in some ways. She clearly went through some really, really, really tough times and has sort of re-emerged as this much more complete artist who is, you know, now able to communicate these things through her music really effectively.
Yeah.
Also, a favorite drink is a gin and tonic.
That I saw as well. How funny, yeah, in that thing. It's interesting the things that you just pointed out, because maybe that I can relate to the song a little, even it was subconsciously, because I do gravitate towards the song quite a bit. Going through some of the things that you mentioned that she went through, I went through myself. So I think that's the power of music, I think, and that's why the song speaks to me. So I think, yeah, I'm still convinced that this will fly through. So what we're doing right now is we're just waiting for the pictures from Australia. So let us know in the meantime any questions that you have at ESC United. How was Austria? The first question here. Did I ask you how you felt about the Austrian pictures?
No, but to be honest, I don't have much to say about them because it was basically what I expected. I really like the typewriter in the background. That's like high camp. I think they needed to lean into the camp. I can't wait to see the choreo, but we need more before I can sort of pass a judgment on that, because we've only seen little bits. So I can't wait to see the choreo. I think that's going to make or break this, but I know how hard they've been working on doing the choreo and singing, so I'm not worried about that being an issue for them. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's going to do really well. I can't wait to see an actual clip on TikTok some point in the next 48 to 72 hours.
Yeah, if we're lucky. Do you think Belgium is the sure qualifier? Let me go to you first, Gabe.
Yes, easy.
And I shake my head, so we disagree on that one. I am not convinced. Right now, I have them as a borderline non-qualifier. I just don't know if this song, with the running order, with this genre, that this is impactful enough. But I'm also not completely 100% certain because I haven't seen the whole package yet. I still go on by the song itself and as well what I've seen so far. But that is just,
I think it's, I think this is the sort of thing people, it makes you feel good. It'll make jurors and it'll make, more importantly, the televoters feel good. And I think people will send it through. Obviously, televotes can do weird things. So barring something really shocking, and I would be really shocked if it didn't get through, I think he's going to be just fine.
Yeah.
We will be seeing the Disco Daddy next Saturday.
Well, we shall see. I'm not convinced, but I'm also not convinced. Let's see here. Next question. Wouldn't the graph... Okay, we're back to the graph. Wouldn't the graph mean... it didn't come up on screen. That people prefer Sweden songs at first listen? Isn't that the most important part of the end? I think what you are tracking is not people. It's mostly newer votes being added, not existing votes being changed, right?
Yes, but thank you, Sina, for the question, because it is a fair point and it does deserve an answer. Luckily, I do have one, which is that. So essentially, with the vote, the going theory here is, and it takes with a big pinch of salt, because a lot of this is conjecture and assumptions that I can't 100% prove. The going theory is really committed fans vote straight away. Amongst really committed fans who have been watching the contest for a long time, who do these rankings every year on these apps, Loreen is a clear favorite. My point is that Loreen is more favored within that kind of core of people than outside. So as those people vote more, they have the potential to lean towards other songs.
Gotcha.
Essentially, as someone says, well, it is my opinion, but we'll see whether it bears any resemblance to reality or not next week. It's difficult because we are, in reality, no matter what we do, whether I'm doing this, whether I'm looking at Euro jury or OGE results or betting odds, all of this is kind of voodoo, really. It's fun to predict these things, and I enjoy making these predictions and seeing if I get them right or not. I've been totally wrong about some of these things in the past, but I've also got some things right in the past, so I have no idea what's going to happen.
It's fun. I find it always interesting when people say, well, they're doing just this and that because of this and that reason. I'm like, and this is not accurate because of this and that. We understand that. I did a video about, based on the last 10 years of voting history, who is most likely to vote for whom in each semi, right? Just to get like an idea based on the most recent 10 years. Now, you cannot do that. The song quality is not taken into consideration. That, like, I understand that. That's why it's not even based on it's on average. It's not like, it's like, you understand what I'm doing here. It's, of course, I'm not saying this is exactly the outcome. We didn't take the quality into consideration. The point is what people, about past 10 years has traditionally happened. And yes, Netherlands had better songs in this past 10 years. That's why they got a lot of more points. Sweden got higher. We understand that, but it's just one way to look at things. Who is more willing to give a certain country more points, because it is a reality. For instance, Germany is less likely to give Azerbaijan points. It's just a reality, and that's what was trying to point out there. But people took it in a way like I'm just trying to get a certain country, get my opinion out to make sure that they're going to be the popular ones. I'm like, no, just you can't win. But that's just people, because then their favorite or their country was not high up in the ranking. That's basically what it is.
And I will admit this on some level, like I do kind of, and sorry about this, guys, but I do kind of like, I do kind of enjoy, like, pulling your legs a little bit as well. Like there's fun every now and then. It's fun to say something outrageous and see.
You're a little bit of a shit poster.
Oh yeah, I'm a terrible shit poster. Like I am a bit of a wind-up merchant, but I do it fondly. Let me say that. So I do it because, But yes. So the thing is, it's all in good fun. And the thing is, and I know when I see you guys in chat being like, Gabe, you're full of shit. I know for the most part, because I recognize a lot of the names now. I know for the most part that you guys doing it in good fun too. So either you guys get to gloat or I get to gloat in a few weeks' time. No matter who it is, it's going to be fun. I can wait because I don't want Eurovision season to ever end ever. But
I know, I can't wait. I know. It's like, it's weird to know that in less than 2 weeks we have a winner. It is kind of. We know where we're going next year. Most likely, at least. Most likely. All right. So no pictures yet, right? No. And no TikToks. So at ESC United. I'm clicking. Chat's frozen again. So let me do a different screen. Are you going to go be live for second rehearsals? Is there really a reason for it, since during the day we're all going to be getting photos, or perhaps just a recap in the evening? I'm Stefan. I mentioned it earlier. It's all a little bit TBD. Most likely we're going to have the live stream in the evening. I don't even know when. When, I don't know. Because we don't know when these clips are coming out. So most likely, I'm guessing right now, but subject to change. Once the TikToks are all done. And unless all of a sudden the EBU decides to change their mind and release the video quicker, I don't know. So we'll find out together. That's basically what I'm saying. So just make sure you're subscribed, and either on social media or here, and you'll know. I'll keep you updated. Okay. Let's see here. Do you think betting odds make Eurovision boring? Like, meaning they spoil the fun because the betting odds tell you already who is going to win in their book.
They're making predictions just like we are, and they can be wrong just like we are. And they have had, not so much in recent years, but there have been some really noticeable, looking back, some really noticeable blunders by betting odds. Think about what was it? DJ Bobo was his name?
Yeah.
What's his face?
Vampire.
DJ Bobo.
Yeah, DJ Bobo.
Was a massive miss. We've had. I'm trying to think. Let me get the odds, because Eurovision World helpfully lets you look at the odds.
Blue was a betting odds favorite for the longest time.
Exactly. And if I go and look at the 2022 odds, for example, and I look at the top, okay, they were pretty good last year.
Well, keep in mind, that's not fair, Gabe, because you're looking at the one ads are closing after all the songs have performed, So at that point, things change. If you were to go back in time and look at them, how they were like after a few days of rehearsals, they look a little different. So, because the last few days are so dramatic. I always use a 2018 example of Suri stage invasion. All of a sudden, she went up to like in the top 5 in the betting odds because people assumed that she would get pity votes. All of a sudden she was, and it was just, that's not how it works.
In chat, a really good example from Jonathan, Occidentali's Karma. There was a point, if at this stage, Occidentali's Karma was a runaway favorite, and I mean a runaway favorite.
Yeah, kind of like Loreen runaway right now, kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe Loreen sort of Loreen looked a bit more impenetrable a couple of days ago on the odds front.
Yeah.
But that did change after rehearsals. So I think, it's all part of the fun, and I enjoy watching them go up and down. The thing is that's important to remember with the betting odds, especially before the week of the contest, they can be heavily influenced by comparatively not a massive amount of bets. Because if somebody threw £10,000 on San Marino to win right now, they would shoot up in the betting odds.
Yes.
Just because of that. This is especially true in the semi-final qualifier betting stakes. There is not much money in that. And because of that, a few bets can really make people shoot up and down. So just bear that in mind with these things. It's with a pinch of salt. Like I said before, like the Euro jury, like my mad graph, like OG results, all with a pinch of salt. It can tell us something, but not everything.
Yeah. It's just, it's part of the game and it's fun. And we'll find out if they were right or not. All right. So next question. Let me do this one. Betting odds, especially in the first week, just reflects the fans' preferences. Well, yes and no. It is true. It's really just often people who are willing to put money down, listening to some of the fans or like what they're hearing, hearsay, and just on name recognition or countries' recent historic success at the contest. That's why you see Sweden always high up in the betting odds, even before like the 2 days after Eurovision has ended, kind of thing. Or often depends larger countries like the UK, which are heavily invested in betting odds, often is higher than you may expect them to be in the betting odds as well, just because they are the UK.
This is the other thing is it does distort. It does distort betting odds, and the thing is that every year the UK's odds are distorted upwards by the fact that loads of British people in the week go, oh yeah, put a 10 on the UK, 10 on the UK.
Yeah,
we do have quite a strong betting culture here.
Yes.
On that kind of thing, betting on entertainment.
Germans
events.
do not bet. Like I don't know many Germans who do the betting thing, and that's why even like what?
Sorry, you go. It's fine.
That's why you often, even when Germany has decent songs, they're often not as big in the betting odds as you may expect, because it's maybe because Dutch always get the reputation for being frugal and cheap, but the Germans are just as bad. They don't necessarily. So it's just a different culture there. But yeah, so it's a good point you're raising there.
Lithuania gallery is out. Page not found.
Oh, we're back to that. It did it pretty well today, but slowing down. We'll bring it up when we can.
We are having trouble getting it up. Apologies.
Yeah, no,
happens to all of us.
Well, it didn't happen all day, just right now.
I think you missed the joke, Matt. Anyway, nothing. Don't you think Spotify streams or YouTube views are better markers of momentum among the general public than a fan app? What do you think, Matt?
I said you read that question really fast. My brain was not able to catch up.
YouTube views and Spotify listens. Do you think they are a good indicator of momentum?
Well, just like anything else, it's maybe one piece of the puzzle. Spotify is often popular with certain age groups, and older people don't use Spotify. And I'm the first, I never use Spotify. I think it's the stupidest thing in the world. And I boycott that company. I hate them. But that's just my personal thing. I think that could also be over because the same people listen to the same songs over and over again, just like YouTube videos. I used earlier the TikTok example. Poland has far more views than any other rehearsal today. Does it mean that's a very popular song? I think not. So that's what you need to take in consideration. They're often inflated by very strong support group, whether it's coming from the country or if you have a big name. That's why Israel has now the second highest number of views, because Israeli folks go crazy over her. If we could get somehow a breakout by country, maybe that would be a different story. But did I just lose him or am I gone? I think. Okay, I'm bringing you right back, Gabe. So I'll bring you right back. I'm just multitasking. Don't leave me. I'm gonna. There you are. Hola. Okay.
Hi. I accidentally pressed the refresh button on my browser.
Thank God you're pretty, because you know your brain is not doing well. Okay, so let's go. I'm going. There's a thingy thing called the TikTok, so I'm gonna bring that up. I hope the sound's working. I've been having issues, but let me know if it's not working.
Come on, baby, come and find me. I can smell you like an animal.
Hi everybody, we're Pig Jacks representing San Marino this year at Eurovision. We've never been that ready for something, so...
Oh, I forgot to mute it for a while for copyright reasons.
It's copyright jail for you.
Well, you know, it's fine. I don't think San Marino is very strict with that. But, Oh, Rocky Horror Picture Show. Hey, that's cool.
Oh, I like that.
Guys, we just finished, yes, rehearsing first run. Well, how was it?
It was great.
It was great.
Yeah.
Great stage, great lighting.
Great sound. Incredible stage.
And people are so nice. So that's the
See you
amazing. See ya.
See ya.
All right, so there were some cool moments in there. What do you think, Gabe?
So I liked that it looked like there was something big happening with that bit in concurrence with the big note. So I'm excited to see that. This looks like they've staged it pretty. The stage, it looked pretty. The lighting looked classy. You know, they look pretty sharp to me. I think this could do slightly better than people are expecting. I think people could look at it and go, yeah, these guys are, you know, I mean, I think they're the real deal. I think it's really cool. And they've grown on me a lot, and they're great. You know, they're really nice guys. They have so much time for fans and everything.
Yes, they went on every every party. So you know, they were just traveling wherever they could. I talked to the head of delegation, and he was like, yeah, "We're going to everything." I'm like, "Good for you." So I love them. So yeah, I think from what I'm seeing with the pictures and this now, it has some really interesting moments. Once again, though, red. You know, lots and lots of red. That's just a color, but it is what it is. So I'm not saying now this is going to qualify. Don't get me wrong. I'm just referring to, you know, the staging I think looks fun. It seems appropriate, and it'll have some really cool camera moments. And that is just basically how that's how I look at it. I would love to hear from you in the chat as well, how you guys feel about it. Let me now jump back though to Eurovision.tv and see because if the Lithuania pictures are working.
I'm not seeing any Lithuania pictures.
No, Lithuania is still stubborn. Stubborn Lithuania.
Page not found.
I like the sound, but not the lyrics. It is repetitive. Well, the sound even to me is like the groove, like the it's like it's kind of the same. I have the similar issues with that I have with this song that I actually had with the Italian winning song. It just seems like some of the same chords over and over again, and it's a little annoying to me. But yeah, the lyrics itself are also not necessarily to brag over, and you know, I smell you like an animal.
Yeah, this is actually a cool question from Stephen about the turquoise carpet. First, the RIP Met Gala cockroach 2023 to 2023, always in our hearts. As for the turquoise carpet, who's going to have like the best looks on the turquoise carpet? A couple of names, I mean, a bunch are going to be really cool, but a couple of names come to mind. Lazara, Blanca Paloma, I think are going to have really cool looks. Lord of the Lost, you know, in a very different way. So those are some that come to my mind. Please stop debating my relationship status.
Nanya.
Come on.
Nanya.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, guys. Anyway, what do you think, Matt? While we're first looking at these pictures, what do you think about while we're looking at this look, what looks are you expecting?
As my grandmother always used to say to me when I asked for help, I couldn't care less. I really didn't think that I hate the carpet thing, I hate the fashion thing, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't care.
Should we have a look? Shall we look at Monica now?
Yes, let's look at Monica instead. Let's kind of just repeat and kind of what we saw before in the few pictures. Okay, so she has been interacting with her backup singers in the national final as well, briefly. So that's nice. So she can.
Well, a little bit of backstory on that last one. If we could flick back,
I can't, unfortunately.
Okay, well, on that last one, so that she was speaking in our interview, in Connor's interview with Monica the other day. She said that one of the people who encouraged her to do Eurovision was Nicola, her backing singer, and that was that backing singer. So they've done this journey together. Anyway, continue.
All right, wonderful. So we saw this one before. Okay. So
I like that shot.
It's a nice blue. It's a really nice. It's blue and orange go well together, you know. So that doesn't surprise me. Okay, so that's another nice shot with the lights. It's interesting. I think it just really complements the vibe, the feel of the song and the look. So I think they know what looks good.
That background reminded me of the sun from Turin. Because of the way it was like the semicircle with the light in the middle. I was like, I
don't have
war flashbacks.
Saw that one. She's singing. She looks stunning in this. Actually, there's a look about it. She's a certain glowing look. She really matured. Really, not that she was ugly before or anything. She was pretty, she was cute back then. But she's like really like stunning now.
Yeah, I'm getting Austria's TikTok ready. By the way. I've got it ready to go once we've looked at the photos.
Prohibited, and yet they're showing it on the official website.
How could they do this?
When we do it, we're dead.
Yeah, but when they do it, it's official live blog.
Yes,
with double the views of last year. All right, I'm going to share my screen and show you.
Remember, you have to mute it though. Until
I got you. Don't worry.
Version. I don't see it on here. Do you say you have it on?
There we go. It should appear for you now.
Okay, now it's frozen for a second when you do that. So give me 1 second. It's loading.
You just tell me when.
It'll come up eventually. There you go.
Okay, here we go.
Hi, we're Taya and Selena, and we just arrived at the arena for the very first time. This is our first rehearsal. Are you excited?
Yes, I am.
We cannot wait. Honestly, it's insane. Everything so far has been great, so we're very happy to finally go on stage. Let's go.
And pause. I mean, a pause, yeah. Mute. Pause, mute, potatoes.
Hope it's still going.
No, they usually get that little like graphic in, but you'll be able to tell.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes I forget because, you know.
I love Taya's outfit. The black and red, excellent. Very good. Oh, the choreo.
Look at the backdrop. Wow, what is that? Oh, that's one.
Excellent.
Oh, at the end he comes on.
It was very cool. We still have to figure out some sound stuff, but just to see the stage.
For the first rehearsal,
it was cool. Wow.
Nice. So they seem pretty happy.
That looked good. And again, this comes from someone that is not like into the song a whole lot. I think I had the lowest score in our team actually for the song, and so I'm fully aware of my bias there. But I am actually kind of feeling what they're doing, because you have to be kind of campy without becoming corny. You know, like I said, like if they're like literally like Edgar Allan Poe dance on the backdrop all the time, you know, something really over the top, right? Like that would have destroyed it. But I feel as this is going to be visually just whoa. I think they are on the right track.
Yeah, I think that video, we didn't see much of the choreo in that, but we know that the choreo is a big part of it. So what my suggestion is that they are deliberately not going to show it on the footage, so it has more of an impact when we see it in the live show. Because they have been alluding to it for quite a long time. So I'm really excited to see what they do with the choreo. For that reason also, I think it's difficult to judge it at this stage. It feels like they're showing a little less leg than some of the other artists have in terms of what we're finding out about the act at this early stage. But I think that's a smart strategy for them. Again, you want to be the song that gets to the night, and everyone wants to see what you're doing, and no one quite knows yet, and it's exciting for that reason. So they're doing the right thing, in my opinion. No, I'm excited.
So it is certainly going to be a whole package thing, that's for sure. But just looking at the small snippets, if this is already entertaining to me, someone who is just like whatever about the song, I can only imagine what the whole thing looks like, unless it really falls apart there. But there are really cool, nifty moments there. And as I keep repeating myself, you need to be a little campy with that song because it's asked for it and demands it, basically. But there's always that fine line where it becomes tacky, So that's the line they need to walk. And from what I've seen, I think they're walking that well.
I think for me, it feels like they're very much like they know it's silly. I mean, the way they wrote it was silly, and they are enjoying it. And I think that's important. I think if they took it too seriously or tried to be too much like, look at us guys, we're having fun. Why don't you come have some nice fun with us? That makes you seem like a dick. This does not make you seem like a dick. It feels really genuine because of how the song came about. So they're sort of like, it does feel a bit like when I listen to it and when I see them performing it, it's almost like they're a bit like, oh my God, I can't believe we ended up singing about this thing. But it kind of ended up going really hard. So we're happy to go with this, and we're having, we're laughing with them, not laughing at them, and we're sort of dancing with them, not at,
they're in on the joke, basically, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And
what? It makes a big difference. Sorry, go.
Yeah, that was what they're in on the joke, basically. That's what how would I phrase it. And very important also, the sound, from what we're hearing, pretty good. Right? The sound as it carried through the arena. Again, I've heard only 15 seconds here or so, but you often can already give a little away based on that. So I feel good about that.
I'm happy. I'm satisfied. No, I think there's more to come from them too. I think what we are going to see also, and we should remember, and obviously this is part of the reason why you don't tend to see why they're doing it this way purportedly, is that this is just the first rehearsal. So you're going to see a lot of artists improve, I think, as time goes on and they become more comfortable on the stage. As it is, I think there's a pretty high bar being set at the minute. So we have hopefully some real showstoppers coming as a result, and things get better and better. I'm excited. It feels like things are more together than they usually are at this point in the year.
Well, we don't know because it's hard to say because usually you get more information, but so there could be a lot of drama behind the scenes. There could be Mimicat throwing a fit because her staging seems pretty straightforward. So I don't know if she's I'm just picked one random one right now. But it seems as there are
we have Australia photos.
No way, Jose! I'm bringing it up.
Oh, and there's a car. Well, we knew about the car, but he sits in the car.
I don't see the pictures. Where are they? On Twitter?
Yes, Eurospain.com has posted them. I've got. Do you want me to share my screen?
Yeah, you'd need to share.
Okay, I'm going to do it now. Speaking of Twitter, make sure you're following at ESC United. So tell me when that's working.
It says loading. It over takes when you have somebody else bring in the screen a little bit. Da 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 da. In the meantime, I'll just sing for you. Here you go.
Okay, so you can see it.
At least it's sitting on it. Okay.
Yes. So this is a really cool shot. I think you can tell they're going for that retro 90s vibe straight away. These guys having a bit of a rock. I don't know what this image doesn't tell me very much. I feel like it's like, okay, but what's happening? This shot.
Oh Lord.
So cool.
Just imagine, see where the camera's at, and then we see sitting, and then back. That's gonna look amazing.
And then this goes so hard. Such a good photo. 100,000 points from me. And that's the ones we have for now, so far.
For now. We'll get more on Eurovision.tv hopefully in a few minutes. But yeah, that looks interesting. That looks. I'm so glad Australia is in Eurovision. A lot of people are concerned that this will be their last year because their contract runs out. What do we say to that, Gabe?
There's absolutely no way the EBU will not keep Australia in Eurovision. Be serious, people.
Yeah. They will. One reason alone. But it's more than that, of course, but it's a big part of it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But they bring quality. They especially now, let's be real, we live in the real world with Russia not returning anytime soon to the contest, which was still a big financial contributor to the contest. They were actually offered a Big Five position at some point, and they declined. So that is so it would be in their own best interest to keep because them in the running, because the money would be even more. Eurovision would be even more expensive for all other countries. And the whole process.
I think now it would be weirder if Australia wasn't in it, to be honest. I'm so used to it.
Yeah. And people are starting to stop caring. The first 3-4 years, like, they're not in you. I mean, there'll always be people saying that, don't get me wrong. But the numbers of dissenters, if you will, that certainly has gone down quite a bit.
Yeah. And I think in the long run, it's difficult because I think they have to be very careful with associate members, but I think they've got it right with Australia. I think the interest of the country was there. Of the other associates, someone mentioned New Zealand in chat. New Zealand has not been screening Eurovision for a long time in the same way that Australia has. If it had the same history, I'd be more amenable to it. As for the question about Kazakhstan, I think, to be honest, at this point, Kazakhstan should if Kazakhstan joins the Council of Europe, it can become a full member of its broadcasters can become a full member of the EBU. So if that happens, it'll just join the normal way. I think if it's going to happen, that's the way it'll happen. Because let's face it, the EBU is never going to let them in. If they were going to, they would have done it by now.
Yes. Especially right now, even though they're certainly even voted against, that Russia is the aggressor and stuff in the UN, it was a big deal as well, right? Mm-hmm. It's still, that thing that they're kind of connected somehow and guilty by association, that kind of stuff, even though they're certainly not. But it's a different story. But yeah, so I want them in as well. So that'll happen eventually. It's just a matter of when, hopefully. We need a new country. It's been so long, right? There's always like a country every now and then, and we ran out of countries, basically.
I want a North African country. I know this is difficult because a lot of, this is why we don't have Lebanon, because a lot of these countries are often, the stations are legally bound not to show content that identifies Israel as a state. That's a problem with Lebanon. But there are some countries where that, Israel does have peace treaties with a number of countries in the region where they could participate. These are Morocco, Egypt, and Jordan. Now, Egypt and Jordan seem exceptionally unlikely. But Morocco, it's happened before. It's not impossible. Personally, I wouldn't mind. I would really like to see Morocco in the contest. Sorry, Matt, you had your hand up.
You want to see Australia pictures?
Yes. There's a comment I saw about homophobic countries. I'll come back to that in a minute.
I'll come back to that. So this is a boring picture already.
That looks so
nothing
cool.
happening. Nothing happening here. I wish he had more energy as well. This is his first rehearsal, I understand. But he needs to give us more. I need more. Okay. He looks like he's from Denmark 2018. He looks like a Viking on that one. Oh, that is another nice shot there. Although it's a little blurry on my end.
That car actually does kind of look really cool. Like, it's exactly the right kind of retro.
Look at the license plate.
Promise. I love that.
And I'm so glad they're actually using that, not just as a prop sitting in the back. Just, it's cool. Those lamps remind me a little bit of even Australia 2015. The debut entry had that long line, looks like so that gives me a little bit vibes of that. Okay. So they're still giving us this looks like very rock vibe still though, right? With the guitars and whatnot. That is pretty cool. And then
that'll be the start, sort of quiet, the soft coloring. That's the beginning. That's like the opening salvo.
I'm really worried if Australia, let's be Australia is going to qualify. We're not even having that debate, right? If they get first half, that there would be like the perfect opener.
Oh, I really hope they don't do them like that. That would be so unfair.
I mean, but it was unfair to so many. It was unfair to Czech Republic. It was.
I mean, that's true. It's always unfair. I hope none of them go first.
No, yeah, let somebody. Yeah, let's. No one has to go first this time. Okay. It doesn't tell us much.
Mm-hmm.
Is there wind machine action? It looks like there's been.
It looks wind machine to me. There's lots of blowiness.
Mm-hmm. Okay, they're all very much. You need to tell them, look, it's the first rehearsal. You don't have to give 100%, but they're like, fuck this. We're
gonna stand on stage and do nothing. No, this is. I think this is during the break. I reckon with all of this stuff going on, and the guitar and all the rest.
And then this is ugly picture again. So we're done.
It looks so good.
Yeah, that's the end. Probably like.
Yes, I think this is just exactly the right kind of vibe. Like the sort of slightly retro, but also like
Yeah, I'd love to hear from people in the chat as well at ESC United. What your thoughts are, because we are kind of like super excited about it, and but we want to hear more perspectives because we're only 2 people now. Let's see. MZ London is saying, I think the license plate also says Western Australia on the top. Love that.
It's the little details.
Is that where they're from?
Yes, they're from Perth.
Yeah, I'm going to say my Australia geography is not the greatest. I know the major places, but I'm almost like, oh dear. If you ask me to put all the states and all that stuff, I'm like, I may mess that up. You can tell they know exactly what they are, who they are, and I love that. I think that's what sets apart a good staging from a bad staging. If they know what the song is, who they are, and how to make it work. And
I think that I spoke to Danny about this when I was at their gig in London a couple of weeks ago.
Who's Danny?
And Danny, the lead singer of
I don't know the names. I'm really bad with names. So yeah.
And he was talking about how, and he was saying this during the show, to the audience as well. It's very important to them that they're like showcasing, they're showcasing their music and also this genre of music that maybe a lot of people aren't so familiar with. And so they really want to put their best foot forward, of course. And they really want to but they really want to sort of, I think because of that, the whole performance will have been very thoroughly thought through in terms of what's the vibe you're trying to give here? What is the vibe, not just of this song, the sound of this song, but of the kind of music that the band plays as a whole? What idea are you wanting to give off of this genre of music? And I think they've got it dead on. Like I won't go into like prog nerd mode at the moment, but that reminded me of a whole bunch of different prog bands and a whole bunch of different kind of, prog albums that I look at that and think, yeah, that matches that vibe. And so what I'm hoping is there's going to be a lot of people who listen to this and start looking around, start thinking, hey, why do I find more music kind of like this? And there's going to be stuff ready to go. So I think it's this Voyager participating in Eurovision is a big deal. And hopefully we'll see more music like it in the future when it definitely goes well, and it will go well.
Yeah, I think so too. So we have one more clip here from Albania. Oh, she started singing already, and I shouldn't have clicked on it. Give me 1 second. She started too soon. Okay, let me bring it over to my...
You got too excited.
But yeah, I just kept clicking and then just whoopsie. Alrighty. Let me share screen. And let's go.
Oh, it's... Oh, there we go.
He's my favorite.
Well, the dad.
The dad, yeah. He seems like a goofy dad. And
see, we have Disco Dad, which is Gustav, and then we have Do Ya Dad, which is... Ooh.
Okay, let's talk about this real quick. Let me go first. So she sounded good. It is a very typical Albanian staging in terms of colors and feel, and I feel as they're hoping to get that squeeze through spot and then just to kind of go second again in the finals, I stand by what I said, just looking at the pictures. I think it still applies. The video did not convince me that they were able to bring the cohesiveness of the family together. Right now, I'm like, how would I know that they're families singing to each other? They were even like almost like not facing each other in certain parts. And there was not one moment where they were like singing to each other. Now that may change. Absolutely. But it seems like more focused on the choreography rather than the feel that the song's supposed to give us. And that is all about the warmth of the family and the togetherness. And I don't know if that clips gave me that. What do you think?
I think they needed to dress Albina in a different color to the rest of, to focus the performance around it. They should have done what Monica did and what Lithuania have done and dress her in a different color. Because for me, when they were all far apart, or there was the initial shot with the red light onto her, it was a bit more clear that it was about her. But then you saw that shot at the end where they're all together and it's just, it's messy. And I just think it's a shame because I think it will have an impact. But
it is very difficult. I mean, I know Albina is the lead singer and the others are more like supporting, but it seems as that most of them get like a similar camera time, right? So if you have, again, 6 people fighting over camera time, that hardly ever works at Eurovision. Hardly ever. And that concerns me, yeah.
Like I'm saying, even with a really strong song, Bulgaria 2017, if that had been one or two, beg your pardon, if that had been sung by 1 or 2 people, it would have done way better.
Yeah, this song didn't need 6 singers. That I agree, yes.
I do recall looking back on that, and I mentioned this before. I remember outside the arena in 2018, and that year I was a big fan. That's why I have this Pikachu hat, by the way. I was wearing that hat, and I had an Israel flag because that year I really loved Toy by Netta. Yeah. And 2018 it was. And this member of the Bulgarian delegation who happened to be standing nearby sort of looked at me and went, "Oh, you guys aren't going to win." Like looked at me like I was, like they'd stepped in shit. And then he was like, "Oh, but Bulgaria, we know we're going to come top 10. That's absolutely certain. It's about what else other than top 10 we're going to get." So I was it was kind of satisfying in some ways when they came like 16th, and it's like,
I had a similar feeling in 2013, but it didn't work out because all the countries were providing not material to us, but others for promotion. Back then, promotion material was still a common thing, right? In 2013, 10 years ago. So we asked Denmark, like, hey, they're all contributing. They're like, oh, no, we don't do that. We don't really need to talk or do anything. We're going to be at least top 5. So we're good. And I'm like, you don't have to be that cocky about it. And then I was like, I'm like, oh, good thing I didn't like the song in the first place. So yeah, that was one. I know that feeling well.
Like it's it, but it was nevertheless I would like to see Bulgaria back in Eurovision, of course, with some with that guy. It seemed like quite a young guy, so I don't think he was like anyone particularly important on the delegation, like a junior press officer or something maybe. But without that guy, come back, please.
Yeah. I don't know much time, but so this means May Muller won't have a car on stage. I was hoping that would happen, but Australia got there first. Well, first of all, there is no rule that says you can have only one car, or like they cancel each other out or anything like that. Just like you can have only one guitar. I know it's a little bit more of an elaborate thing, but I didn't envision her to have a car anyways, just because she has in the music video.
Yeah, well, maybe it would be a fun way to shake up Eurovision if they had a sort of Hunger Games style cornucopia of props. And so what they do is they put all the acts in a circle and everyone has to scramble in and grab whatever they can. Whatever you end up with is the props you get. So there'll be like a wind machine, a firework, like a sort of jet of fire, I don't know, some feathers, a bag of confetti, all of that. And you just gotta go with whatever you get.
Oh, I feel bad. Don't make that about, Queen Cave, that you're Dane, because I feel the Danish media people that I work with at Eurovision are the nicest people. Just in 2013, it was weird. There was a little bit overconfidence, even though they were end up being right, but it still doesn't. I don't like cocky. I like confidence.
Yeah.
Because they had all these people out there. Next year, Eurovision will be over here, like pointing at Malm to Copenhagen. And I was like, don't do that. It's just disrespectful towards all the other artists, You can say, go, Emily. I'm cool with that, support your artists. But this I'm very, very sensitive towards arrogant people. That's just a pet peeve of mine.
Yeah. Although also probably most of the people, if not all of the people on the delegation now will have changed. I mean, it was a decade, unbelievably.
Yes.
If you want to feel old, Emily de Forest won Eurovision 10 years ago.
We talked about it early. We said, that I Feed You My Love is 10 years old. I was like, oh,
that song could win Eurovision this year if it was in the competition.
You weren't listening earlier. We said the same thing earlier. We were like, this is the best song ever. It
hasn't aged a day. Genuinely, 2 of my top 3 favorite songs of all time in Eurovision were in that year. It's Gravity by Zlata Ognievich and I Feed You My Love.
Very important part. Laura, Malta has half a car. No such thing. So there you go. That's true. So
yes. And it's funny you mentioned Malta because actually our Mel has just met them at their meet and greet in Liverpool. There she is.
Oh, I hate her. I love her. I'm jealous.
Yes. She also met Wild Youth earlier today as well.
I did meet them. So I'm not jealous.
Okay, stop rubbing it in.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't get to. I won't be able to get to meet a whole lot of people this time around, I think, but we shall see.
Oh, I'm sure you will be able to get to meet some, and we'll bump into people in the Euro Club. We'll have a great time, and and every year the universal rule is you bump into an artist on the street randomly, just walking around, because that happened to me.
Yeah, Tel Aviv was the worst.
Last year.
I mean, the best. Because everyone just wanted to see the same places, the beach and the old area in Tel Aviv, and you just ran into everybody. That was really cool. And I was even standing there because there was one person I just couldn't figure out who it was. Oh no, that was in Kiev actually, and I was like, oh yeah, that's Brandon dude. And then there was a guy next to him.
Brandon dude, he was memorable, was he?
No, I keep forgetting his name. Oh, he's like a judge on Idol.
Louis Walsh.
Yes, Louis Walsh. He was there. So I'm like, I know him, but I don't know his name or what his thing is. So that kind of stuff. And I remember
you any a TikTok alert. Sorry, you keep talking while I set it up.
Okay. I was even like when I was in Turin last year, I was walking past the building of the arena, and there's one guy walking next to me, and I'm like, hello, and he's like smiling at me, hi, like pointing at me, and I'm like, okay, I think he knows me. I think I know him too. And I couldn't figure out. And all of a sudden I went home. Oh crap, that's Christian Bjorkman. I did not. He looked so different in person.
Oh God. So
he recognized me. I did not recognize him.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that, I mean, one thing that I find funny, Matt, is that whenever we were with you in Turin, you guys haven't seen what it's like being with Matt at Eurovision. People come up to Matt on the street and ask him for photos. This guy is a celebrity. Also, can you see the share screen thing? I've got the TikTok.
Yes, I'm bringing it up right
ready.
now. I wanted to finish your thought. Okay. Ready.
All right, here we go.
We're preparing for stage. We're gonna go on the stage in a few minutes. My girls are excited. They don't look like they are. Yeah, but we are waiting to go on the stage and see how everything's gonna be there. So stay tuned.
She seems so calm and like it's a quiet confidence about her. Not that's what I'm talking about. And
composure, I think is the word.
Yes, that's even better.
Waiting for the backing singers to... There they are.
They come up for the second verse, probably. You can't hear that ooh part. It sounds so pretty when you have
God, I loved how British that tutor that when she came on stage went, oh, tuto.
But I will say, by the way, were you at any of the parties? No,
no, I wasn't. I just got to quickly say, sorry, because I just saw something. I want to nip this in the bud now. it's really not appropriate to be like, oh, they're the mamas. You know, like you wouldn't do that if you
what mama?
People do not. People
yeah,
do not like, because the only time people make those comparisons is with black singers, and it's just not fair. And we really, really shouldn't do it.
I know you meant.
I'm sure the person. I'm sure that person meant no harm, but I just want to nip that in the bud now. We really shouldn't be doing that.
So what I will
back
say
to the song.
Yeah, what I will say is, you said you haven't been to any of the parties, right?
No, I didn't have a chance to go, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm only saying that because you wouldn't expect that, but this song feels so great live. Like when the beat, boom, down, and like everyone's just going crazy. It was such a good feeling. So I missed it. So I liked what I've seen so far. Basically, it's again an elevated version of the national final. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I would say so. I mean, she has a really, she has a really powerful voice,
yes.
And it fills the room, and that's really going to help on the night. I think having the backing singers there is a big plus. Now that there's backing vocals are allowed on the tracks, I think having backing singers in person and pulling it off really well, as I know this group will, is a massive, massive benefit. And I think that will pay dividends for them. What I just wanted to say, the point I was making before is there is a tendency to basically stereotype black singers in a certain way, and to sort of, and essentially what it essentially boils down is to a kind of, all black singers are the same, black people are all the same kind of thing, which has some obvious racial undertones to it, in a way that, because different white artists do not get compared in that same way necessarily. Now, I'm not saying anyone was doing that in a way that was in any way intended to be like that. I just think it's really important and careful that it's really important that we're careful and that we afford the same respect to black artists that they deserve by not making those lazy comparisons. And they are a bit lazy. I'm saying this in the nicest way I can, and I'm not meaning to single out anyone in chat. I just wanted to make that point now, and hopefully we won't have to talk about it again for the rest of the fortnight.
People was go ahead. Sorry.
That's all I had to say on that.
Yeah. So the people are saying stay for. I'll show you, but I still have to record a video.
And it's 8 p.m. and I haven't eaten.
Huh?
It's 8 p.m. here, and I haven't eaten since like 12.
I haven't eaten since last night, and it's 12 o'clock here, so I haven't eaten. God no. We'll say a few more minutes, but if that video's not up in a few minutes, then we got to chat. Just again, let's take a look at the. Again, we had that conversation earlier, the question about do views matter? And ultimately, we lean towards no, not as much. But we look at it anyway because today's video, by far, most views has Poland. And Poland is not the most talked about song. We know it's mostly coming from Poland, of course. And the next one is actually Greece. Now, the other one's still catching up. Actually, I lied. The next one is Georgia out of all songs. So that's interesting. But I'm sure that some of the other ones will go up as well. From yesterday, no surprise there is you would think it's Finland, but it's actually Israel with almost 800,000 views.
And then I believe it's Finland right after that.
On that day, yes.
Yeah,
but
interestingly, I saw last I checked, Finland and Sweden had like exactly the same view count when I looked before.
Yes.
I don't know if that's still the
Finland
same now.
passed her a little now, about 20,000. Listen, 20,000, which still, considering that he's been on there less than a day, you take into account as well. But in the end, these are just views. Finland. So there's also a different stage. You want to be careful. Sweden got the hype immediately after she won, right? Finland gets the hype now. So there is that thing. So I would not read too much into it either. It's just what it is. But still, Norway wins. 2.6 million views. Only, not even close, is now Israel with 750,000. More than 3 times as many views. So Norway is trending. So that was a really fake, stupid laugh. That's what I do. People are condescending, like.
But you laugh at me like that all the time.
Oops, I gave away my game. Based on this staging, which seems very promising, I think it can come top 5 with juries. It reminds me of Saudade, which got 5th place with juries. It has the same feel. So I am not ready to go with such a bold prediction. Are you?
I can see it. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I can absolutely see it. I think I think the juries will really, really, really like this. And I think, to be honest, I think televoters will quite like it. I think it's one of those ones that I think has got stronger, has felt stronger as the season went on. And yeah, so top 5 jury possibly pushing it just because there is so much competition for those jury votes. You know, I mean, yeah, I could name 10 songs that I thought had, easily 12, 15 that had a chance of coming top 5 in jury. That's how tough it is.
Yeah, just real quick.
But yeah.
You're right, actually, person in the chat, forgive me, I didn't look at your username. Actually, Poland is actually already second with 871,000. I forgot about Poland. That's just crazy. The Polish are still excited, and no, it's
well, it's one of the universal rules. It's one of the. Sorry, you go. I cut you off. Didn't mean to.
I was going to say, and I want to be clear because I'm just saying, well, it's clearly not people liking the song because I actually don't dislike the song as some of the other folks out there. I see plenty of value. There's a catchiness to it that I quite find endearing. It's just not a strong composition. Like if I was in the jury, I would not necessarily praise the songwriting abilities here. But go ahead.
So I have completely blanked. I have no idea what I was going to say.
Then it was probably a lie, my grandmother used to say.
Quite.
She said a lot of terrible things to me. That explains all of this. It's okay. She's dead. It's okay with me. She was 100 years old. Literally 100 years old. So it's okay. She made it with 3 digits.
Oh my God. Yeah, okay.
Please. She also said that women should not be in politics and also in doing news anchors because she loves hearing men talk. So you get my point? She was one of those rough ladies.
Okay. Well, moving on. I did remember what I was going to say, which was one of the universal rules of the Eurovision fandom. You don't mess with the Polish and you don't mess with the Spanish just because there's a lot of them and they are super invested. God help you if you ever get ratioed by the Spanish. Let me tell you, I've been there.
I know.
Scary.
Now, and people making fun of me in the chat. I'm just being silly. I mean, I'm serious silly. I'm fine. It's the truth, but it's like I'm not traumatized by this or anything. But she was a rough lady. I actually made that. Some of the stuff that she, how she was a joke now. So every time I say something mean, I always start with, well, as my grandmother used to say, and then boom, I say something mean.
Well, quite.
Oops, Gabe, I made some calculations. Looks like 10th qualifier could get through with just 15 points. What's your opinion? Or 16 points in semi 2, where we have 16 contestants. Please advise. What they're saying is the same country, one country gets 12 points, the other country gets all 10 points. So technically you could qualify with 16 points.
Yes, you could. They won't. I mean, what we'll see is countries when it used under the old system, countries were qualifying with 45, 50. On the lower end. So I would expect it could be that we see, sometimes the televote really clusters. And if that happens, we could see someone qualifying with a particularly low score.
Yeah.
But I would say 45 to 50 is probably what you're looking at needing. Because if you've got 18, 19 sets of points, you're trying to get a hold of, so 38, 39 at a push.
It's the same thing when I always say you need to get around 175 to 200 points from the jury's minimum to kind of win Eurovision with the televote. Of course, there are exceptions. There could be this really, really out of the ordinary upside down situations, but within normal standards, without a very dramatic difference and discrepancy in votes, that is what you need to at least stay reasonably within a winning chance. That is basically and that's a similar point what you're making here as well.
I want to highlight the really good pun someone just made. Have you ever been attacked by the Spanish before? If you've never been attacked by the Spanish before, then you haven't been alive. That's good. That's the kind of references we like on this channel. You, who the hell it, and then it cuts off. You can stay. We like you.
Yeah. So where you see UK placing, for me, I could see it being in the bottom, even top 10. It really, for me, depends on what is before her and it finally game over. If it's a weaker song, okay, she has a chance. So I think so. It's hard for you, Gabe, as a Brit, but put your Brit hat off for a second and objectively, what do you see in store for our beloved May?
So May Muller, Enemy of the State.
Her dad's name is Matt, by the way. She was super. Oh, my name is Matt when I interviewed her. So that was really cool. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's really sweet.
Yeah.
So May Muller, an Enemy of the State, if you believe the newspapers. Honestly, this country is deranged. No, I love May Muller. May Muller is amazing, and I agree with most of the things she said. Anyway, May Muller, there's a really big range, I think, for this song. I think it really depends on what we see on stage in a few days' time. I think if the staging's really good, we could see a potential sort of dark horse for a top 5. If it's not good, then it could go the other way. And Tubert, I've seen that comment. I'm going to come on to that in a minute because there's an answer for that question, which you may not be aware of. The thing is, like, from a sort of UK, if I could put my UK fan hat back on for a second,
yeah,
I think just a respectable mid-table result with a really good performance, and I would be more than happy.
Yeah, I agree with what the person said actually in the deck. I think May has all the possibilities to be in the top 10 to the bottom. I think it's a little bit more of a wild card because it's a good contemporary fun pop song that, when if done right, performed well, staged well, great running order, could really hit a spot with the viewers. It also has the possibility of really falling apart or just not clicking with people, the likes of, like, not this comparing to the song, but Adrenalina. You came last and people still didn't click with it. That could happen as well. And, so we don't know. But I think the potential there is pretty wide, and that makes it fun almost. But whatever the results are, I will say it again, just like with France last year, you send something good and interesting, something that you can be proud of. And whether it works or not, you are on the right path. Don't let that deter you if you have a flop now. And that is my thing. That is my thing. So I hope it won't be the case, but I'm just saying, don't let that deter you.
Yeah. As for somebody said asking why Chanel wasn't invited, Chanel has implied on Instagram, very heavily implied, that she was invited and she wanted to do it, but her management company said no, or her
Eurovision?
record label said no. Yes.
Why?
I can't remember, but she made a comment somewhere which was like, it was basically like it implied she wanted to do it but had been prevented. I'd need to get the exact comment up. Maybe someone, if anyone in chat knows what I'm talking about, maybe if anyone can drop a link or something, or point us in the right direction. I think she has addressed it, and it wasn't that they didn't want her there. So there is that.
Okay, that's unfortunate when these labels usually get involved, or whoever, because my first thought is that probably don't want her to be associated with Eurovision too much, as a brand thing. Maybe, I don't know. I know it's still sad because she is fire.
Yeah,
there was no pun. There was no pun intended to Fuego. I just realized when I said that. She is. Now that we have seen almost all stagings, who are your top 3? Mine have to be Sweden, Finland, and Australia. It's not bad taste there. Sina, not bad taste. I have to think it through. I don't know yet because there's some of the more low-key performance that I really like. Even performances from songs that I don't necessarily care for as much. And we haven't seen enough yet. So I'm not ready to make that. And we have to see the finalists as well. How about you, Gabe? Do you want to point anyone out?
I think, obviously, I can say Finland every time. You guys all know I'm going to say Finland. Things that I can say, I think in addition to that, I can say some things that have pleasantly surprised me. Czech Republic, I thought looked pretty cool. Malta, really colourful, stands out a lot. I'm just reading down my list if anything else really jumps out. And also just the fact that the Netherlands, it really sounds like they got it together. And that makes me feel good about them. I'm really glad, and I hope they do the performance, get the performance that, you all right there? Yeah, well, you can't hear you, Matt. I can't hear you. So while we're waiting for Matt, everyone break chat rules. Don't actually do that. The mods will get upset. Oh, I heard you for a second.
Am I back?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. All right.
So yes, so those are my preferences. In general, someone says, I really don't like how some people in this chat shamelessly want to bring artists down. There's always going to be a minority of people who on Twitter, on YouTube, wherever else, who are going to always have, something bad to say. And I think the thing we can do is not to feed it, firstly. For example, when I posted a tweet yesterday, for example, about the crystal ball, and a bunch of people replied. Someone replied being like, get a job, which actually, to be fair, I was like, okay, this is kind of funny. But, just you shouldn't engage with these things, firstly, if it's overly negative. And secondly, by engaging ourselves in a positive way, that's the most important thing we can do. I think, especially from our point of view, and I'm sure, Matt, you can speak to this much more than I can. Over the years, there have been some really negative things that certain fan media has done and certain outlets have done, which have spread negativity. I'm thinking about, for example, the comments about Destiny's Weight in the press chat in 2021. So I think we're in a fortunate position to be able to kind of hopefully set the tone a little bit in a good way. And I hope we do that.
Yeah. No, I know. You know me. I like, what's the right word I'm trying to use? I like a little witty, I'm very sarcastic and dry, right? And with the right people, it works. But online, I understand you cannot always be that dry and sarcastic because not everyone is dry and sarcastic. So you have to kind of bring it in a little, especially when it comes to Eurovision. If it would be more like talking video games or talking about something, it's not as big, but we're talking about artists and countries here. And then this takes a very different turn and route. So I'm fully aware on how that could turn into something really, really sour. Mm-hmm. So it's another super chat, and that one I'm going to bring up. Thank you so much, Sina, for this. This is so you can start saving for a new microphone after. Thank you, first of all, for the support. I know it's not the microphone because it happened with both. I think it has to do with, I have so many, like a USB, what you call it, not converter, when you have we can put in multiple USBs instead of.
a USB hub.
Thank you. Yes. So I think that one is a little loose, the connection. So I think I have to get a new one for that. So that's, I think, what it is.
Tusen tak, Sina. And yes, people did say stuff about Destiny. People were making some very unflattering comparisons. And I remember having a shouty shouts about it at the time.
Yes.
Such was the way.
Yes. So let me check one more time because we got to go. I was really hoping we could do the last one, but Australia, unfortunately, the one we've been waiting on for so long is not here. But I'll watch it as soon as we go offline. I'm sure when it comes on, and be very upset that I didn't get to share my reaction. Once again, about tomorrow, I don't know when, but there will be a live stream. I will try to find out more. You didn't see anything either about what time they're going to have these clips released, right? Because they have like one compilation or something like that.
It seems to be like there's a sort of compilation. I don't know if we're going to get photos during the day, if there's going to be
we'll get photos, but I'm not going to be online 8 hours to talk about photos that we have already seen over the past few days.
So I think we'll have to sort of play it by ear. I think in the morning, if stuff starts coming online that's new and we can talk about, then it makes sense for us to be here. If there's nothing new, then maybe it would take a little. Maybe we'll need to wait a bit.
Maybe it gives me opportunity to pack, because right now I've only 2 pairs of socks packed.
Oh,
So
I'm going to be packing tonight. I am packing tonight. My bag will be all ready to go. I'm hoping I'm going to be able to pop on tomorrow evening after I've got ready. And I want the last thing I do the last thing I do before I leave tomorrow night for the train station. I want to come on the stream and say goodbye to everyone and say, see you soon in Liverpool. And then start off into the distance.
And that is Thursday, right? Because you're leaving Friday.
So this will be, I am taking a stop on the way. So I'm leaving tomorrow night on Wednesday. And then I'm arriving Liverpool Friday morning. And then I'll be in Liverpool for the Friday stream.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I'll still be here. And it's funny because if you in Liverpool for the Friday stream, I am here in the US, in California. And then as soon as we go offline, I'm going to the airport. So that's kind of how. And then it takes me long because it's an 11-hour flight or so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm used to it. But I actually, can I tell you something? I saved up some cash and I got business class. Not like first class.
Ooh,
it's like it's a low
fancy here.
It's a low fare. It's a low fare airline. It's called not Busy Bee. That's a sandwich place here. It's called French Bee.
French Bee.
I think that's the airline. Yes, and they only have standard seats and like when you book at the right time, you get like a decent deal. So instead of paying $350 for one flight, I paid an extra $150 or $200. I was like, I'm going to do that for but not on the flight back. I couldn't afford it.
Yeah. So amusingly, when I was like 19, I accidentally I was flying through via Finland to somewhere else, and I accidentally joined their frequent flyer program, and I'm still a member of it. So I'm on a Finnair Plus. So if it ends up being in Finland next year, maybe I'll get myself some free extra legroom on the way.
Oh wow, that would be nice. Yeah, no, when it's 11-hour flight, it can get really rough sometimes being that uncomfortable for so long. So it was such a good deal, $200, no, 180 or was it 200? I don't remember. It was like, let's say 200. And like for an 11-hour flight, then I divided it by 11 hours because I'm cheap. How much is it per hour? The rate. So I'm like, I'll do it. And
you have to pay like £25 to even get Wi-Fi on a plane. So you'll get that for free. That's immediately,
Yes. And I get better food. I mean, it's airplane food. So it is what it is. But and the flight back, I couldn't afford it. And I'm like, yeah, nope, I'm going with the people in the back.
Back to peasant class for you.
I know, not cool. I get spoiled now. I'm like, I don't want to be with these people. We missed a super chat. I'm sorry so much. I'm sorry so much. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry so much.
It wasn't Cena. We got Cena. Was there another one?
Was there another one? I don't see it.
Oh no, I think that they're pulling our leg.
Funny.
I think Stevan has been orchestrating in chat, and our legs are being pulled. We are being bamboozled.
You make me. My server's going to crash again because of this.
Honestly, this is a hate crime because I hated it.
Okay, trademark this one. I'm going to keep that one.
Unfortunately, I stole it from the office, but you should use it anyway.
Oh no, that's mine now. Am I muted
Copyright.
again?
No, you.
Oh no, you didn't again.
No.
You guys are tired. I've been doing this for 8 hours and 42 minutes, so I'm heading out. But thank you for being so nice to me. And I don't deserve this. Literally, I don't deserve this.
Exactly. I've only been here like 2 hours, but I very much enjoyed my time with you all, as always.
Yes. So, but in all seriousness, we'll let you know about tomorrow. I'll be on before the clips come on, hopefully, because we want to have this chat anyways about what happened and all of that. So it's just not going to be 8 hours, So, but thanks again, everyone, for sticking around, and y'all have a good night. Okay. Bye.